Lu Zhou's expression remained unchanged, but he felt pleased inwardly. His disciple, Duan Muxing, was not as calculating as Mingshi, even though he was opinionated. Ever since the siege by the 10 great elites, Duan Muxing's loyalty had remained stable and unwavering. Compared to rascals like Mingshi and Zhao Yu, he preferred Duan Muxing more. If Duan Muxing and Mingshi were in the same realm, Duan Muxing could easily win in a fight against Mingshi. However, Mingshi had benefited from the battle on Golden Court Mountain and had a breakthrough in his Bluewood Heart technique. Although Duan Muxing's progress was slower, it was no surprise that he had a breakthrough in his realm. That's great. Little Yuaner clapped her hands excitedly. Lu Zhou looked at little Yuaner and reprimanded her in a low voice, "You're the laziest and most carefree one here. You should work hard to catch up to your senior brother." Little Yuaner stuck her tongue out and said, "I know." In truth, Lu Zhou was not worried about little Yuaner. Though she might be the last to join him, her cultivation base had improved the quickest. Even Zhou Jifeng, the great disciple of Heavenly Sword sect, admitted that he could not compare to her. After a short while, Duan Muxing walked into the hall, looking very spirited. The chains that were still on his body clinked as he walked in. Zhou Jifeng trailed behind Duan Muxing, his expression one of admiration and envy. Pan Zhong wore a similar expression on his face as well. Ever since they entered Golden Court Mountain, apart from being picked on by some disciples, they were generally pleased with their current state. At the very least, they could focus on cultivating and were not involved in worldly affairs. After all, the reason they chose the path of cultivation was to grow stronger. As soon as Duan Muxing entered the Evil Sky Pavilion's great hall, he kneeled on the ground and said respectfully, "I had a stroke of luck and managed to break through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm. I've successfully formed the 100 Tribulation Insight Avatar." Lu Zhou had a pleased expression on his face as he stroked his beard. He nodded and said, "It's good that you had a breakthrough. The path of cultivation is long, so remember not to be too proud or impatient. Keep up the good work." He spoke with the air of a teacher and elder. Lu Zhou's behavior contradicted the impression that Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng had of the greatest villain under the heavens. "Thank you for your teachings, Master. I'll remember them," Duan Muxing kowtowed sincerely. His loyalty had increased by 1%. It was clear that the higher the percentage, the harder it would be to increase. Lu Zhou suddenly remembered the Overlord Spear. It seemed that the spear's designated owner was Duan Muxing. This made sense, as Duan Muxing cultivated the Divine One technique, which included both sword and spear play. Duan Muxing's personality was frank and fierce, making a spear more suitable for him than a sword. While the spear and the sword were different weapons, they would lead to the same result. It would also benefit him if Duan Muxing grew stronger. After considering this, he rose to his feet and said, "Wait here. I'll be back soon." Understood. Lu Zhou returned to the hidden chamber. He raised his arm, and the Overlord Spear flew into his hand. The dragon entwined around the Overlord Spear's shaft gave it a majestic air. After obtaining the Overlord Spear, Lu Zhou returned to the Great Hall. As soon as he arrived, he tossed the Overlord Spear to Duan Muxing. Whoosh! The others were shocked, thinking that Lu Zhou was going to punish his disciple, so they did not try to stop the spear. Duan Muxing, startled, instinctively lifted his hands and crossed the chains before him to defend himself. Clang! Sparks flew as the Overlord Spear collided with Duan Muxing's chains and then shot upward. Seeing this, he quickly grabbed the spear's shaft and was immediately impressed by the weapon. "This is a fine weapon. I'm giving the Overlord Spear to you. Use it well, and don't let me down," Lu Zhou said. Hearing Lu Zhou's words, Duan Muxing was overjoyed. He quickly set aside the Overlord Spear and kowtowed reverently to Lu Zhou. "Thank you for the weapon, Master." At that moment, little Yuaner, Zhou Jifeng, and Pan Zhong finally regained their senses and realized Lu Zhou's intention. They felt jealous and envious. Ding! Overlord Spear has successfully gained an owner. Activated grade, Heaven grade. Reward, 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhou figured out a few things. It seemed that the grades of the weapons would only be fully activated when given to the most suitable owner. If casually given to someone unsuitable, they would not be able to unleash their full potential. If he was not mistaken, Duan Muxing would be able to break the cold iron chains with a heaven-grade weapon. What a handsome reward. He wondered how many weapons were left behind after Ji Tiandao's death. After all, Ji Tiandao had slighted too many disciples, so Lu Zhou had to be fair to everyone now. When Duan Muxing obtained his weapon, his loyalty increased by 1% again. Master, I want one as well. Little Yuaner said as she ran up to Lu Zhou. Fortunately, Lu Zhou had already prepared his response. Your cultivation base is still too low. You shouldn't be messing around. As the saying goes, a common man's only crime is to carry a jade. How could a divine court realm cultivator protect his or her weapon? Although it was extremely difficult to cultivate a heaven-grade weapon, powerful cultivators with bad intentions would still covet it. This was a very common occurrence. Very well. Little Yuaner nodded unwillingly. Duan Muxing wouldn't let go of his newly obtained weapon. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He looked around, wanting to find someone to spar with. Obviously, his master was out of the question. This left only Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng. Both of you. Mr. Third, do you have orders for us? Spar with me. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were stunned by Duan Muxing's words. Duan Muxing didn't wait for their reply. I'll be waiting behind the mountain. Before he left, he cupped his hands at Lu Zhou and respectfully said, Master, I'm going to train with my weapon. I'll take my leave. Go ahead. Lu Zhou waved his hand. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng wore bitter expressions as they shuffled out of the evil sky pavilion reluctantly. After the three people left, a messenger bird flew in. Little Yuaner, always diligent, quickly retrieved the letter from the bird. Master, it's a letter from fourth senior brother. I'll read it for you. She swiftly unfolded the letter and read aloud, Master, I've conveyed your message to the Black Knights. They'll be arriving at the Evil Sky Pavilion in a few days. I'll be keeping an eye on them along the way. After reading the letter, little Yuaner exclaimed in shock, Fan Xiuwen is truly bold. To think he agreed to come here so easily. Master. Don't show him any mercy. Kill him with a single slap. If I kill him, who will unravel the truth behind the fish dragon village's annihilation. Lu Zhou's wizened face remained calm, but inwardly, he could not help but feel suspicious. Fan Xiuwen, or Lin Luo, had always been cunning and valued his life greatly. In this regard, he was similar to Jiang Aijin, though Jiang was more lively, while Fan Xiuwen was a man of many schemes. There's no way such a person would be easily provoked to come to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Fan Xiuwen must have heard about my victory over the 10 great elites. Since he's unafraid, I wonder where his confidence comes from. Even when Lu Zhou attained his 9-leaf avatar through the peak form card, the rumor spread, but few believed it. Yuaner. Yes, master? How's Yi Tianqin doing these few days? Apart from her shocking complexion, she's doing fine, little Yuaner replied. Lu Zhou nodded. He stood up slowly and entered the hidden chamber again. Have a safe trip, master. Lu Zhou knew he needed to prepare for Fan Xiuwen's arrival. He needed to find ways to suppress Fan Xiuwen. Moreover, it seemed that Fan Xiuwen was connected to the truth behind the destruction of Fish Dragon Village, which was related to his lost memories. Once he entered the hidden chamber, Lu Zhou opened the system dashboard. He had 1,310 merit points. He had lost interest in reversal cards. His current condition was undoubtedly more suitable for cultivation, which meant his only option was to select the lucky draw. Ding! Your disciple, Mingshi, killed 2 Black Knights on his way back. Earned 200 merit points. Ding! Killed 2 Black Knights. Earned 200 merit points. Lu Zhou's heart stirred slightly. This Mingshi. He won't stop making me worry. Since you've already conveyed the message, you could just return peacefully. You didn't have to get into conflict with Fan Xiuwen's men. If you provoke Fan Xiuwen and get yourself killed, you'll only have yourself to blame. Mingshi was still quite a distance away from the evil sky pavilion. Although Lu Zhou could rescue him with a peak form card, it would still take some time for him to reach Mingshi, even if he used all his techniques to rush over. If Mingshi managed to escape unscathed from the Black Knights, he would likely be better at protecting himself in Great Yan in the future. The path of cultivation was fraught with dangers, and Lu Zhou did not wish for anything to happen to Mingshi. Although this disciple of his was unruly, he was certain Mingshi had the potential to be great with the right guidance. Besides, he also hoped to earn merit points through Mingshi. Currently, the system dashboard showed he had 1,710 merit points. Lu Zhou thought to himself, I have 2 deadly strike cards left. They should be enough. Binding Cage's hit rate is too low. I should buy 2 more. When he opened the Item Cards tab, he saw Binding Cage had been unlocked. Each card cost 200 merit points, and he bought 3 at once. Now I have 6 Binding Cage cards. This should be enough, right? I'll try the lucky draw next time. It'll be worth it if I manage to get an avatar. I'll only make 2 draws. 2 days later, Lu Zhou finally decided to stop comprehending the heavenly writing for the time being. After continuous study, he discovered he had made some progress. The more he comprehended it, the more his mental state improved. The improvement seemed to manifest when something unexpected happened. A good example was when he encountered the Buddhist Brahmin lullaby, and his 4th disciple, Mingshi, approached the hidden chamber. He managed to remain unaffected by the Brahmin lullaby and repel Mingshi. He muttered to himself, could it be that the process of comprehension grants me extraordinary power? This seemed to be the only logical explanation, for now. Lu Zhou closed Heavenly Writing's interface. He realized he had been too immersed in comprehending and studying it over the past 2 days. At that moment, little Yuaner's voice rang from outside, Master, 4th senior brother, is back. All right, Lu Zhou replied. He left the hidden chamber and walked toward the pavilion. There, he saw Mingshi kneeling in the hall. Mingshi face was covered in grime, and he looked extremely worn out. To Lu Zhou's relief, Mingshi loyalty did not decrease, in fact, it seemed much stronger than before. Mingshi called out, speaking loudly, Greetings, Master. Lu Zhou walked over with his hands behind his back. Stand up and speak. Where are the Black Knights now? The Black Knights left earlier. They are less than 10 miles from Golden Court Mountain and should arrive any minute, Mingshi replied. Little Yuaner exclaimed in surprise, so soon? At that moment, an unnatural smile appeared on Mingshi face. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and approached, standing before Mingshi and examining him closely. Daredevil. Impudent. Upon hearing this, Mingshi instinctively fell to his knees. I'm dead. Master is going to lose his temper. We're not sure about Fan Xiuwen's strength. You've just entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm, and yet, you're bold enough to provoke him? Do you want to die? Lu Zhou's tone carried a hint of rebuke. I dare not. I was worried he wouldn't come, so I harassed some of his men. I didn't plan on killing them, but they wouldn't let me go. I had no choice but to hide in the forest and take care of them there, Mingshi explained. Fool, Lu Zhou said calmly, evaluating Mingshi actions. If Fan Xiuwen truly meant to harm you, he could easily deal with you. He wouldn't give you a chance. Mingshi was frightened when he heard this. He asked in a small voice, Fan Xiuwen is that strong? At that moment, little Yuaner chimed in, his real name is Leng Luo. Didn't you read the letter Master sent you? Mingshi sat on the floor with a dumbfounded expression. He had never heard of Fan Xiuwen, but the name Leng Luo was familiar to him. Back then, Leng Luo's reputation was unrivaled. If his master hadn't stunned the world by raising 9 disciples, Leng Luo's name would have lingered even longer. Lin Luo was a cunning expert with a profound cultivation base. How could Mingshi not feel frightened after killing the Black Knights under such an expert's nose? They all wondered why Fan Xiuwen hadn't acted. At that moment, a female cultivator from Derived Moon Palace entered the hall. After bowing, she said, "Pavilion Master, Fan Xiuwen requests an audience with you." "He's outside." "Here he comes," Lu Zhou thought as he looked outside the Evil Sky Pavilion. Mingshi stood up, now looking very obedient. He asked tentatively, "Master, should I drive him away for now? You can meet him another time?" After all, his master was old. Even if his master could easily suppress Fan Xiuwen with his cultivation base and strength, he might not want to fight such an elite. Lu Zhou waved his hand dismissively and said calmly, "Bring him in." "I'll fetch him," Mingshi said, not even taking the time to tidy himself before walking out of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Little Yuan giggled and said, "Master, I'm going as well." Lu Zhou did not stop her. After all, Fan Xiuwen was already at the foot of the mountain. Fan Xiuwen was an intelligent man and would not rashly attack his disciples. Beyond the barrier, at Golden Court Mountain, more than 10 Black Knights stood in a row, looking formidable. Only one knight stood at the front, and it was none other than Fan Xiuwen. His most trusted subordinates, the 4 Dark Knights, stood in the middle. Fan Xiuwen looked at the barrier of Golden Court Mountain, which shimmered with a golden brilliance, and said in a hoarse voice, "I didn't expect Golden Court Mountain to have such a perfect formation." A Black Knight standing behind Fan Xiuwen said, "Rumor has it that even the 10 great nascent divinity Tribulation Realm elites could not break Golden Court Mountain's barrier after they joined forces. Such a formation is truly amazing." Fan Xiuwen nodded slightly and said indifferently, "4 of you will accompany me up the mountain, while the rest will stay here and wait." "Understood." At that moment, a figure shot toward them from the top of the stairs at lightning speed. It was none other than Mingshi. He came to a halt a short distance away from the barrier, looked at the people beyond it, and confirmed they were the Black Knights he had seen in the forest. The person standing at the front, wearing black armor and a black tiger mask, with a tall and muscular build, had to be the notorious Lin Luo. He felt chills run up his spine when he looked at him and did not dare to act recklessly. He cupped his hands together and said, "The master invites you up the mountain." Fan Xiuwen glanced at Mingshi and said in a deceivingly soft voice, "The Evil Sky Pavilion's 4th disciple, Mingshi. You killed 4 of my knights. However, on account of your master, I won't hold it against you. Senior, you are truly magnanimous. However, I was only defending myself since they persisted in hunting me down," Mingshi said. A Black Knight standing behind Fan Xiuwen retorted coldly, "Weren't you the one who infiltrated the Black Knight's headquarters first? I was just worried you wouldn't convey the message to your leader. I can't bear the consequences if I fail my task. All of you know what kind of person my master is, right?" Mingshi effectively silenced the Black Knights by bringing up his master. Fan Xiuwen raised a hand to signal his subordinates not to interrupt. Then, he said indifferently, "I will never decline an invitation from your master. Lead the way." Based on his words, he was clearly confident in his strength. Compared to Fan Xiuwen, Mingshi preferred Xuexinchan. At the very least, Xuexinchan had addressed him as Mr. Fourth, a title he liked the sound of. Alas, it was unfortunate that Xuexinchan was dead. Mingshi walked up to the barrier and waved his arm, creating an opening. "Master asks you to go up on your own," he said. "Interesting," Fan Xiuwen nodded. He walked up, with the 4 Dark Knights trailing behind him. The last Dark Knight to cross the barrier paused, looking at Mingshi. "4th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, if we have the opportunity in the future, let's exchange some moves," he said. Without batting an eyelid, Mingshi calmly replied, "Master has said that I'm not to fight without a reason." The Dark Knight did not reply and caught up with the others. Since 5 of them were wearing masks, none of their expressions could be seen. They left the remaining Black Knights at the foot of the mountain and walked up the stairs leading to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Halfway up the stairs, Fan Xiuwen suddenly stopped and asked nonchalantly, "Who's hiding in the shadows?" A flash of black clothing darted between the trees on the right, then leaped from one tree to another. Little Yuan stood on a branch, frowned, and said, "Ugly." She had described them as unattractive, not terrifying. One of the dark knights spoke up irritably, "My lord, the evil sky pavilion doesn't seem to be showing us much respect." Fan Xiuwen raised a hand to cut him short. Then, they continued up the mountain. If he could accept Mingshi killing 4 of his knights, but could not tolerate this insult, how would he command respect as the leader of the Black Knights? When he was at the top of the blacklist, there was no shortage of insults directed at him. No matter how harsh the insults, he did not take them to heart. His long years of training made it easy for him to disregard such matters. Little Yuan pulled a face at Mingshi before flying back up the mountain. Perhaps she was the only one who could go up and down the mountain freely, as she was loved by her master. Mingshi shook his head helplessly and said, "My little junior sister has always been this way. Please don't take her seriously." Fan Xiuwen said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter." A moment later, they arrived at the evil sky pavilion and slowly walked into the great hall. Mingshi gaze swept across the hall. He discovered Zhao Yu and Yi Tianqin were also present. They were sitting on chairs, looking exhausted. Meanwhile, Duan Muxing, Zhou Jifeng, and Pan Zhong stood on the left. Fan Xiuwen placed one hand on his back, which was as straight as a rod. His 4 subordinates stood in pairs behind him. The great hall was deathly silent at this moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the 5 visitors. Fan Xiuwen looked at Lu Zhou, the old man who sat at the highest place in the hall. He was stunned when their eyes met. Rumor had it that Ji Tiandao's days were numbered. His 1,000 years of cultivation would return to nature once his time was up. Fan Xiuwen had always had a talent for gauging a person's life aura. Indeed, this old man had only about 15 years left. However, he could not gauge the old man's cultivation base. If he had tried to probe it, it would have been a blatant provocation. This was not the most rational course of action. After a moment, he said in a respectful but firm manner, "Fan Xiuwen pays his respects to old Senior Ji." At the same time, his 4 subordinates cupped their hands together in greeting. Lu Zhou, unable to see their faces, remained calm. His expression was difficult to read. He said condescendingly, "Sit down." His tone was similar to that of someone with a higher status speaking to those beneath him. Fan Xiuwen cupped his hands together before taking a seat. "I heard you wanted to see me, old Senior Ji. I did not dare to delay, so I led the Black Knights here without stopping. I wonder what matters you wanted to discuss with me, old Senior Ji?" Lu Zhou stroked his beard. He pointed at Yi Tianqin and said casually, "I'm sure you recognize this person." Fan Xiuwen shifted his gaze from under his mask. He saw Yi Tianqin sitting on the chair opposite him, unusually pale. He shook his head and said, "I'm afraid I don't." His tone sounded honest. Little Yuan suddenly giggled and said, "This is my master's 6th disciple, my senior sister, Yi Tianqin." She made a spitting sound and added, "Traitor." "So, she's the evil sky pavilion's 6th disciple." "I apologize for my rudeness," Fan Xiuwen said softly. Lu Zhou nodded and calmly said, "Do you know about the fish dragon village?" Fan Xiuwen's body stilled immediately. However, his thick and heavy armor and mask hid his expression. No one knew what he was thinking. After a moment, he shook his head, indicating he did not know about the fish dragon village. After all, the village was too insignificant. As the leader of the Black Knights, why would he remember a minor village? He asked, "Why do you ask about the fish dragon village, old senior?" "Yi Tianqin," Lu Zhou said imposingly. Yi Tianqin shuddered slightly. She supported herself and spoke in a flat tone, "The fish dragon village has a population of about 354 villagers. About 150 years ago, it was completely destroyed." She did not continue. Yi Tianqin had investigated this incident after she left Golden Court Mountain. She went through many troubles only to discover all the signs pointed to her master, Ji Tiandao, whose name alone would shock the lands. Fan Xiuwen nodded and said, I see. I'm truly sorry to hear that fish dragon village has been destroyed. However, he turned to Lu Zhou and asked, is this the reason you summoned me here, old senior? That's right, Lu Zhou said nonchalantly. What does this have to do with me? The records of the palace and local archives state that I was the one who destroyed Fish Dragon Village, Lu Zhou said. Although he couldn't see Fan Xiuwen's face, he noticed Fan Xiuwen's body move slightly at his words, wondering if it indicated surprise or nervousness. Is that so? Fan Xiuwen asked, a hint of shock in his voice. When Lu Zhou mentioned being the alleged perpetrator, everyone noticed an unnatural look on Yi Tianxin's face. The Black Knights is the special force of the imperial family of Great Yin. They operate in the shadows, so it's natural the palace archives wouldn't mention them, Lu Zhou explained calmly. Fan Xiuwen cupped his hands and said, every cultivator knows the Black Knights is the special force of the imperial family. Has the Black Knights ever been to Measure Heaven River? Lu Zhou asked. When Fan Xiuwen heard the question, he acted as if he had expected it. Being an intelligent person, he knew Lu Zhou would ask about this matter as soon as he pointed at Yi Tianxin. Fan Xiuwen laughed hoarsely, his laughter echoing in the pavilion. Well, let's set aside the incident at Fish Dragon Village for now. Actually, I came here today to discuss a certain matter with you, old senior. Speak, Lu Zhou said shortly. The palace has a message for you. Fan Xiuwen's tone suddenly turned respectful. The palace will not hold the evil Sky Pavilion accountable for its past deeds, including Mingshi Yin's killing of 4 Black Knights. The palace is willing to let bygones be bygones, but there's one condition. He paused for a moment before continuing, the evil Sky Pavilion must not interfere with the business of the Great Yin imperial family for the next 10 years. Silence fell over the great hall. A few disciples exchanged glances, and even Fan Xiuwen's 4 trusted subordinates were unaware of this condition. However, they were relieved that the palace's mission was only this. The request was straightforward. Many cultivators in Great Yin were wary of the palace's forces and would not meddle in its affairs. Some were offered amnesty and joined influential factions. After a slight pause, Fan Xiuwen added, the Black Knights do not wish to be enemies with the evil Sky Pavilion, nor do we have the right or strength. I'm speaking on behalf of the Black Knights. I hope you can grant us this wish, old senior. He fell silent, having stated his reason for being there. Everyone looked at Lu Zhou, waiting for his response. However, Mingshi Yin broke the silence first, with a chuckle. The last person in this hall who spoke so self-righteously, flew on a crane to the Western Paradise. Are you trying to follow in his footsteps? Fan Xiuwen cupped his hands together. I dare not. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and finally said, Lun Luo. Upon hearing this, Fan Xiuwen's heart skipped a beat, and his body involuntarily stiffened. Lu Zhou looked at Fan Xiuwen with a piercing gaze and said, are you trying to threaten me? Regardless of how humble Fan Xiuwen's tone was or how respectful his manner, anyone with half a brain would hear the underlying threat in his words. The evil Sky Pavilions might instilled fear. Whether it was because of Lu Zhou or his 9 disciples, even discounting Yu Xinghai and Yu Shangrong, no forces would dare to take the evil Sky Pavilion lightly. What gave Fan Xiuwen the confidence to speak such words, or to believe he could stop the evil Sky Pavilion from intervening in the imperial family's affairs if they chose to? What was he implying? Fan Xiuwen rose to his feet and cupped his hands together again. Since you know my identity, old senior, why put me in an awkward position? Lun Luo disappeared 300 years ago, along with the grudges of the past. You are older than me, so I should address you as older brother. To be honest, being on the blacklist is not something I'm proud of. In fact, it has become an indelible stain on my life. His words, spoken with such self-righteous passion, made people cringe. This man, once at the top of the blacklist and responsible for every conceivable and inconceivable evil under the heavens, claimed to be ashamed of his past and to have turned to the path of righteousness? was that not humorous? Fan Xiuwen continued, as for threatening you, the Black Knights would never dare to do such a thing. We are simply conveying the palace's message. Even if you reject this request, there is nothing I can do. Silence once again descended on the great hall. Mingshi snorted, breaking the silence once more, and said, if you know your request will be rejected, aren't you just wasting your breath by saying it in the first place? Duanmu spoke frankly, you're asking the evil Sky Pavilion not to meddle in the palace's affairs. According to your logic, if we agree to your request, even if someone from the palace were to cut me open, I'd have to bear it and endure it. Fifth junior sister Zhao Yu's cultivation base was sealed by someone from the palace, before she was sent to the holy altar for a marriage alliance. Who's going to answer for that? Who's going to answer for the destruction of the fish dragon village? Duanmu asked. Everyone was surprised by Duanmu eloquence. After all, he was usually a man of few words. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, Lin Luo, did you hear that? It seemed he agreed with Duanmu words. This gave Lu Zhou's disciples a burst of confidence. After all, such a situation was unlikely to happen in the past. If they had spoken out of turn, they would have brought disaster upon themselves. Fan Xiuwen cupped his hands and said, I can't defy the palace's orders. Old senior, there's no need for you to lower yourself to the palace's level. No, you don't understand. Lu Zhou rose to his feet and began to descend the stairs with his hands on his back. This simple action caused Fan Xiuwen to stand up as well, clearly wary. At this moment, Fan Xiuwen's 4 subordinates felt slightly worried. Ji Tiandao was a villain known for his fiery temper and unpredictable mood swings. It would not surprise anyone if Ji Tiandao lost his temper at the slightest disagreement. Lu Zhou asked again, is the Black Knights responsible for the destruction of Fish Dragon Village? His knowing eyes were fixed on Fan Xiuwen. He held a deadly strike card in his hand and waited silently for the answer. His question echoed through the hall. When the weak and dazed Ji Tianqin heard this, her eyes widened. She looked at her master in disbelief, then at Fan Xiuwen standing opposite him. Her heart raced as she wondered, is there really another side to the Fish Dragon Village's story? The atmosphere grew tense and heavy. Fan Xiuwen did not answer Lu Zhou's question directly. Instead, he said, other tribes will never be allowed to exist in Great Yan's lands. There were too many of them at Measure Heaven River. As he spoke, he casually glanced at Yi Tianqin. This was as good as a direct admission. Fan Xiuwen was intelligent. He knew that arguing about the matter or denying the truth were meaningless in this situation. The evil Sky Pavilion would not have summoned him here without sufficient reason and proof. Upon hearing Fan Xiuwen's words, everyone exchanged glances. Did you tamper with the records in the palace and local archives? I did, Fan Xiuwen admitted without denial. There aren't many who have access to the palace's archives. Old senior, do you have an informant in the palace? Lu Zhou suddenly turned around, ignoring Fan Xiuwen's question. So, you were the one who slandered me? Ji Tiandao had done many bad things. However, even the evil deeds of his 9 disciples were often blamed on him by the people in the cultivation world. Over time, his infamy grew, and many blamed him for their own crimes. After all, he had already committed so many wicked deeds, what were a few more? As his crimes, whether committed by him or not, grew, he did not explain himself. After all, it would take too much of his time to clear his name. However, Lu Zhou could not tolerate such a situation. Fan Xiuwen quickly said, the Black Knights were only following orders. We aren't the masterminds behind this. Moreover, from what I know, the 6th disciple of Evil Sky Pavilion is a traitor. Why would you pit yourself against the palace for a mere traitor, old senior? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqin forced herself to stand. With her mortal body, she grabbed the sword carried by one of the female cultivators from Derived Moon Palace. Zing! The blade gleamed coldly as Yi Tianqin thrust the sword toward Fan Xiuwen. Bang! Fan Xiuwen did not move. His hands remained behind his back, as if he were a statue made of rock. The sword shattered upon impact. Everyone was shocked. Yi Tianqin's eyes were red. She said belligerently, "Who's the mastermind? Who is it?" Whoosh. Fan Xiuwen released a wave of energy that pushed Yi Tianqin away. Old Senior Ji, the Black Knights do not wish to become enemies with the evil Sky Pavilion. I've answered all your questions. As for the mastermind, forgive me for not being able to answer you. Since I've already conveyed the palace's message, it's up to you what you decide to do, Old Senior. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and strode toward the door. Seeing this, Fan Xiuwen's 4 subordinates stood up, cupped their hands together, and left with their leader. Fan Xiuwen took 2 steps forward before suddenly coming to a halt. However, as a junior, I have 2 pieces of advice for you, Old Senior. First, it's best not to go against the palace. After all, 10 years will pass in the blink of an eye. Second, although the Black Knights can't compare with the evil Sky Pavilion, we aren't pushovers either. We'll take our leave now. Since they had arrived at the evil Sky Pavilion, they had been constantly disregarded and disrespected. They had never been treated this way before. They had to forsake their pride and dignity here. Even Fan Xiuwen had acted humbly. However, after listening to Fan Xiuwen's parting words, they felt extremely refreshed. The knots in their hearts seemed to vanish with his words. They found his statement appropriate. After all, it was true that the Black Knights were no pushovers. Before the 5 visitors could leave the pavilion, Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said in a deceptively calm voice, "Did I give you permission to leave?" Fan Xiuwen stopped in his tracks, his heart skipping a beat. "When I summoned you here, I had no intention of letting you leave." Lu Zhou waved his hand. Duan Muxing and Mingshi had been itching for action, thinking their master would avoid conflict. After all, the Black Knights were sent by the palace. Duan Muxing and Mingshi were not individuals who lacked understanding like Sui Xinchan. They really did not expect the old man to be so unyielding. Whoosh! Whoosh! Mingshi and Duan Muxing shot out immediately. Fan Xiuwen turned around slowly and said, "Do you really want to do this, for the sake of a traitor?" Lu Zhou replied flippantly, "I'll punish the traitor in due time. This is no place for you to give me orders. Tell me the mastermind behind the incident, and I'll leave your corpse intact." Realization dawned on Fan Xiuwen. He returned to his seat, cupped his hands, and called out, "4 Dark Knights." "Yes, my lord," the 4 Dark Knights answered in unison. "Since the evil Sky Pavilion wants to witness the strength of the Black Knights, we'll grant them their wish." BZZT. 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 4 buzzes rang in the air, and 2 3-leaf and 2 2-leaf golden lotus avatars appeared. The avatars, each 30 to 40 feet tall, towered above the others, exuding an intimidating aura. The others looked at the 4 avatars in shock. However, Lu Zhou was not surprised. The great leader of the Black Knights, once at the top of the blacklist, naturally had some tricks up his sleeves. Since he was bold enough to come, it meant he was confident in his and his men's strength. The 4 Dark Knights were all nascent divinity tribulation realm experts. Fan Xiuwen placed his hands on his back and said, "I stand by my words. I don't wish to become enemies with the evil Sky Pavilion." His words grated on the ears of the listeners. This was a prime example of advancing by taking a step back. He kept saying he did not want to oppose the evil Sky Pavilion, but his actions contradicted his words. Even Yi Tianqin, the evil Sky Pavilion's traitor, was angered when she heard Fan Xiuwen's words. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was considering his options. Little Yuaner could do nothing against the 4 nascent divinity tribulation realm experts. Mingshi and Duan Muxing could each handle a knight, leaving him to face 2 knights and Fan Xiuwen, the leader of the Black Knights, whose cultivation base was profound. Naturally, he could use a deadly strike card to eliminate Fan Xiuwen immediately, but he had yet to uncover the true mastermind behind the Fish Dragon Village incident. Moreover, if he killed Fan Xiuwen, his remaining item cards were not enough to deal with the remaining 4 knights. Although he had merit points to spare to acquire more deadly strike cards, he wanted to conserve as many merit points as possible. After all, merit points were hard to come by. While Lu Zhou was deep in thought, one of the 4 black knights began to provoke Mingshi. "Since you killed our men, I've been itching to spar with you." Mingshi had just recently broken through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm, so he was slightly flustered and took several steps backward. He tapped the ground with the tips of his feet and leaped backward at an angle. This black knight was extremely confident and intended to defeat Mingshi on his own. "Stand back. We, black knights, do not need to resort to strength in numbers." The dark knights were pleased with this development. The two then fought fiercely, leaving the hall and carrying the fight to a distance. Lu Zhou thought this was for the best. Although Mingshi avatar had no leaves yet, he had been suppressed for an extended period before breaking through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Similar to Duanmuxing, Mingshi could be considered well prepared. Moreover, battles like these would help with their growth. With Mingshi craftiness, he would definitely flee if he could not defeat his opponent. There was no need for Lu Zhou to worry about Mingshi safety. On the other hand, Duanmuxing reacted differently. He said in a deep voice, "One isn't enough. 2 of you can come at me at once." He brandished his overlord spear, causing the chains to clank loudly. Fan Xiuwen turned slightly to look at Duanmuxing. "A heaven-grade weapon?" The heaven-grade weapon, the overlord spear, seemed exceptionally majestic in Duanmuxing's hands. The dragon coiled itself from the base of the spear's shaft to its tip. Duanmuxing grabbed the dragon's tail and head simultaneously, shaking the spear. Powerful and terrifying primal chi immediately surged from the overlord spear. Without giving his opponents time to think, he charged toward one of the Dark Knights. The Dark Knight moved his avatar to parry Duanmuxing's blows. However, the gap between someone who possessed a heaven-grade weapon and someone who did not was quite wide, a well-known fact in the cultivation world. The energy from the heaven-grade weapon significantly enhanced Duanmuxing's strength. A skilled weapon user could also achieve a breakthrough in their avatar with a heaven-grade weapon. However, without the avatar, the advantage of the nascent divinity tribulation realm would be lost. Bang! 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 Duanmuxing thrust the overlord spear mercilessly. At that moment, the spear resembled a dragon, and it seemed he was overwhelming his opponent. As the battle dragged on, he fought more valiantly. It wasn't long before he and his opponent took their fight outside the Great Hall. "I'll go." The third Dark Knight sensed something amiss and quickly decided to join the fray, making it a 2-on-1 battle. With a heaven-grade weapon, Duanmuxing could face off against a 2-leaf avatar and a 3-leaf avatar simultaneously. He had been fiercely suppressing his opponent earlier. However, the addition of another opponent naturally increased the pressure on him. The two Dark Knights worked together, sending powerful waves of energy at Duanmuxing. Raising the overlord spear before him and wrapping it in his chains, Duanmuxing was forced to retreat swiftly, sliding across the ground on his feet. Shrouded in his energy, he created 2 long, narrow ditches as he slid across the ground. The others watched with their mouths agape. After all, Duanmuxing didn't seem like someone who had just recently broken through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm. He seemed more like someone who had been in this realm for a long time. He wielded his spear skillfully, and every time he unleashed the scorching field 100 strikes and 1,000 layers of waves, he left 100 afterimages of his spear in his wake. One could see how terrifying a heaven-grade weapon was. This was why many cultivators coveted heaven-grade weapons. Fan Xiuwen couldn't help but clap and praised. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed a leafless disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion could hold his own against 2 opponents." At that moment, the remaining Dark Knight at his side said softly, "Leader, I wish to join the battle as well." Fan Xiuwen raised a hand but didn't reply. Instead, he turned and looked at Lu Zhou, who stood with a calm expression on his face. The four Dark Knights are in the nascent divinity tribulation realm and rarely display their strength. The one sparring with Mingshi is Old First, Qing Zhonghe. The ones sparring with Duan Muxing are Old Second, Yu Zhong, and Old Fourth, Duan Yanhong. The remaining knight is Old Third, Li Qing. He's an archer with great precision. Fan Xiuwen had deliberately mentioned Li Qing's precision with arrows, implying that Li Qing was not a melee combatant and could join the battle at any moment. Fan Xiuwen continued, "It's extremely rare to encounter a heaven-grade weapon. Li Qing isn't as fortunate. All he has is the Earth-grade Master Bow. However, with this bow, he can hit everything within his range of vision with 100% precision." At that moment, Li Qing's Master Bow resonated with his avatar and flew into his hand. Fan Xiuwen cupped his hands at Lu Zhou again and said, "I'll say it again." However, before he could finish his sentence, a loud buzz interrupted from outside the great hall. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. Zhou Jifeng exclaimed in surprise, "An avatar is sprouting leaves." When an avatar sprouted leaves, it would immediately grow, increasing its height, coverage, aura, and primal chi intake. Mr. Third is truly talented, sprouting a leaf in the midst of battle. Sprouting a leaf meant a significant improvement in one's cultivation base. At the same moment, they heard Duan Muxing's cry. The Overlord's spear thrust upward, and Duan Muxing's clothes were torn to shreds, revealing his tall, sturdy, and muscular body. He extended his arm, and his chains were pulled taut. His energy surged outward, displaying the power of a cultivator who had sprouted a leaf. The Dark Knights, Old Second and Old Fourth, had to step back slightly. The Overlord's spear moved down at lightning speed, its tip slicing through the chains. Clang! Clang! The chains were broken. At that moment, Duan Muxing, holding the Overlord's spear with his large hands, seemed like an extremely dangerous beast. "Feel the power of my spear." The three combatants were once again locked in battle, fiercer than before. Lu Zhou did not expect Duan Muxing to have a breakthrough at this moment. He nodded in satisfaction. Fan Xiuwen waved his hand. His meaning was clear. "Roger." The skilled archer, Li Qing, raised his hand and wielded the Master Bow. His primal chi and energy surged. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said coldly, "I really despise those who sneak up on others the most." He raised his right hand and aimed it forward. Fragments of a miniature card seemed to form a cyclone in his palm. Whoosh! The primal chi in the surroundings was instantly absorbed by the cyclone. Lu Zhou gently tossed the object in his hand. Target, skilled archer, Li Qing. Upon seeing this, Fan Xiuwen panicked. He cried out, "Dodge it." He did not expect Lu Zhou to make a move at this moment. He assumed Lu Zhou would only continue to observe the battles. At that moment, a massive hand seal appeared in the air. Great Seal of Fearlessness. The Great Seal of Fearlessness made everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion feel safe and fearless. Fan Xiuwen could sense the danger from this seal. He quickly sent Li Qing flying away with a palm strike. Li Qing tightened his grip on his bow as he flew out of the great hall. Only the Great Seal of Fearlessness continued to shoot forward, picking up speed. Fan Xiuwen attempted to forcefully block it with his vast energy. Bang! "It's futile," Lu Zhou shook his head. Everyone was tongue-tied. They watched as the Great Seal of Fearlessness sailed toward Li Qing. This was somewhat similar to when Kong Xian was killed with a single strike on the Holy Altar. The difference was that Kong Xian was killed by the Great Vajra Wilhan Seal. The Great Seal of Fearlessness was not only big but fast as well. Li Qing froze midair. He held the Master Bow in his left hand, pulling the bowstring taut with his right before forming an arrow of energy. His actions demonstrated his skill, his movements were natural and precise. Unfortunately, there was no stopping the Great Seal of Fearlessness. Li Qing's arrow left only minor ripples on the seal before disappearing, as though absorbed by it. How is that possible? Li Qing's eyes widened. The confidence in his gaze was replaced with fear and despair. The seal's dense, scorching energy, like magma, struck Li Qing's body. No one could clearly see how Li Qing was defeated. The great seal of fearlessness had blocked their view. They only saw the seal appear, shoot out, and vanish. The spot in the air where Li Qing had stood was now empty. He was nowhere to be seen. The air seemed to have stilled at that moment. Fan Xiuwen did not have time to activate his avatar to rescue his subordinate. Li Qing was one of his most loyal and helpful subordinates. How could he lose him like this? His attempt to block and stop the seal with his energy had no effect. He could only watch helplessly as the seal flew toward his subordinate. This feeling of powerlessness and helplessness shook him deeply. It seemed that Ji Tiandao, the master of Evil Sky Pavilion and his former opponent, had grown stronger. He was stunned and found this difficult to accept. At that moment, the sounds of Duanmuxing and the two Dark Knights' battle reached everyone's ears. Is this the true strength of Evil Sky Pavilion? Yet, the approaching limit of my lifespan, the deterioration of my cultivation base. Fan Xiuwen was perplexed. He killed Li Qing, a skilled archer in the nascent divinity tribulation realm, with just a strike. It seems Ji Tiandao's strength is still at its peak. Master, your strength is peerless and amazing. Little Yuaner exclaimed in surprise, clapping her hands and shattering the silence in the great hall. She pointed at Fan Xiuwen and said, Master, there's someone else you missed. Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong were awestruck. Though they were not as shocked as Fan Xiuwen, they had witnessed more unbelievable scenes before. The nine-leaf avatar, Ji Tiandao's seemingly endless ultimate techniques, and his peak strength were more terrifying and shocking compared to the great seal of fearlessness. Yi Tianqin, on the other hand, took a step back. Her frail body made it difficult for her to stand, so she took a seat on the chair. If her subordinates did not support her, no one else would have helped her, as they did not want to go near her. Fan Xiuwen's expression was indiscernible under his black mask. However, his silence and straight back seemed to show he was furious and unresigned. After a while, he said through gritted teeth, I won't hold you accountable for killing the other Black Knights. However, anyone who touches the 4 Dark Knights is my enemy. Everyone could clearly see the 180-degree change in Fan Xiuwen's demeanor. He no longer spoke respectfully and did not address Lu Zhou with a respectful term as he had before, instead calling him you. This clearly showed how angry he was. Lu Zhou continued to look at the battles taking place outside the Great Hall. Duanmuxing fought valiantly as the battle dragged on. His affinity with the Overlord Spear had increased as well. Earlier, the 2 Dark Knights had the upper hand, but they were gradually being pushed back. At this moment, they seemed evenly matched, and it was clear that Duanmuxing would emerge victorious in the end. As for Mingshi, Lu Zhou was not worried in the least. Among the 4 Dark Knights, Qin Zhonghe, or Old First, had the shortest end of the stick. After all, Golden Court Mountain was the Evil Sky Pavilion's territory, and the barrier was usually up. With their master's restrictions, the disciples dared not wander out of bounds. They spent their days exploring the mountain and knew every nook and cranny like the back of their hands. Lu Zhou knew Mingshi intended to toy with his opponent by using his familiarity with the terrain to his advantage. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked at Fan Xiuwen. Lung Luo, in the end, you've overestimated yourself. Fan Xiuwen balled his hands into fists, and his primal chi grew agitated. The others took a step back, knowing Fan Xiuwen was about to make a move. If the Evil Sky Pavilion doesn't take responsibility for Li Qing's death and give us an explanation, my brothers in the Black Knights and the palace will never let this matter go. With each word, Fan Xiuwen's energy spiked, growing stronger and denser. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou remained calm as usual. He did not attack Fan Xiuwen immediately. He wanted to see what his former opponent, once on top of the blacklist, had up his sleeve. He wanted to know why Fan Xiuwen was so confident about coming here. At this moment, Fan Xiuwen's primal chi surged out in all directions, and a colossal avatar appeared. If the Evil Sky Pavilion's structure was not stable or protected by special formations, the avatar's appearance would have caused the pavilion to collapse. E8 leaf. Zhou Jifeng frowned slightly appalled. If they had not personally seen Lu Zhou's 9-leaf avatar, they would have been even more afraid. Even among 8-leaf avatars, there was a difference in strength. Ji Tiandao had possessed an 8-leaf avatar 300 years ago, when he was at the top of the blacklist. Now, he had a 9-leaf avatar. Lu Zhou continued stroking his beard, not considering Fan Xiuwen a threat at all. He said flippantly, "Leng Luo, is this all you've got?" Fan Xiuwen spoke in a deep voice, "A few centuries ago, we were evenly matched. I don't think I'll be able to defeat you now, but it'll still end in a draw." As soon as he finished speaking, he began to move, filling the room with his afterimages. Everyone stumbled backward. Fan Xiuwen's target, Lu Zhou, the master of the evil sky pavilion, stood his ground. He flicked his sleeve, and a great net woven from energy seals shot out, shielding him. He thought to himself as he stroked his beard, Dao invisibility technique? He had thought he would have to waste an impeccable card, but it seemed the binding cage card would suffice. The success rate is 30%. Will it hit him? Well, even if it doesn't hit him, it's still enough to distract and repel him, right? The net glittered with golden radiance and expanded. What's this technique? Everyone was shocked by this never-before-seen sight. There was no technique in Great Yen that resembled this. Fan Xiuwen shouted, "Aren't you overestimating yourself? You think this is enough to stop an 8-leaf avatar's Dao invisibility technique?" Whoosh! 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 Fan Xiuwen moved at lightning speed toward the net. 10 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Clang! Before Fan Xiuwen reached Lu Zhou, the net suddenly dropped to the floor, and a large cage, glowing with a golden brilliance, appeared, taking up most of the great hall. Bam! Fan Xiuwen, using the Dao invisibility technique, charged into the cage, unable to stop his momentum. Ding! Captured an 8-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm expert. Rewarded with 200 merit points. The binding cage had landed. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, nodding. Well, its name does include the word cage. It can't only be a net. This item is more useful than I expected. He wondered how many merit points he would receive if he killed an 8-leaf target. Capturing the target earned him fewer points, compared to capturing a disciple of the evil sky pavilion. If the binding cage card had not captured Fan Xiuwen, he would have incurred a loss. Fan Xiuwen rammed against the thin bars of the cage, formed by special energy, trying to free himself. Lu Zhou stood with his hands behind his back and asked, "Leng Luo, I'll ask you again. Who's the mastermind behind the Fish Dragon Village incident?" At the same time, the cage began to shrink. Initially, it had occupied almost the entire space of the Great Hall, but now it was contracting toward the center. Fan Xiuwen retreated but didn't answer Lu Zhou's question. He looked around the cage before saying in a deep voice, "You think you can keep me here? You think you can keep me here?" Fan Xiuwen's words were filled with confidence. After all, every 8-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator was confident in their own strength. The four-walled cage formed a square matrix and continued to shrink. Fan Xiuwen took 3 steps back, raised his arms in front of him, and began making hand seals. Lu Zhou nodded slightly in approval. The Dao invisibility grand technique? This was a good opportunity for him to test the binding cage's ability. Could the cage withstand the grand technique? In an instant, Fan Xiuwen completed the hand seals. As soon as he finished, a surge of energy burst from him. Bang! The cage continued to shrink. Bang! 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 Countless afterimages ricocheted off the cage's inner walls, as if a frenzied beast was rampaging inside. The movements were too fast for the average eye to follow. However, cultivators could still catch glimpses of his movements, though not clearly. This demonstrated Fan Xiuwen's extraordinary strength. The banging noise continued to echo in the Great Hall, but even with the grand technique, Fan Xiuwen failed to escape the binding cage. Lu Zhou shook his head. You can only blame yourself for being unlucky. The capture rate is only 30%, and yet, you still got caught. After a while, the noise grated on his ears. He called out, "Shrink." With the simple command, the binding cage shrank at an amazing speed. Crack! Fan Xiuwen's armor and mask shattered, revealing his face. The cage had now shrunk to the point where it was binding his body. Lu Zhou glanced at Fan Xiuwen indifferently before averting his eyes to the distance. Fan Xiuwen's face was disfigured, making him look terrifying. Well, as the saying goes, one who frequently travels along the river finds it hard to keep their shoes dry. Fan Xiuwen had committed all sorts of evil deeds 300 years ago, so it was not surprising that he bore these scars. After that, he had taken a completely different path from Jitian Dao. It was ironic to see him in this state. Lu Zhou said, "From the very beginning until the end, you've overestimated yourself." At this point, Fan Xiuwen had given up on struggling. He could sense that the cage was not only locking him in place, but also affecting his cultivation base. He tried to circulate the primal qi in his Dantian sea of qi, but to no avail. He did not even consider breaking free using his physical strength. He looked at Lu Zhou, clearly unwilling to accept his defeat. Lu Zhou seemed unbothered by the events, as though everything had gone according to his plan, which it did. "Oh, old senior, what is it that you want?" Fan Xiuwen was puzzled. The evil sky pavilion's strength had truly exceeded his expectations. Everything that happened today was out of his expectations. Lu Zhou asked coldly, "Who's the mastermind behind the Fish Dragon Village incident?" Fan Xiuwen could not believe that this all-powerful old villain would offend the Black Knights and the important people in the palace for a traitor. He coughed and turned away. Lu Zhou did not mind. He said, "I have time on my side." "Time?" Fan Xiuwen chuckled. 15 years. I'll give you 15 years, at most. After that, who will remember you? Little Yuana raised her hand and retorted, "I will." Fan Xiuwen looked at the girl speechlessly. Lu Zhou only said, "That's not important. Old senior, it's pointless to kill me. Everyone who joined the Black Knights is prepared to lose their lives. Even if you kill all of us, you won't get anything from us." Stubborn. Lu Zhou shook his head slightly. After that, he no longer bothered with Fan Xiuwen. After all, Fan Xiuwen had spent 300 years in the Black Knights, more than enough time to grow resilient and keep his mouth shut. Someone like Fan Xiuwen could not be swayed by the threat of death. In any case, Lu Zhou was not in a hurry. Since the people in this land thought he only had another decade or so to live, he would do his best to live a long and good life, to spite them. Outside the Great Hall, Duanmuxing seemed to have transformed into another person after sprouting a leaf. His primal qi was overpowering, and his movements were fierce and harsh. Despite this, his mind was sharp, and he always managed to evade the two Dark Knights' attacks before they landed on him. The three-way battle was intense. Even the limestone flooring of the plaza outside the Great Hall was completely ruined. However, this was not the time to be concerned about such things. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and calmly observed the battle. The trio was firmly locked in combat. After a while, he said in a deep voice, "Too slow." His voice, suffused with primal qi, reached Duanmuxing's ears. Duanmuxing understood his master's meaning. As he moved, his speed suddenly increased greatly. At this moment, the overlord spear he wielded could no longer be seen. After images appeared everywhere. The two Dark Knights were slightly taken aback. After the drawn-out battle, it would be difficult for them to maintain their speed and strength. However, not only did Duanmuxing maintain his speed and strength, but it seemed as though they had increased as well. What a monster! Lu Zhou pointed at the ongoing fight and said, "Lin Luo, not only did you overestimate yourself, but you truly underestimated the evil Sky Pavilion as well." It was clear that Duanmuxing was quickly gaining the upper hand. The two Dark Knights suddenly felt the pressure on them increasing dramatically as thousands of spear after images shot toward them. The attacks seemed to be unaffected by their energies and the protection from their avatars. If the Overlord Spear's full potential were unleashed, it could even break avatars. The two Dark Knights began to buckle under the pressure and retreated with their avatars. Impossible. How could a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator, who had just sprouted a leaf, pressure a 2-leaf and 3-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator at the same time? When Duan Muxing leaped up, Lu Zhou said to him, "When are you going to use your strongest technique if not now?" The strongest technique of a cultivation method was called a grand technique. A grand technique would drain a significant amount of one's primal qi. Therefore, cultivators would not recklessly cast their grand techniques. However, Duan Muxing seemed like a machine filled with unlimited primal qi. He did not show any signs of slowing down. After listening to his master's words, he was filled with confidence. He brandished his Overlord Spear, recalling Lu Zhou's demonstration of a grand technique. The spear and the sword were merely different means to the same end. He cried out, "Imperfect divine intervention." Instantly, countless spear shadows appeared and descended. Retreat. The two Dark Knights swiftly fell back. However, it was too late. Bang! 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 The Overlord Spear breached the protective energies of the two Dark Knights. Simultaneously, spear shadows thrust at them from all sides. With two swift jabs, they were sent flying. Crash! The two Dark Knights landed on the damaged limestone floor, blood flowing from the wounds on their shoulders. As they pressed their hands to their shoulders to stop the bleeding, they looked at Duan Muxing in fear. They had been overwhelmingly defeated. There was no backhanded scheme or sneak attack, Duan Muxing had defeated them fairly. Lu Zhou's expression remained calm. He stroked his beard and nodded. With the victory, Duan Muxing's confidence soared. He was ecstatic. He fell to one knee, cupped his hands together, and said, "Thank you for the instructions, Master. I'm glad I didn't fail you and managed to defeat these two." He pointed the Overlord Spear at Yucheng and Duan Yanhong, worried they might escape. Fan Xiuwen gripped the bars of the cage, his eyes filled with disbelief. "There's one more," Lu Zhou said coldly. Fan Xiuwen gulped. His initial confidence and bravado had been shattered by the continuous blows. "This subordinate is useless. This subordinate is useless." Yu Zhong and Duan Yanhong cried out in unison, their faces filled with shame. Upon hearing this, little Yuan spoke up, "There's no need to call yourself useless. Since you're defeated by my master, you can brag about it in the future." Duan Muxing scratched his head. "Wasn't I the one who defeated them?" When little Yuan mentioned the Overlord Spear, the others were filled with envy. After all, the highlight of the battle was the Overlord Spear. The two Dark Knights, Yucheng and Duan Yanhong, accepted their defeat gracefully. They had, after all, been beaten by a monster like Duan Muxing. Moreover, he was armed with a heaven-grade weapon. Duan Muxing nodded. "You're right, little junior sister. My imperfect divine intervention is a far cry from master strength. Without the Overlord Spear, I wouldn't have been able to defeat those two." Yucheng and Duan Yanhong looked up with great difficulty. When they saw the bound Fan Xiuwen, they looked frightened. Why was the leader of the Black Knights, with an 8-leaf avatar, powerless to fight back? At the very least, they had fought fiercely with their 2- and 3-leaf avatars, even though they were defeated in the end. With their leader's cultivation base, he should have been able to fight Dao for 3 days and 3 nights before the outcome was clear. They couldn't be blamed for not knowing what had happened in the Hall of Evil Sky Pavilion, as they were engrossed in their battle. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou stood inside the Great Hall as though it were just another normal day. He looked at Yucheng and Duan Yanhong and said coldly, "Seal their cultivation bases." Understood, Duan Muxing cupped his hands together. At this moment, Pan Zhong stepped forward and said, "Leave this to me. I'm an expert in this." A cultivator's cultivation base essentially circulates primal qi from their Dantian sea of qi through their 8 extraordinary meridians. The conventional method of sealing the 8 meridians isn't as easy as it looks. Many cunning individuals tweak their dantians to unblock their sealed meridians. Lu Zhou stood with his hands behind his back, nodded, and said, "Indeed, the Clarity Sect's meridian sealing technique has its unique strengths." Pan Zhong felt even more motivated when he heard Lu Zhou's praise. Yu Chong glared at Pan Zhong and said, "The Clarity Sect is a prestigious sect of the Noble Path. How can the sect have a traitor like you?" These words hit Pan Zhong's sore spot. "Shut up, loser." He moved quickly and cast his meridian sealing technique. Duan Muxing stood to the side, holding the Overlord spear upside down, and kept a close eye on the 2 dark knights. If they made any sudden movements, he would instantly turn them into 2 lifeless souls. It didn't take long for Pan Zhong to seal Yu Chong and Duan Yanhong's cultivation bases. As a Divine Court realm cultivator, he nearly drained all his energy sealing the cultivation bases of 2 nascent Divinity Tribulation realm elites. He had no primal chi left at this moment. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, he cupped his hands and said, "Pavilion Master, I've sealed their 8 meridians. No one can unblock them except me." Lu Zhou merely waved his hand, and Pan Zhong returned to his spot. Then, Lu Zhou said, "Lock them up and keep them under constant supervision." Even with their cultivation bases sealed, he wanted someone to keep an eye on them at all times. While it was good for Pan Zhong to feel confident, being overconfident could lead to complacency. Understood. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng stepped forward to take the 2 away. Without their cultivation bases, they were like meat on a chopping board. Lu Zhou returned to his throne in the Great Hall. He sat down slowly and called out, "Yi Tianqin." Yi Tianqin shuddered. Perhaps due to her weakened state, she seemed to be in great pain. When Lu Zhou called her name, she got off the chair and fell to her knees. She said emotionally, "Master." Lu Zhou shook his head with an indifferent expression, ignoring Yi Tianqin. Instead, he looked at Fan Xiuwen and said, "Lin Luo, I've given you many chances. Since you don't cherish them, don't blame me for being cruel." Fan Xiuwen forced himself to stand up. The binding cage restrained him like a band-tightening spell. He said, "Old senior, there's no need to waste your breath. Since I've been defeated, I deserve to die." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "A person with an 8-leaf avatar is willing to keep a secret for someone in the palace. Is this person worth throwing your life away?" At this point, he didn't think he would be able to discover the mastermind's identity. It must be one hell of a secret for an elite with an 8-leaf avatar to guard it with his life. He would have to find another way to investigate this matter. Fan Xiuwen said, "At this point, it's meaningless to exchange any words." Lu Zhou shook his head. His manner remained as cold as ever. At this moment, a system notification suddenly popped up. Ding! Mingshi has killed a target in the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm. Rewarded 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhou did not show any emotion when he heard this. He only shook his head and said, "The Dark Knight, Qin Zhonghe, do you think he's still alive?" Fan Xiuwen thought Lu Zhou was trying to attack him psychologically. He turned away with a scoff. Qin Zhonghe is highly skilled. Although Mingshi is very powerful, he shouldn't have left the Great Hall. The wider the space, the more advantageous it is for Qin Zhonghe. You've killed Li Qing, and Qin Zhonghe will kill Mingshi. I guess we're even now. Little Yuaner could not stand to hear these words and cursed instantly, **t. Anyone can brag. Brag? Fan Xiuwen chuckled, then said in his hoarse voice, "Little girl, the evil sky pavilion is indeed very powerful, but it has turned you into a frog in the well. When I traveled freely under the heavens many years ago, even your master couldn't stop me. Why are you glaring at me?" Little Yuaner turned away huffily and suddenly looked outside the Great Hall. Although Fan Xiuwen was restrained by the binding cage, it did not stop him from turning his head when he noticed Duan Muxing, Yi Tianqin, and the female cultivators from the derived Moon Palace were also looking outside the Great Hall. Mingshi had appeared at the entrance, the light shining on him as he slowly walked in. It was clear that he was in a battered state, his robe stained red with blood. He held a short knife in his right hand, still dripping with blood. Seeing this, Fan Xiuwen frowned, and his heart began to race. He wanted to make a move, but the tip of the Overlord's spear suddenly appeared in his line of sight. "If you want to die, one thrust from the spear is all it takes to kill you," Mingshi said threateningly. At this moment, Mingshi walked into the great hall, looking slightly exhausted. However, a hint of glee was visible on his face, clearly pleased by his victory. He placed the knife on the floor and said, "I didn't kill Qin Zhonghe on purpose. He was hiding a top Earth-grade weapon. I had no choice but to kill him in self-defense." Fan Xiuwen's eye twitched uncontrollably. He had thought Qin Zhonghe's victory was certain. After all, Mingshi had no weapon, and his avatar had not sprouted any leaves yet. On the other hand, Qin Zhonghe was the Dark Knight with the most profound cultivation base. He had a peaked three-leaf avatar and possessed an Earth-grade weapon. Fan Xiuwen began to cough violently, unable to accept this outcome. His surging qi and blood brought him unbearable pain. The female cultivators from the derived Moon Palace were greatly shocked. They did not know the evil Sky Pavilion was this powerful. The derived Moon Palace seemed insignificant in comparison. After listening to Mingshi report, Lu Zhou offered a small praise. "Not bad." Mingshi was delighted to hear this. His expression brightened as he said, "Master, this Earth-grade weapon is extremely precious. I would like to refine it." Fan Xiuwen roared, "You dare?" Little Yuaner quickly retorted, "Really? Trying to intimidate us at this stage?" Qin Zhonghe, were he to learn that his weapon was going to be refined, would turn in his grave. However, Mingshi could not have cared less about these things. "I ask for your permission, Master." How could Fan Xiuwen not feel furious? These people wanted to refine his deceased subordinate's weapon. However, as the defeated party, he had no say. If he had been defeated by those from the noble path, he could have mocked them. However, this was the evil Sky Pavilion. Even if Mingshi ripped out Qin Zhonghe's tendons and bones, there was nothing Fan Xiuwen could do. He could only glare at them helplessly. He tried to circulate his primal qi again, but discovered his dantian was still empty. Fan Xiuwen was a knowledgeable man, well-traveled and familiar with various cultivation methods and techniques from different sections. However, this was his first time encountering the binding cage technique. The more unfamiliar he was with something, the harder it was for him to defend against it. Lu Zhou sat upright on his throne, looking at the knife. Finally, he said emotionlessly, "Bring it to me." "Yes, Master," Mingshi replied, inwardly delighted. He picked up the precious knife with both hands, presented it to Lu Zhou reverently, and then obediently retreated to the side. Heaven-grade weapons were extremely rare. Many cultivators would never encounter one in their entire lives. Moreover, even if they possessed a heaven-grade weapon, if their cultivation base was not at least in the nascent divinity tribulation realm, they would not dare to reveal it. After all, it would be difficult to guard against stronger cultivators who coveted such weapons. Therefore, many cultivators were content with possessing a top Earth-grade weapon, which could be tempered and refined into a heaven-grade weapon in the future. However, refining a weapon was extremely challenging and required several decades of dedication. Even then, many cultivators were willing to try it, as the allure of a heaven-grade weapon was too strong. Lu Zhou picked up the knife and appraised it. The knife's design was not the best, in fact, it was slightly on the uglier side. He raised his right hand, and Unnamed appeared in it as if out of thin air. He used Unnamed to slash across the knife. Everyone else was stunned and baffled by Lu Zhou's action. From their perspective, it only seemed like Lu Zhou had drawn his finger across the knife. After all, the knife was a top Earth-grade weapon, and they found it preposterous that Lu Zhou was trying to break it with his bare hands. Although they all shared the same thought, none of them dared to voice it. Fan Xiuwen said in his deep voice, as expected of a villain, coveting the possession of a dead man. How do you sleep at night? Mingshi rolled his eyes and replied, if we lived by your standards, those who fight over weapons in the cultivation world wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Fan Xiuwen could not retort. It was indeed common for people to fight over weapons. Lu Zhou shook his head after inspecting the weapon. Previously, when he had used Unnamed against the male and female twin swords, the twin swords had been unscathed. Now, this peak Earth-grade weapon was also unaffected by Unnamed. Did this mean Unnamed was not even at the Earth-grade level? Lu Zhou tossed the knife away, and Mingshi caught it immediately. Mingshi was delighted. However, as soon as he caught the knife, he heard a soft crack. A fine crack appeared on the knife, and it was not long before it snapped into two and fell to the ground. Mingshi stood as still as a wooden chicken, his eyes fixed on the broken knife with a stunned expression. The knife had been cleanly sliced through, like tofu. Fan Xiuwen frowned. Although Lu Zhou's face remained calm, he was inwardly shocked. It seemed that Unnamed was stronger than a peak Earth-grade weapon. It was highly likely that Unnamed was a Heaven-grade weapon. A Heaven-grade weapon that could transform into different forms was undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Mingshi stunned expression quickly turned bitter. He had endured great hardships to obtain this weapon, only for his master to break it with his bare hands. He lamented inwardly, Master, wasn't I diligent enough? Finally, Lu Zhou said, an Earth-grade weapon is not worthy to enter my evil sky pavilion. Mingshi was left speechless. An Earth-grade weapon. Did this mean there were better weapons in the evil sky pavilion? Little Yuan giggled and said, Fourth senior brother, look at the weapon in third senior brother's hands. It's the Overlord spear. Isn't it amazing? Third senior brother fought against two opponents with that weapon. Mingshi turned to look at the Overlord spear in Duanmu-Xing's hands. The spear, with its dragon-carved shaft, exuded a sophisticated aura. He recalled the time when the 10 elites besieged Golden Court Mountain, and he had urged Duanmu-Xing to leave, but Duanmu-Xing refused to go because the Overlord spear was there. He never expected his master to give such a precious weapon to Duanmu-Xing. His heart ached as he thought about how unfair it was. Compared to a Heaven-grade weapon, a peak Earth-grade weapon truly seemed like trash. Master, your majestic power knows no bounds. This garbage can't even withstand one hit from you. It's clearly a crude weapon. Mingshi finally said, kicking the broken knife away. After kicking the knife, he smiled ingratiatingly and asked, Master, when will I be able to possess a weapon suitable for me? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, carry out your duties well. Mingshi was greatly delighted by these words. They were equivalent to a promise that he would be given a heavenly-grade weapon. Although his master did not specify when he would receive the weapon, his master was a man of his word. Without hesitation, he fell to his knees and kowtowed sincerely. Thank you, Master. I'll continue to work hard and won't let you down. Loyalty plus 2%. Lu Zhou nodded lightly. This was much better compared to when he had just transmigrated here. Mingshi loyalty was much more stable than before. As expected, it was difficult to earn someone's loyalty through intimidation and brute force alone. At that moment, two female cultivators from Derived Moon Palace cried out in unison. Palace Master! Palace Master, are you all right? The two female cultivators from Derived Moon Palace helped the unconscious Yi Tianqing to her feet. Little Yuan quickly ran over and briefly examined Yi Tianqing. She's fine. You'll frighten my master with all this fuss. Mingshi was speechless. Little junior sister mentions master at every opportunity. I certainly can't compare to her. Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, lock her in the South Pavilion so she can continue reflecting on her actions. Yes, Master. Little Yuan led Yi Tianqing and the two female cultivators from Derived Moon Palace out of the Evil Sky Pavilion's Great Hall. At the same time, Lu Zhou noticed that Yi Tianqing's hatred was decreasing rapidly. It seemed her resentment from the incident in Fish Dragon Village was fading. Initially, he only wanted Fan Xiuwen to explain the reason behind the incident. However, Fan Xiuwen's stubborn refusal to disclose the details only piqued his interest. Moreover, this matter was likely connected to his missing memories. After a moment's thought, he said indifferently, "Seal his cultivation base and lock him up." "Yes, master." Duan Muxing grabbed Fan Xiuwen's shoulder. Bound by the binding cage spell, Fan Xiuwen was carried out of the Great Hall by Duan Muxing with one arm. Since Lu Zhou was not sure how long the binding cage card would last, he quickly ordered his disciple to seal Fan Xiuwen's cultivation base. He had time and various methods at his disposal to make Fan Xiuwen talk. As Lu Zhou was still lost in thought, a female cultivator entered the Great Hall. "Pavilion Master, the Black Knights at the foot of the mountain are causing a disturbance, refusing to leave." It was no surprise that the Black Knights were not leaving, given their leader, Fan Xiuwen, had been captured. Considering the palace's connection to them, Lu Zhou said nonchalantly, "Fan Xiuwen is staying in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Tell those who have no business here to leave." He had used the word staying to imply that Fan Xiuwen was still alive. The female cultivator looked at Lu Zhou timidly and asked, "But what if they still refuse to leave?" "Leave it to Mingshi," he replied. "Understood. I'll inform Mr. Forth about this." At the foot of Golden Court Mountain, several hundred meters beyond the barrier, dozens of Black Knights were looking up at the Evil Sky Pavilion. Due to the barrier, they could only stamp their feet in frustrated helplessness. Meanwhile, hidden nearby in the forest, an elegant man dressed in green robes was silently observing the scene. A person dressed in black stood behind him. The black-clad figure asked respectfully, "Senior, are we going to attack these people?" The green-clad swordsman did not look at the black-clad man standing behind him. A smile bloomed on his face as he said, "Tell your sect master that I have no intention of taking lives today. Tell him I'm sorry." For some reason, when the black-clad man heard the word "sorry," he instinctively took a step back. He said awkwardly, "Senior, you killed the sword freak, Chen Wenjia, earlier. Who's your next target?" The green-clad swordsman cast a sideways glance at the black-clad man, causing him to retreat further. He was quite frightened, worried that the green-clad swordsman would say he was the next target. "Don't worry, I've always been a gentle and polite person." "Your sect master knows that well," the green-clad swordsman said indifferently. I'm just feeling pressured by your powerful aura, Senior. I hope you're not offended by this." The black-clad man's knees were knocking together at this moment. "It's fine," the green-clad swordsman said gently. "Thank you for passing on information for me these days." The black-clad man wiped the sweat from his face, sighing in relief. The green-clad swordsman continued, "If I ever plan to kill you, I'll let you know beforehand, my friend." He had clearly paused for a moment before adding, "my friend." The black-clad man felt like crying. "You plan to tell your target you're going to kill them before you kill them?" He no longer dared to say anything and stood silently at the back. The green-clad swordsman continued observing the Black Knights. He shook his head and sighed before saying, "Fan Xiuwen, the leader of the Black Knights, has been in there for half a day. I doubt he'll come back out. Senior, won't you wait a little longer? It's boring." The green-clad swordsman turned around and left. After walking about 100 meters into the forest, he disappeared. The black-clad man stumbled, nearly losing his footing. He heaved a long sigh. "This mission will be the end of me." After calming down, he continued to observe the Black Knights. At that moment, he saw a person flying out of the barrier. The person circled above the Black Knights, before coming to a halt. "Evil Sky Pavilion's Mingshi?" No matter how well trained the Black Knights were, they could not help but take several steps back under Mingshi intimidating aura. In the end, they helplessly left the Golden Court Mountain. The black-clad man nodded to himself, muttering under his breath, "No wonder Senior Sword Devil left. Even Fan Xiuwen, who has an 8-leaf avatar, is helpless against the Evil Sky Pavilion. The old villain is truly impressive." It didn't take long before he left the forest as well. At the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou looked at his merit points on the system dashboard. He had 2,210 merit points left. The reward for capturing Fan Xiuwen was much less compared to killing a nascent deity Tribulation Realm elite. I have 5 luck points. I did 2 draws previously, and all I got was a thank you and a too bad message. Lu Zhou considered it for a moment. Perhaps I should try again. After all, 3rd time's the charm. Lucky draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points on a lucky draw. Thank you for participating. Luck +1. Lu Zhou shook his head, resisting the urge to make another draw. This is the same as refining a weapon. I have to be patient and wait for an opportunity. I can't let it get to my head. Name, Lu Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation base, Brahmin C8 meridians. Merit points, 2,160. Avatar, Mighty 4 quadrants. Remaining life, 5,801 days. Items, Deadly Strike card X1, Impeccable card X2, Critical Block card X7, Passive, Cage Bind X5, Wizard, Buy-in. Weapon, Unnamed, Amorous Hoop, Owner, Yi Tianqin. Requires re-refining before use. Cultivation method, The Scrolls of Heavenly Writing. 5 Energy Universe, costs 8,000 merit points, Lu Zhou muttered to himself, frowning. He didn't think he would have enough points even if he killed Fan Xiuwen and the others. He sighed, and this is only the 5 Energy Universe. I'm certain the 6 recombinant trigram lines, 7-star soul, and 8 methods connected aren't any cheaper than the 5 Energy Universe. Lu Zhou waved his arm, and the dashboard disappeared. There was no need to feel embarrassed about this. He was just starting out compared to Ji Tiandao, who had lived almost a millennium. Hasty men don't get to eat hot tofu. At that moment, Mingshi ran into the Great Hall and said, Master, I've locked up our captives. There won't be any problem, Master. Noticing Lu Zhou was deep in thought, he quickly bowed, clearly trying to flatter Lu Zhou. Perhaps Lu Zhou was used to it, as he didn't feel particularly special. For all he cared, Mingshi could flatter him forever. This fellow, I think he's possessed by Hshin, he thought. What's the matter? Lu Zhou asked indifferently. Master, Fan Xiuwen stubbornly refuses to reveal the mastermind behind the Fish Dragon Village incident. However, I have a suggestion, Mingshi said, a smile on his face as he made a hammering motion. Lu Zhou responded, Fan Xiuwen is the leader of the Black Knights. If he's capable of reaching that position, do you think your torture is enough to make him talk? Well, what if he refuses to talk? Mingshi asked, puzzled. There's no hurry, Lu Zhou said, standing up slowly. Walking down the stairs with his hands behind his back, he continued, the mastermind must be holding something over Fan Xiuwen's head. Mingshi tentatively asked, Are you planning to deal with the palace, Master? Lu Zhou's expression remained calm, and he did not answer the question. Currently, the only person capable of obtaining information from the palace was Jiang Aijin, who had access to the palace's archives. However, that was before Jiang Aijin left the palace. Now that he had left, it was unlikely he would be able to access the palace's archives. Moreover, this matter was a tightly guarded secret. A thought suddenly appeared in Lu Zhou's mind. What if the palace deliberately leaked the archive to use the Evil Sky Pavilion and the Black Knights as pawns? After considering it, he called out, Mingshi. Master? Mingshi replied. I'll leave interrogating Fan Xiuwen to you, Lu Zhou said, with a wave of his hand. Yes, Master, Mingshi replied respectfully. I'll interrogate this person thoroughly and find out the mastermind behind the incident as soon as I can. After saying that, he paused for a moment before continuing, Master, Fan Xiuwen is such a powerful person. The 2 Dark Knights we imprisoned are also elites. I've just entered the nascent divinity tribulation recently, and I don't even have a suitable weapon. Would you get lost? Yes, Master. Mingshi immediately swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue and ran out of the pavilion. A bitter expression appeared on his face. It seems my achievements have to match the type of weapon I want. He felt a pang in his heart when he recalled the broken knife. Old Fourth? Who's that? Mingshi asked irritably. He was not in a good mood at the moment. Duanmuxing appeared, brandishing the Overlord spear. Old Fourth, come spar with me. Look at my Overlord spear. T3rd senior brother? I have something I need to do. That won't do. You're the only person in the entire Evil Sky Pavilion who can spar with me. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng aren't enough. I can't even get a good workout from them. Duanmuxing walked over and patted Mingshi shoulder. Mingshi eyes darted around as he said, Master has ordered me to interrogate Fan Xiuwen today. It's related to the Fish Dragon Village incident. Senior brother, why don't you spar with little junior sister? Speak of the she-devil. Little Yuan sailed through the air and landed on a branch above their heads. I'll tell Master you two are bullying me. As soon as she finished speaking, she left. Duanmuxing frowned. He sighed and said, you can interrogate Fan Xiuwen later. It'll only take a moment. He patted Mingshi's shoulder again. Senior brother, be gentle. Shortly after, the sounds of a one-sided fight could be heard from behind the mountain. After all, Duanmuxing had already been capable of suppressing Mingshi before he possessed the Overlord Spear. Now that he had the Overlord Spear, the outcome of the fight was certain. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was about to study the heavenly writing again when little Yuan came running into the great hall. Master, Jiang Aijian has sent a letter. Read it. Little Yuan retrieved the letter from her pocket and read aloud, the palace intends to weaken the Black Knights. There's no need to fear retaliation from the palace, old senior. Lu Zhou felt suspicious. The emperor had direct command of the special troops. Why would he want to weaken them? Little Yuan continued reading, you wanted to investigate the truth behind the Fish Dragon Village incident, but I, the know-it-all, know nothing about this as well. However, the emperor is certainly not the mastermind. She gritted her teeth as she read the letter. It said that the Fish Dragon Village on Measure Heaven River holds many secrets. Officers can still be seen patrolling the area from time to time. This is a top-secret archive and cannot be accessed. By the way, I'm throwing in 2 pieces of information for free. First, the sword freak, Chen Wenjia, has been killed by Yu Shangrong. Didn't I tell you he would die soon for being ambiguous with his stance? Second, Ren Buping, the master of Fiend Temple, has come out of isolated cultivation. He has gone to the Green Jade altar to meet the righteous sect. Also, please don't forget about the sword you promised me. Ha ha ha. For now, Lu Zhou was only interested in the Fish Dragon Village. He did not care about other matters. He was suspicious of the information he heard. There are officers patrolling Fish Dragon Village, along the Measure Heaven River, even now? If Jiang Aijian labeled such a minor detail as top secret, things are clearly more complicated than they seem. Officers patrolling the area? Little Yuan saw her master, lost in thought. She wanted to speak, but did not dare to. Lu Zhou looked up and noticed little Yuan holding back, so he asked, is there something else? Master, if I tell you, you mustn't blame me. Little Yuan hugged Lu Zhou's arm, trying to act like a spoiled child. In the past, she would not have dared to do this. It was a clear sign that Lu Zhou had changed little Yuan and had a strong influence over her. I'll slowly guide her. I just hope she doesn't go down the wrong path in the future. Lu Zhou shook his head. What am I thinking about? When little Yuan saw her master shaking his head, she said excitedly, I knew you wouldn't blame me, master. I also want a heaven-grade weapon. Something like the Overlord Spear. I want a big and majestic weapon. Lu Zhou rapped little Yuan on the head and chided, how many times do I have to tell you that your cultivation base is too weak to handle a heaven-grade weapon? We'll talk about this when you reach the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Really? I always keep my word. Little Yuan giggled and said, I'll break through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm soon. Compared to Lu Zhou's other disciples, little Yuan's loyalty was the highest. She was also frequently by his side. Naturally, he wished for her cultivation base to be higher. Before his cultivation base was restored, little Yuan was his greatest strength. She was inexperienced in worldly affairs and naive. Compared to the other disciples, she was much easier to educate. When Lu Zhou thought about his disciples, he willed the mission board to appear. His main mission was still to discipline these villains. Duanmu Xing, Mingshi, and Zhao Yu's loyalty points were not too bad, so he could handle the difficulty of disciplining them. The problem lay with those who had left the evil sky pavilion. The challenge seemed insurmountable for those who had left. Old Eight's cultivation base was the lowest, so there was no need to worry too much. He relied on his moniker, the Evil King, to intimidate people on the streets, which worked well since he was a disciple from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Old First, Yu Jinghai, Old Second, Yu Shangrong, and Old Seventh, Si Wuya, were the ones giving Lu Zhou a headache. Not only did they possess terrifying heaven-grade weapons, but their cultivation bases were profound. Moreover, they were not alone, they had helpers as strong as the Black Knights. Thinking about this, he found himself missing Ji Tiandao's peak form card. If I had countless peak form cards, I could fearlessly roam the lands. Pavilion Master. Zhou Jifeng came in at this moment. He cupped his hands together and said, Mr. Sixth, Yi Tianqin, is awake. She wants to see you. Yi Tianqin was imprisoned in the South Pavilion. Without Lu Zhou's order, no one dared to let her out. Even the female cultivators from the derived Moon Palace did not dare to do such a thing. Golden Court Mountain was short on hands recently, so they were used as general workers. The female cultivators willingly performed these tasks, finding it a much better option than being confined in the cold cave of reflection. I refuse, Lu Zhou said coldly. Understood, Zhou Jifeng replied, cupping his hands together before leaving. With her master's promise, little Yuan suddenly felt motivated to work hard and left to cultivate as well. Once Lu Zhou was finally alone, he focused on comprehending the heavenly writing. It was nearly dusk when Zhou Jifeng entered the Great Hall again. Pavilion Master, Yi Tianqin, says she will continue to kneel until you come and see her. She's kneeling at the exit of the South Pavilion. Let her kneel, then, Lu Zhou replied. Understood, Zhou Jifeng said, leaving once more. Lu Zhou did not remain in the Great Hall. Instead, he went into the hidden chamber to continue his focused study. Discard distracting thoughts. Empty your heart and mind. By morning, Lu Zhou finally stopped studying. He felt refreshed, the clarity he experienced far better than a good night's rest. He stood up and moved his limbs, but everything seemed normal. Perhaps the extraordinary power has taken effect, but I haven't discovered it yet. In any case, it's becoming clearer that comprehending the heavenly writing is truly beneficial to me. At that moment, a soft voice rang from the other side of the door. Pavilion Master. What is it? Lu Zhou asked, clicking the button to open the hidden chamber's door. Yi Tianqin has been kneeling all night, the voice informed him. Lu Zhou waved his arm and said, let her be. No need to report this to me. Understood, Zhou Jifeng replied, leaving again. Ding. Punishing the evil disciple, Yi Tianqin. Rewarded with 100 merit points. Lu Zhou noticed the system notification had used the word punish instead of discipline. Although the hatred points had vanished, the loyalty points were not satisfactory. If he was not thorough in meting out punishments, he would not be fit to bear the title of the Patriarch of Evil Sky Pavilion. When Lu Zhou finally entered the Great Hall, Mingshi was already there. He saw Mingshi face was swollen and bruised. Deciding it was too much of a hassle to ask what had happened, he asked, how did the interrogation go? Mingshi bowed and said, Fan Xiuwen is truly stubborn. If I didn't recall your words, Master, I would have resorted to torture. The Black Knights are also experts in torture. It's no surprise we couldn't get anything out of him, Lu Zhou said, unsurprised by the outcome. Should we just kill him then? He's no use to us alive anyway, Mingshi added. Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, there's still use for him. An 8-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm expert would certainly yield many merit points. However, if he had to choose between uncovering the mastermind behind the incident and the secret behind Fish Dragon Village, Lu Zhou felt the latter was much more valuable. Mingshi. Yes, Master. I hereby order you to investigate Fish Dragon Village at Measure Heaven River. Remember, don't act rashly, Lu Zhou said imposingly. Compared to before, Mingshi was not as delighted. He only responded respectfully, yes, Master. Initially, Lu Zhou wanted to lend him a mount, but he thought it would be too flashy and attract too much attention. For this reason, he dismissed the idea. After all, Mingshi was a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator. It took him only 8 hours to reach Fish Dragon Village from Golden Court Mountain by flying. Given that Fish Dragon Village was heavily guarded, how did Yi Tianqing investigate this matter when she left Golden Court Mountain back then? I'll have to ask the rascal about this. Lu Zhou shook his head. He walked down the stairs and headed to the South Pavilion. When he arrived, he saw Yi Tianqing kneeling on the ground from afar, looking extremely weak. Yi Tianqing opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lu Zhou, she seemed to regain some strength. She adjusted her posture and greeted him, Master. Lu Zhou glanced at her indifferently before shaking his head. You're not my disciple. Lu Zhou could see the remorse in Yi Tianqing's eyes. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi Tianqing thought Lu Zhou had finally relented and come to see her, so she was happy when she saw him. However, Lu Zhou remained cold as he said, I have questions for you. You only need to answer them. Understood, Yi Tianqing started to address Lu Zhou as Master, but quickly swallowed the word. When did you investigate the Fish Dragon Village? Yi Tianqing was taken aback by this question. She thought her master would give her a thorough scolding. She did not expect him to be more interested in the Fish Dragon Village. Many emotions surged in her heart at that moment. After some thought, she decided to answer honestly. The 10th year after I left the Evil Sky Pavilion. How did you access the local and palace archives? Some of the sisters in the Derived Moon Palace were female guards in the palace. They're familiar with the palace's rules and internal layout. They helped me get access to the archives, but it took 5 years, Yi Tianqing said. She spoke lightly, as though it were insignificant. Lu Zhou was surprised that Yi Tianqing had spent 5 years just to access the records in the archives. Based on this, he could see how determined she was. Perhaps, the annihilation of the Fish Dragon Village is only a small matter in the eyes of the nobles in the palace. But the few hundred villagers, she choked up with emotion at this point. Lu Zhou asked nonchalantly, is that why you hate me? When Yi Tianqing heard this, her mind went blank. She had been slightly invigorated earlier, but she seemed to wither when she heard Lu Zhou's question. Lu Zhou did not wait for her reply and continued to ask, has the Derived Moon Palace ever visited the Measure Heaven River? Yi Tianqing replied, the Derived Moon Palace has visited the Measure Heaven River several times. The palace mentioned that there were many other tribes in the area, but throughout their years of investigations, they found no members from the other tribes. It seemed like Yi Tianqing was unaware that she was a Bai. However, in Lu Zhou's memories, the Bais did not seem to be a genuine other tribe. They were a unique ethnicity among Great Yan's human race. Otherwise, the Bais would not dare to live around the Measure Heaven River. Clearly, the palace was using the other tribes as an excuse. When Yi Tianqing saw her master stroking his beard, deep in thought, she suddenly kowtowed. I'm willing to accept any punishment, no matter how severe it is. Please punish me, master. There's no need to be hasty, Lu Zhou shook his head, speaking in a deep voice. I will naturally punish you for deceiving and denouncing me. The truth behind the Fish Dragon Village incident remains unsolved. Fan Xiuwen might just be a pawn in this. If the culprit turns out to be me, what will you do? Yi Tianqin was stunned, a sense of helplessness rising in her heart. At this point, she no longer knew who she could trust. Lock her up in the South Pavilion. She is not allowed to leave. Lu Zhou waved his hand dismissively. The two female cultivators from the derived Moon Palace could only nod helplessly and take Yi Tianqin away. After that, Lu Zhou returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. The next day, Lu Zhou attempted to comprehend heavenly writing as usual. As he spent more time trying to comprehend the scrolls, he noticed that the human scroll's contents had increased. However, it was still difficult to understand the human scroll of the heavenly writing. After trying to comprehend it for some time, Lu Zhou thought to himself, I'm feeling good today. Maybe I'll have more luck with the lucky draw. Lucky draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points on the lucky draw. Thank you for participating. Luck +1. Lucky draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points on the lucky draw. Thank you for participating. Luck +1. Lu Zhou shook his head. Perhaps he had used up his luck trying to comprehend the heavenly writing. He decided to try again at another time. He couldn't recklessly spend his remaining merit points, after all. He only had one deadly strike card left and wanted to be able to buy another when the occasion arose. Ding. Mingshi has completed the Measure Heaven River's investigation. Rewarded with 100 merit points. Lu Zhou was not at all surprised by this notification. After all, compared to the others, Mingshi was the most reliable in carrying out missions. He speculated that he would soon receive a letter from Mingshi about the investigation. Strangely, after waiting for 6 hours, Lu Zhou did not receive any letter. The Evil Sky Pavilion always employed messenger birds to relay their messages, and these birds moved as swiftly as legendary mounts. There was no way the letter should not have arrived after 6 hours. Yuan. Yes, master. Send word to Jiang Aijin. Tell him to assist in the investigation of the truth behind Fish Dragon Village from within the palace. Tell him he'll be rewarded with a nice sword if he discovers the truth, Lu Zhou said. Lu Zhou had a feeling that Mingshi was in big trouble. A short while later, little Yuan returned and said with a smile, I've sent word to him, master. Coincidentally, Zhou Jifeng hurried into the Great Hall. And Mr. Fourth is hurt. Little Yuan exclaimed in surprise, what happened to Fourth's senior brother? Lu Zhou had his suspicions. Mingshi was not hurt when he went to relay the message to the Black Knights. If Mingshi was injured while investigating the Fish Dragon Village incident, things were clearly more complicated than they seemed. He remained calm as he stroked his beard and said, where is he now? He's at the base of the mountain. Pan Zhong is bringing him here now. Soon after, Pan Zhong brought Mingshi into the Great Hall. Mingshi current condition was similar to when he had fought fiercely against the Dark Knight, Chen Zhonghe. He fell to his knees and said, I'm glad I didn't let you down, master. I found some clues in the Measure Heaven River. Continue. There are officers patrolling around the Measure Heaven River's Fish Dragon Village. This has been the case for the past decade. I snooped around the area at night and made a huge discovery, Mingshi gulped before continuing, they seem to be fishing out corpses from the river. Everyone in the Great Hall was shocked by these words. Putting aside the matter of the other tribes being around the Measure Heaven River, there was no need for those people to fish out their corpses from the river. Moreover, they had been doing this for a decade. What's the reason for fishing out the corpses? Lu Zhou asked. I wanted to investigate further, but I accidentally triggered a strange trap and had to hurry back overnight. Mingshi seemed slightly out of breath. Lu Zhou stood up slowly and descended the stairs to where Mingshi was. Mingshi prostrated himself. This disciple is useless. Lift your head, Lu Zhou commanded sternly. Mingshi complied slowly. As expected, Lu Zhou saw a black lotus between his glabella. Witchcraft, Pan Zhong, who was nearest, had not noticed the mark when he brought Mingshi up the mountain. Fear filled his heart when he saw the sign of witchcraft on Mingshi glabella. No wonder Mr. Fourth was affected. It's a witchcraft trap. There aren't many witchcraft cultivators under Great Yan's skies. Who did this to Mr. Fourth? Pan Zhong exclaimed in surprise. Lu Zhou did not answer Pan Zhong's question. He looked at Mingshi and asked, "It's near the Measure Heaven River? There might be traps all along the riverbank." "Master, I'm fine. I'm just feeling a little tired. This witchcraft has only restricted 60% of my cultivation base. It's not that serious." He had managed to hurry back from the Measure Heaven River overnight with 60% of his cultivation base restricted. His tenacity and will to survive were exceptionally impressive. Sometimes, Lu Zhou wondered if Tiandao had chosen his disciples simply to fulfill the words of the poem. They are all exceptionally talented, and their names fit the poem. I think this is too much of a coincidence. Pan Zhong bowed and said, "It is indeed witchcraft. We must undo this quickly. Otherwise, it might spread until Mr. Fourth completely loses access to his cultivation base. At that time, it might be even more difficult to reverse the witchcraft." Mingshi was taken aback by Pan Zhong's words. He rolled his eyes and said, "Pan Zhong, you better not be trying to scare me." Lu Zhou raised his hand, stopping Mingshi and gesturing for Pan Zhong to continue. Pan Zhong acknowledged and continued, "I'm not making this up. When I was learning the trade back in Clarity Sect, I read the records on witchcraft in the library. Witchcraft is divided into white witchcraft and black witchcraft. A cultivator will wander down the wrong path if they cultivate with malicious intentions. I was young and brash back then. I was obsessed with improving my cultivation base as quickly as possible, so I looked up witchcraft. Alas, everyone in Clarity Sect guarded this secret tightly. Moreover, I couldn't find any seniors who had learned witchcraft and were willing to teach me." Zhou Jifeng asked, curiously, "Is that why you chose the 3-yin style?" "The Clarity Sect's elder only told me that I'm suited for the 3-yin style, but he didn't mention that I had to pair it with the 6-yang technique. I only learned about the balance between yin and yang after I met old Senior Ji." Pan Zhong said. "And?" Zhou Jifeng asked. Pan Zhong continued, "Speaking of witchcraft restrictions are similar to cultivation seals. They would slowly corrode a cultivator's meridians and block them. In fact, the Clarity Sect's seal block technique is based on a witchcraft technique as well." The others nodded. This was why Pan Zhong was so confident and volunteered to seal the Dark Knight's cultivation bases. Pan Zhong said, "In any case, the sooner we undo the witchcraft, the better it will be for Mr. Fourth. In Mr. Fifth's case, her cultivation base has been completely sealed. The spellcaster must have cast the seal from a close distance, which is why it took effect immediately. For this reason, the outcome will be the same regardless of when we undo the witchcraft." Zhou Jifeng asked, "Since you know so much about witchcraft, do you know of any way we can break the spell?" Pan Zhong nodded. "I remember reading about a method to undo the spell. It's also the most trusted and reliable method. This requires the spellcaster to undo the spell themselves. The second method is to cultivate Zen according to Buddhism or to cultivate Daoist methods. Once the victim's cultivation base surpasses the spellcaster's, they would be able to undo the spell. However, this method is infeasible. After all, how can one continue to cultivate if their cultivation base is sealed?" "So what you mean is that there's nothing we can do about the spell on Mr. Fourth?" Pan Zhong shook his head. He cupped his hands together at Lu Zhou and said, "I'm afraid that the Pavilion Master is the only one capable of undoing it." "Pavilion Master?" Little Yuaner and Zhou Jifeng turned to look at Lu Zhou. Pan Zhong explained, "The third method is to have a cultivator who is much more powerful than the spellcaster forcibly break the spell. Otherwise, the conflict between witchcraft and primal qi would cause the cultivator's meridians to break, and the cultivator would implode and die. Hence, the Pavilion Master is the only one who can do this." Although Pan Zhong's explanation made sense, Lu Zhou was speechless. Outwardly, he remained as steady as Mount Tai, but inwardly, he thought to himself, what should I do? Everyone's eyes were on Lu Zhou at this moment. Mingshi cowed out and said, please undo the restriction for me, master. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, trying to think of a way to solve this. Since there were witchcraft traps around the Measure Heaven River's Fish Dragon village, he couldn't simply send people from the Evil Sky Pavilion there. After all, if someone like Mingshi fell prey to them, there was no doubt that the others would be more susceptible to the trap. It seemed he had no choice but to personally investigate the Fish Dragon village. As for undoing the witchcraft restriction, Lu Zhou was at a loss. He had no good solution for this. After all, he couldn't tell these people that his cultivation base was only in the Brahman Sea realm. At this moment, Duan Muxing, who had received news of the situation, arrived in the Great Hall. After learning the details, he instantly pleaded, Master, although junior brother frequently makes mistakes, he has been doing a good job lately. Please save him, Master. Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong also pleaded on Mingshi behalf. If this had been in the past, Ji Tiandao would have likely leaped into a great rage and kicked all of them out. However, it was undeniable that Mingshi had been doing well recently. Although his loyalty was not as stable as Duan Muxing's or Little Yuan'er's, he was reliable when it came to completing missions. Mingshi just needed a little discipline. Lu Zhou considered all of this for a moment before finally waving his hand and saying, come with me. Mingshi was overjoyed when he heard this. He rose to his feet and followed Lu Zhou like an obedient child. Meanwhile, the others sighed in relief at Lu Zhou's words. They watched as Mingshi followed Lu Zhou into the hidden chamber. Little Yuan'er smiled confidently and said, since Master is dealing with the witchcraft spell, there won't be any problem. Zhou Jifeng nodded and said, MHM. The Pavilion Master has a profound cultivation base. This minor spell is nothing to him. Pan Zhong nodded but said nothing. Duan Muxing glanced at the two of them and said, since Old Fourth is afflicted by witchcraft, both of you will do. What do you mean, Mr. Third? Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were puzzled. Swoosh. Duan Muxing raised his overlord and said excitedly, spar with me. He pointed at Pan Zhong. Pan Zhong. Zhou Jifeng. Inside the hidden chamber. This was Mingshi first time here. After all, no disciples were allowed to enter the hidden chamber. In the past, they had thought their master was hoarding treasures in here. Since there was no ventilation in the hidden chamber and their master usually spent all his time cultivating within, it was impossible for them to sneak a peek. It was only natural that he was excited now that he was granted entry. He looked around curiously. There were various secret tomes lying on the table and an assortment of weapons on the racks. There were sabers, spears, rods, and maces. There were even weapons of other designs lying in the corner. He was awed by this scene. It seemed like his master had collected many treasures over his millennia of dominance. Sit down. Lu Zhou pointed at the floor. With that, Mingshi quickly regained his senses. He hastily sat with his legs crossed and focused his eyes on one spot. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and stood behind Mingshi. My cultivation base is only in the Brahman C8 Meridians realm, and it's not the true Brahman C8 Meridians realm. My avatar is only at the mighty 4-quadrant stage. There should be no problem for me to examine his body, but breaking the spell would be nearly impossible. At this moment, Lu Zhou noticed that Mingshi was sweating profusely. It seemed the restriction was acting up. Based on his condition now, it seems the spell has already restricted 80% of his cultivation base. He raised his wizened hand and gently pressed it against Mingshi. His primal chi flowed through his palm into Mingshi meridians. Mingshi was shocked. Master's cultivation base is indeed profound. He can suppress his nascent divinity tribulation realm's primal chi to such a gentle level. The gentler the primal chi, the lower the chance it would harm Mingshi meridians. Lu Zhou controlled his primal chi and began to inspect Mingshi meridians. He gently tapped Mingshi several times. Tap. 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 Lu Zhou increased his output. Mingshi was a cultivator who had long connected his 8 meridians, so this amount of primal qi coursing through his meridians would not cause much harm. However, when Lu Zhou's primal qi came into contact with the witchcraft spell, he felt a retaliating force. Mingshi frowned and immediately broke out in sweat. Ah, so this is the power of witchcraft, Lu Zhou thought to himself. He tried to bypass the restriction to inspect Mingshi other meridians. But as soon as he attempted to do so, the witchcraft spell seemed to gain a will of its own and suddenly attacked. Preposterous. Lu Zhou pulled his hand back. However, the witchcraft's power shot out from Mingshi back like a surge of energy. Lu Zhou instinctively waved his arm. Instantly, he entered the state he had reached after comprehending the heavenly writing. From his dantian to his sea of qi, from his brain to his entire body, a faint blue light appeared and repelled the witchcraft spell's attack. It didn't stop there. It carried the momentum and entered Mingshi back. Bang! Mingshi fell forward from the impact. At the same time, he felt the strange power from the witchcraft spell in his body disappear. Initially, Mingshi thought Lu Zhou was being rough. However, joy overwhelmed him when he felt the witchcraft restriction in his body had disappeared. Although he was reeling from the impact, he did not feel unwilling or dissatisfied. Clang! Mingshi crashed onto the weapon rack, causing the weapons to fall to the ground. Meanwhile, in a dark room in the Great Yin Palace, the glow of a candle, blocked by a screen, revealed the room was in disarray. Behind the screen, a girl dressed in brocade garments was cultivating with her eyes closed. Her expression changed slightly before she suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Furious and flustered, she swiped her hands across a table, sending everything on it to the ground. She mumbled with a hint of fear, "Someone managed to break my spell? Who is it?" Lu Zhou was also shocked when he sent Mingshi flying. At that moment, he felt the same refreshing sensation he experienced after successfully nullifying the Brahmin lullaby. He was certain that by comprehending the heavenly writing, he would gain extraordinary power. However, this was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. He quickly turned to look at Mingshi. Mingshi, feeling the witchcraft restriction had disappeared, could now sense that his previously blocked meridians and the sea of qi in his dantian had become unblocked. The pain from being sent flying was insignificant compared to this discovery. He quickly circulated his primal qi to stabilize himself before kneeling and saying, "Thank you for undoing the restriction, Master. Your skills are peerless." Lu Zhou looked at Mingshi without a change in his expression. The heavenly writing is truly extraordinary and powerful. It's even capable of suppressing witchcraft. Lu Zhou was still lost in his thoughts about the heavenly writing, while Mingshi's attention was drawn to the weapons around him. He picked up 2 and appraised them. "Master, what are these?" It was neither a sword nor a hook, though it resembled both at its ends. The blade was serrated, making it an extremely peculiar design. The other weapon resembled a scabbard. Lu Zhou's gaze fell on these 2 weapons. Ding! Retrieved weapons, separation hook and scabbard. Recommended owner, Mingshi. Lu Zhou stroked his beard. There were certainly some forces at play in the hidden chamber. Whether by fate or pure coincidence, Mingshi had somehow stumbled upon these weapons. Before Lu Zhou could say anything, Mingshi said with a smile, "Master, I think these weapons suit me. This blade, this scabbard. I like items that are incongruous like these. I'm sure they're at least Earth-grade weapons." He paused for a moment before reading the small inscription on the scabbard aloud, "Separation hook." Since Mingshi did not test the weapons and only appraised them with his eyes, it was only natural that he thought they were Earth-grade. The separation hook and scabbard seemed to have lain in the hidden chamber for a long time, appearing old. However, since the system had recommended Mingshi as the owner, it would definitely become a heaven-grade weapon once activated. When Lu Zhou saw Mingshi reluctance to part with the separation hook and scabbard and the ingratiating smile on his face, he shook his head and said, "Put them down." Huh? Mingshi was slightly stunned. Then, he carefully placed the separation hook and scabbard on the floor. He did not dare to oppose his master. Lu Zhou quickly found an excuse and said, "You've just entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm, and your cultivation base isn't stable enough yet. It's still too early for you to handle a heaven-grade weapon." When Mingshi heard this, he felt disappointed. However, when he heard the hidden meaning in his master's words, he became happy again. Based on his master's words, it seemed the separation hook would be given to him sooner or later. "Yes, master. I'll get stronger as quickly as I can," Mingshi said excitedly. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded, then waved his hand dismissively. Mingshi understood this was his cue to leave. When he reached the door of the hidden chamber, he turned around and looked at the separation hook, clearly unwilling to part with it. After Mingshi left, Lu Zhou surveyed the items in the hidden chamber that were messily strewn everywhere. Fortunately, the hidden chamber was spacious. "I'll just let it stay messy. It won't do me any harm, anyway." He raised his hand, and the separation hook and scabbard flew into his hand. After a short while, Lu Zhou finally emerged from the hidden chamber into the great hall. He discovered that Duanmuxing and the others had left. At the same time, he saw Mingshi gesturing excitedly to little Yuan, who would gasp in surprise intermittently. Lu Zhou walked over to them. When his two disciples saw him, they instantly bowed and saluted him. "Master." Mingshi. "Yes, master. Although the spell is broken, you shouldn't be careless." "Yes, master," Mingshi replied obediently. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. Initially, he had no intention of leaving Golden Court Mountain. After all, with his current cultivation base, the best course of action was to stay in the Evil Sky Pavilion and think of ways to earn merit points through his disciples while gradually building his strength. However, the truth behind the Fish Dragon Village incident was extremely important. It was also related to the witchcraft elite in the palace. If he could uncover the truth, he might be able to apprehend the person who sealed Zhao Yu's cultivation base. Another factor that made Lu Zhou view this matter with utmost importance was that the system's mission list clearly stated that investigating the truth behind the Fish Dragon Village incident would earn him 3,000 merit points. The system had never rewarded him with 3,000 merit points for a single mission before. The importance of this matter was evident. Finally, Lu Zhou said, "I'll leave for the Fish Dragon Village first thing in the morning." Mingshi was taken aback when he heard this. After a moment, realization dawned on him. He exclaimed, "Victory is certain since Master is personally making a move." Since Lu Zhou had just lifted the witchcraft restriction on him, his faith and confidence in Lu Zhou were even higher than Lu Zhou's own. On the other hand, when little Yuan heard that Lu Zhou planned to go out, she was so happy that she began to clap her hands excitedly. She said, "Master, I want to go with you." Lu Zhou ignored little Yuan. Instead, he looked at Mingshi and said, "Guard the Black Knights well." "Yes, master," Mingshi replied with a bow. "With third senior brother and me here, they won't be able to leave easily, even if they sprout wings." After that, Lu Zhou turned to leave. However, he had barely taken 2 steps before he turned around and asked, "Is there any news about the traitors?" By traitors, he naturally meant Old First, Yu Jinghai, Old Second, Yu Shangrong, and the others. Mingshi shook his head and said, "Recently, I have not left Golden Court Mountain, so I am unaware of the affairs in the outside world." Lu Zhou nodded slightly. Since he had defeated the people from the Noble Path twice, the traitors seemed to be keeping a low profile and had not made any moves. "After I deal with the Fish Dragon Village matter, I'll have to think of a way to deal with these traitors." After giving his instructions, Lu Zhou returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion to resume comprehending the heavenly writing. After successfully undoing the spell, his understanding of the heavenly writing seemed to have deepened. Lu Zhou brought up the heavenly writings interface, and the content of the human scroll appeared before him, glowing softly. At this moment, the usually awkward and difficult scripts seemed much livelier, making it more comfortable and easier to read. Gain insight into origin and light. From power, the paths are opened. Giving rise to 10 skills of might, the wondrous journey is delightful. Lu Zhou read the lines aloud. Then, he paused for a moment and mumbled to himself, the Brahmin lullaby was ineffective, and it can suppress witchcraft. Is the human scroll effective against cultivation methods that muddle the heart? He continued reading. As expected, new content had appeared below. To gain the power of incorporeality so that we may visit many places without having to move, reaping many benefits. To gain the power to silence everything, to maintain and manifest samadhi. Like light and shadow, permeating everywhere, while staying still in samadhi. Lu Zhou was completely engrossed in his studies, losing track of time. The next morning, Lu Zhou felt extremely invigorated. After closing the heavenly writings interface, he left the hidden chamber. Little Yuan was waiting for him in the great hall, her eager expression telling Lu Zhou that she wanted to go out as well. When she saw her master, she ran over and said, "Master, master. I want to ride Wizard. I don't want buy-in." Lu Zhou shook his head. "You're being childish." He wanted to reprimand her, but eventually decided to indulge her whim. After all, he was old and could not endure a rocky journey. The two walked out of the evil sky pavilion. Little Yuan flashed a grin at Mingshi, who had just arrived. Mingshi followed them outside the great hall. When they were outside, Wizard appeared on a cloud from the forest of Golden Court Mountain. Seeing the legendary mount, Mingshi was so envious that his eyeballs nearly fell out of their sockets. If he could have a mount like this, he would be willing to endure beatings every day. "Master, I want to sit up front." Little Yuan pointed naughtily at the front part of Wizard's back. Lu Zhou said nothing. Wizard's back was wide, offering a clear view of the scenery ahead. Its flight was extremely steady, allowing the rider to enjoy the view without interruption. When the two of them settled on its back, Wizard gave a low growl before launching into the air and disappearing into the horizon. Mingshi ran after them and scanned the sky, but Wizard was nowhere to be seen. While Wizard flew through the sky, Lu Zhou checked the system dashboard. He had 2,210 merit points left. He decided not to buy any item cards and would only purchase them based on the situation, such as if he was in a dangerous situation that he couldn't defuse. Then, he could use 4 impeccable cards. If he had enough time, he could leave the area on Wizard's back. 2 hours later, Wizard began to slow down and descend. "Master, have we arrived?" Little Yuan seemed reluctant to dismount. Lu Zhou ignored her and urged Wizard to land. Once they landed, Little Yuan had no choice but to dismount. Lu Zhou recalled Wizard and surveyed the area. "We're close to Measure Heaven River. Wizard will attract too much attention." "Master, since you're so powerful, can't you just kill them all?" Little Yuan asked, puzzled. "Are you questioning your master?" Lu Zhou said in a reprimanding tone. After all, the master's word was law. As they were about to rest, Little Yuan suddenly exclaimed, "Master, someone's coming." She proved to be useful at this moment. Soon, several cultivators could be seen flying above the forest on flying swords. "Dao is coming for us. Run! The villains of Evil Sky Pavilion are here. Hurry!" Whoosh! Whoosh! The cultivators flew past Lu Zhou and Little Yuan's heads in broad daylight. When a Brahmin C8 Meridian's Realm cultivator flew past, he good-naturedly advised them, "Old man, run quickly. The old villain, Dao, is coming. Are you sick of living?" Whoosh! The cultivator sped away and disappeared into the forest. Little Yuan pouted and asked skeptically, "Master, when did you chase them?" Lu Zhou's expression remained indifferent. "Why would I do something so meaningless? They're just a group of small fries. He stroked his beard and quickly forgot about them. After the cultivators left, their surroundings fell silent. Little Yuan then spoke, "Master, why don't we catch up to them and kill them?" "Why?" Lu Zhou asked. "They were cursing and accusing you of something you didn't do. We have to go and kill them." "You can't be wrongly accused for nothing," Little Yuan said with righteous indignation. Lu Zhou was rendered speechless by her logic. He thought nothing of Little Yuan's words, shook his head, and said, "I think they're cursing someone else." "Who?" At that moment, approaching footsteps and slight ground vibrations could be heard. When they looked toward the source of the noise, they saw a group of people coming toward them at a steady pace. They were riding an epic mount. Mounts were far more valuable than flying chariots. While flying chariots were only difficult to make, any cultivator with the right materials and formations could activate them. Mounts, on the other hand, were rare, hard to catch, and even harder to tame. A huge mount slowly emerged from the forest. Its body resembled a castle wall, while its legs were like stone pillars. This was the epic mount known as the Elephant King. Hardy and with strong defenses, it could navigate rugged mountain paths and cross raging rivers. The only thing it couldn't do was fly. The Elephant King carried a chariot on its back. The chariot was as wide as its shoulders, simple yet extravagant. "Elephant King," Little Yuan remarked. 3 cultivators hovered on either side of the Elephant King. There was 1 female and 2 male cultivators. They moved out of the forest at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. The Elephant King covered several meters in a single stride. With each step, a loud thud could be heard. Lu Zhou motioned for Little Yuan to leave with him. As the saying goes, river water does not interfere with well water. "Oh." Little Yuan followed her master obediently. They made their way to Fish Dragon Village. However, they had barely taken a few steps when the young girl hovering next to the Elephant King approached them on a flying sword. She stood on her flying sword and said rudely, "Hey." Seeing that the young girl was about the same age as her, Little Yuan was angered by her boldness in blocking their path. She responded, equally rudely, "Hey, what? Get out of the way." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked at the young girl indifferently. "A divine court realm cultivator. She seems talented, but she's a far cry from Yuan. It's not worth wasting my item cards on this group of useless cultivators." The girl on the flying sword placed one hand on her waist and pointed at Little Yuan. She announced arrogantly, "I'm the 9th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Ci Yuan. I have a question for you. Did you see 10 cultivators running this way?" Little Yuan was stunned. Her temper flared, and she no longer had the mood to listen to the young girl's words. "You dare impersonate me? I can't take this." She pushed off the ground and launched herself at the girl like a fired arrow. Bang! 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 The two of them began fighting furiously. In terms of physical power, Little Yuan's supreme purity Jade slip was unmatched. The imposter did not expect Little Yuan to attack so suddenly, leaving her completely caught off guard and forced to retreat. Bang! 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 Little Yuan used her fists and legs, moving with lightning speed as she bore down on her opponent. "This little girl's temper is still fiery," Lu Zhou muttered, glancing at Elephant King. The people there did not seem to plan on making a move. The cultivator fighting Little Yuan was in the divine court realm. Little Yuan was more than capable of handling a few such opponents. However, the person on Elephant King must have possessed a cultivation base in the nascent divinity tribulation realm, at the very least. If that person made a move, Little Yuan would have no chance of winning. Yet, that person did not seem interested in intervening, only watching curiously, their attention focused on Little Yuan. Bang! 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 As Lu Zhou calculated in his mind, Little Yuan leaped up and delivered a series of kicks, causing the young girl to fall. Bang! When the imposter crashed to the ground, she continued rolling, looking battered. Just as she was planning to get up for another round, a low voice drawled, "Stand back." The voice came from the person on Elephant King's back. Lu Zhou looked at that person. An old man with white hair and a white beard emerged from the chariot on Elephant King's back. His eyes were deep, and his face was full of wrinkles. At a glance, he truly resembled Ji Tiandao when Lu Zhou had first transmigrated here. However, since Lu Zhou had used his reversal card, his outer appearance had changed significantly. For this reason, there was a stark difference between his appearance and the old man's. Name, Ding Fanqiu. Race, human. Realm, nascent divinity tribulation. Ding Fanqiu stood with one hand on his back, a pleased expression on his face as he looked at little Yuaner. Then, he shifted his gaze to Lu Zhou and asked, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Lu Zhou replied indifferently, "Why should I be afraid?" Ding Fanqiu pointed at little Yuaner and said, "I'm in a good mood today. If it were any other day, I would have punished you for your rudeness." Little Yuaner couldn't stifle her laughter. She descended from the air and moved to Lu Zhou's side, pointing at Ding Fanqiu, who stood on Elephant King. "Old man, do you know who this person is?" Her gaze was furious, as though saying, "My master will show you the consequences of impersonating him." Without waiting for Lu Zhou to speak, Ding Fanqiu looked at little Yuaner again. A hint of glee flashed in his eyes, as though he had just spotted his prey. However, his expression remained calm as he said, "Little girl, you're highly talented. It's rare for someone as young as you to reach the divine court realm." Little Yuaner moved closer to Lu Zhou, sticking her tongue out at the girl she had defeated. Lu Zhou's expression remained calm, and he made no reply. Ding Fanqiu was not angered. Instead, he regarded Lu Zhou indifferently and said, "I'm sure you've heard of my mighty name, old householder." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said without any inflection in his tone, "I've been living in the mountains for a long time. I'm afraid I don't know much about the outside world." The other two cultivators, beside Ding Fanqiu, seemed angered by these words. Ding Fanqiu waved his hand dismissively and said, "There's no need to worry. I'll tell you all about myself." After that, he added, "Please, get on the chariot." It was clear he was threatening them. A shocked expression appeared on the faces of Ding Fanqiu's disciples. They could not understand their master's actions. However, they did not hesitate and flew toward Lu Zhou and little Yuaner. Lu Zhou thought to himself, "What are they doing near the Measure Heaven River?" Ding Fanqiu's cultivation base is in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. He uses my name and isn't afraid of being hunted down by the people from the noble path? There must be more to this person than meets the eye. However, no one in this world could threaten or scare Lu Zhou, not even Ding Fanqiu. Lu Zhou asked, "Are you going to the Measure Heaven River?" As he spoke, a faintly glowing item card appeared in his hand. No one else noticed this, they did not even sense any aura fluctuation. Meanwhile, Ding Fanqiu was still putting on airs, unaware that he was standing right before the gates of hell. If Ding Fanqiu had answered in the negative, Lu Zhou would not have hesitated to use the item card. "Indeed, I'm heading toward the Measure Heaven River. The Elephant King can maneuver through brambles with ease." "Come on up," Ding Fanqiu said. The disciples beside him also made inviting gestures. The faint glow in Lu Zhou's hand vanished instantly. "I'm advanced in age and can't move around very well. I'll take you up on your offer," then, Lu Zhou said calmly. "Old man, are you going to Measure Heaven River as well?" Ding Fanqiu asked. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. "You seem interested in Measure Heaven River," he said. Ding Fanqiu chuckled, then his expression turned calm and cold. He waved his arm dramatically, and as if on cue, the Elephant King bent its front legs to lower the chariot on its back. Ding Fanqiu's disciples noticed that Lu Zhou had been addressing their master without any honorifics, which made them furious. However, there was nothing they could do. Ding Fanqiu stood to the side with his hands behind his back, seemingly indifferent to Lu Zhou's attitude. Instead, his attention was focused on little Yuaner. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou calmly stroked his beard, looked around, and then lightly jumped onto Elephant King's back, entering the chariot. Little Yuan was reluctant to follow, but seeing her master's actions, she had no choice but to get on the mount. Since master is here, I don't think these people will be able to do anything. The chariot was spacious, and Lu Zhou and little Yuan sat on the side where they could see the forest. Soon after, Ding Fanqiu leaped into the chariot with light movements and sat on the other side. After issuing an order, Elephant King continued forward, its footprints deeply imprinted on the ground with each step. Its speed was also quite acceptable, which pleased Lu Zhou. He nodded and said, "It's not easy to tame Elephant King." Ding Fanqiu replied indifferently, "Elephant King is nothing. I have 10 other mounts at the back of Golden Court Mountain." Little Yuan rolled her eyes. "Go on. Brag some more." Ding Fanqiu noticed the disbelief on little Yuan's face and asked, good-naturedly, "Little girl, don't you believe me?" Little Yuan replied, "The only person I believe is my grandfather." Ding Fanqiu regarded little Yuan solemnly, then turned to look at his female disciple outside before shaking his head lightly. The expression on Lu Zhou's wizened face remained calm from the beginning until now. He continued to stroke his beard as the Elephant King carried on. "Master, the 2 cultivators who escaped from us last time are up ahead," one of Ding Fanqiu's disciples' voices rang from outside. "Kill them," Ding Fanqiu said indifferently. "Understood." 2 of Ding Fanqiu's disciples flew ahead. It didn't take long for the sounds of killing to emanate from the forest. After a short while, the 2 disciples returned as though nothing had happened. Ding Fanqiu pointed ahead and said, "There's no need to be afraid, old householder. Although I've committed many wicked deeds, I'm a reasonable person." Lu Zhou nodded and said, "Me too." Ding Fanqiu smiled brightly and said, "I think we'll get along well, old householder." At this moment, Elephant King stopped moving. "Measure Heaven River is up ahead." Ding Fanqiu stared ahead before leaping off Elephant King's back. Ever since Lu Zhou had comprehended the heavenly writing, his ability to sense aura had improved. When Ding Fanqiu dismounted, Lu Zhou noticed that the aura Ding Fanqiu released was extraordinary. It was clear that Ding Fanqiu had intentionally released his aura. When little Yuan sensed the aura, she shrunk back slightly into Lu Zhou's arm. Lu Zhou stood up slowly, his expression unchanged. "Let's go." Lu Zhou and little Yuan leaped off Elephant King's back with light movements and landed on the ground. Ding Fanqiu, with his hands on his back, said, "Little girl, how long have you been cultivating?" "More than 5 years, little Yuan said, her face proud. 5 years to the divine court." A look of shock quickly flitted across Ding Fanqiu's face before it vanished. He pointed at the girl next to him and said, "She's very talented, too. However, she's a far cry from you." Lu Zhou stroked his beard indifferently and looked away. Little Yuan rolled her eyes. She didn't think a counterfeit was worthy of being compared to her. She turned to look at the other 2 cultivators, blinked her big eyes, and asked, "Are both of you in the divine court realm, too?" The 2 cultivators looked proud as they nodded. "Still a little too weak," little Yuan muttered to herself. "Little girl, if it weren't for my master, I would have torn you into a million pieces for disrespecting the evil sky pavilion." Little Yuan scoffed and began to bicker with the impostors. "We'll see who's going to tear who into a million pieces." Lu Zhou shook his head and looked at Ding Fanqiu. "My granddaughter has always been unruly." "That's all right." They continued their journey. When they came to a ravine, they stopped. Beyond the ravine was the Measure Heaven River. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked ahead. Unfortunately, the place remained the same, but the people had changed. The fish dragon village no longer existed. In his memories, this place had been bustling with villagers and fishermen. He hadn't expected to see a barren and deserted ravine in its place now. He decided to start with the officers who were fishing corpses from the riverbed to get to the bottom of the fish dragon village incident. While Lu Zhou contemplated his options, Ding Fanqiu, standing with his hands on his back, said valiantly, "Many years ago, I dominated the Measure Heaven River. I fought against many elites here, and the battles lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. We fought using our avatars. As a result, this area was unfortunately reduced to a ravine. Lu Zhou asked in confusion, "This is your doing?" Yes. Indeed, the record of the destruction of Fish Dragon Village in Measure Heaven River stated that the culprit was Jian Dao. Suddenly, one of Ding Fanqiu's disciples waved his arm and said, "Master, the Azure Dragon Association's branch is up ahead. I'll drive them away." "Go on." Ding Fanqiu's disciple flew into the air and made a left turn, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Azure Dragon Association?" While in Anyang, he had encountered the Azure Dragon Association's Anyang branch. He did not know there was another branch in Measure Heaven River. If the Azure Dragon Association's influence was so vast, their backer, the Nether sect, would certainly not be weak. Ding Fanqiu spoke with pride, "The Azure Dragon Association is backed by the Nether sect. Yu Jinghai, the sect master of the Nether sect, was my senior disciple." Lu Zhou nodded indifferently. He would let Ding Fanqiu continue his act for now. Although the Azure Dragon Association only has small fries, it's much better to have these people clean up the mess for me. I want to save as many item cards as I can. They're too valuable. Ding Fanqiu said confidently, "With me here, the Azure Dragon Association will crumble." A short while later, the disciple flew back. He bowed and said, "Master, as you expected. When the members of the Azure Dragon Association heard that you're coming, they fled in fear." "Very good." Ding Fanqiu waved his arm dismissively and walked forward. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Crouching Dragon Darknet, a subordinate reported, "Sect Master, Senior Ji has been spotted near Measure Heaven River." Wuhua opened his eyes, rose slowly, and said indifferently, "The Nether sect has also received this information. There's no need for us to act. Impersonating the evil Sky Pavilion will certainly bring calamity to those people." "Impersonating?" The subordinate was taken aback. "Keep an eye on the evil Sky Pavilion. Also, where's the Master of Fiend Temple now?" Wuhua asked. In reply, Sect Master, Ren Buping is currently at the Green Jade Altar. He has the support of Zhang Yuanshan, the Sect Master of the Righteous Sect. Wuhua chuckled, his voice low and deep. The Noble Path and Fiend Path working together for nefarious purposes, this is the greatest joke under the heavens. "Sect Master, there's another report." "What is it?" "The leader of the Black Knights, Fan Xiuwen, went to the Evil Sky Pavilion, and his current status is unknown. Senior Sword Devil didn't wait for Fan Xiuwen, and his current whereabouts are also unknown." I didn't dare to follow Senior Sword Devil. Second Senior Brother is a humble and gentle person. There's no need to fear him, Wuhua said slowly. "I understand." Despite his words, he shuddered inwardly, and it was no surprise his reply didn't sound convincing. "Sect Master, there have been quite a lot of activities at Measure Heaven River lately. Are you certain there's no need for us to monitor that place?" Initially, Wuhua planned to reject the proposal. However, after considering it, he decided it was better to be cautious. In the end, he said in a deep voice, "Leak this information to the palace. They should clean up their own mess." "A wise move, Sect Master. I'll take care of it right away." Measure Heaven River. Lu Zhou and the others approached the area beyond the ravine and entered a crumbling courtyard. Two of Ding Fanqiu's disciples lifted their hands and sent out their energy to open the courtyard's doors. Afterward, they all slowly walked in. One of Ding Fanqiu's disciples said, "Master, this is the rendezvous point. They won't dare to be tardy since you personally came." Ding Fanqiu nodded. The two disciples hastily found a chair in the simple and crude house and placed it in the middle of the courtyard. When little Yuaner saw this, she said, "I'll go and find a chair for you as well, grandfather." After little Yuaner left, Ding Fanqiu asked nonchalantly, "Do you know why I'm not giving you a hard time?" "Oh?" Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said nothing. Ding Fanqiu continued, if I did, that little girl would certainly hold a grudge against me. As expected, Ding Fanqiu coveted little Yuan. Based on their conversation, Lu Zhou knew something was off, but he remained silent. Upon seeing this, Ding Fanqiu turned away. The other disciples thought Lu Zhou was shocked speechless. They shook their heads. After little Yuan found a chair, she wiped it clean and placed it behind Lu Zhou. Shortly after he took a seat, footsteps could be heard approaching from outside. It sounded like more than one person. They're here. The door was pushed open, and officers and soldiers filed into the courtyard. The officers carried boxes in pairs, and there were about 6 boxes in total. A strange, foul stench emanated from the boxes, the smell of rot. After placing the boxes on the ground, the leading officer cupped his hands together and said, "This is our catch for the day." "Is this all?" "The palace has ordered that the corpses we fished out from the river are not to be moved." "Our deal will end tomorrow," the leading officer replied. "It's too late to end it now." Ding Fanqiu waved his hand. "How dare you? There's nothing that the evil sky pavilion is afraid to do." Ding Fanqiu's 3 disciples quickly unsheathed their swords and moved through the soldiers' ranks. Lu Zhou calmly took a few steps back. The 3 divine realm court cultivators were like wolves set loose on a herd of sheep. Their swords gleamed in the light as the officers and soldiers fell to the ground one after another. Not a single one was left alive. After the killing, Ding Fanqiu stood up slowly, his hands on his back. When he saw Lu Zhou's calm expression, he said, "Your courage is extraordinary, old householder. It seems I've misjudged you." Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he looked at the boxes and corpses indifferently. Little Yuan asked, curiously, "What is in the boxes?" "Bones. Human bones." Little Yuan took a step back, her face showing disgust. She was not afraid of the dead, but these bones, fished out from the riverbed and placed in the boxes, naturally made her feel disgusted. Ding Fanqiu walked up to one of the boxes. He waved his arm lightly, using his energy to destroy the lid. Lu Zhou looked inside the box. "These bones look strange. They're slightly translucent, like impure glass or white jade with a muddy coloration." Realization soon dawned on him. The Bai people? From his memories, he discovered the source of these bones. It was clear that the villagers from Fish Dragon Village had been dumped into the river. They were Yi Tianqin's people. In that case, why did the palace order people to fish the sunken corpses out? Ding Fanqiu and the others searched through the boxes and shook their heads. It seemed they did not find what they were looking for. It was apparent that these bones from the Bai people were useless to them. Lu Zhou asked indifferently, "What are these bones for?" "Old householder, some things are better left unknown," one of Ding Fanqiu's disciples said. Lu Zhou stroked his beads calmly and said, "Even the evil sky pavilion is concerned about these things? This is how we've always done things." When little Yuan heard this, she muttered, "I don't know if this is how things are done. I only know it's lame." The disciples were not happy to hear this. Ding Fanqiu waved his hand and chided his 3 disciples, "Enough." After that, the 3 disciples no longer dared to quarrel with little Yuan. They were confused about why Ding Fanqiu seemed to be taking little Yuan's side. Ding Fanqiu said, "Remove their paises." "Understood." When Lu Zhou saw the paises, he stroked his beard calmly and said, "Should I tag along and widen my horizons?" "Grandfather, I want to go," little Yuan said excitedly. She was interested in this matter, after all. It was only natural for Lu Zhou to bring little Yuan with him. She was more than capable of handling any divine court realm cultivators should the need arise. Ding Fanqiu looked at Lu Zhou and said, "There are many witchcraft traps near where the bodies are fished out. Aren't you afraid?" It was clear this was not their first visit. They were very familiar with the place. "There's nothing under the heavens that my grandfather is afraid of," little Yuan said, waving her fist. Ding Fanqiu regarded little Yuan with a look of satisfaction. "This is what I like. If something happens, no one can blame me. It's best if something does happen. They took the paces. After Ding Fanqiu's 2 male disciples changed their clothes, they left the crumbling courtyard and walked toward the jetty where the corpses were being fished out from the river. About 15 minutes later, they saw the jetty. Apart from the ships there to fish out the corpses, there were no other commercial vessels. Officers and soldiers were patrolling the area as well. Ding Fanqiu navigated the area with great familiarity, walking calmly along the way. At the entrance, 2 guards with spears in hand barred their path. Authorized personnel only. Ding Fanqiu's disciples produced the paces. Those at the back. Please, make an exception. Some silver changed hands, and everything proceeded smoothly. If they were only fishing for corpses for a day, the soldiers would not be able to make money this way. However, these men had been doing this for a decade. They were unsure what they were fishing out of the river or the importance of their task. Rocks, rotten fish, rotten shrimp, everything was taken away. After repeating the same routine day after day, they became apathetic toward their jobs. Little Yuan muttered under her breath, "Why aren't we just fighting our way in? This is so much more complicated." The girl whom little Yuan had defeated turned around to look at her and said, "There are powerful witchcraft traps around here. Someone's controlling them." "Oh," little Yuan replied, "I still don't understand." They walked at a fast pace, clearly not on their first visit. "The warehouse is up ahead," someone noted. They easily avoided the guards, passing several buildings before preparing to enter the warehouse. Ding Fanqiu suddenly raised his hand. His voice was deep and commanding as he said, "Stop." It seemed he had discovered something. He bent down to scrutinize the tracks on the ground. "There's a witchcraft cultivator around," he announced. Lu Zhou also examined the lines on the ground. Indeed, the soil was fresh, someone had planted a trap here. In witchcraft, timing, location, and the people involved were crucial. The spellcaster would draw power from external structures to inflict harm or bestow blessings on the target. Ding Fanqiu turned to look at Lu Zhou and said, "Old householder, please be cautious." Then, he turned his attention to little Yuan and said, "Little girl, if you're afraid, you can stay closer to me." Little Yuan hugged Lu Zhou's arm and said, "I'm not afraid." "Let's go," Ding Fanqiu said. They walked around the trap and found themselves facing the huge warehouse. The doors of the warehouse couldn't stop a group of cultivators from entering. With a slight movement of his hand, Ding Fanqiu broke the lock. The moment the warehouse doors opened, Lu Zhou frowned. The warehouse was dozens of meters long, with rows of boxes arranged neatly inside. They were stacked on top of each other. On the other side, there was a mountain of bones. From the appearance of the exposed bones, many were different from those they had seen in the crumbling courtyard. Many were just ordinary bones. The fish dragon village had been destroyed, and 354 villagers had lived there at the time. Even if all their bodies were here, there shouldn't be so many. Moreover, they had been fishing out bodies for the past decade and were still doing so. Considering the remains washed away by the current, how many people had died in the river? There were certainly others, besides the bays. Ding Fanqiu's expression was indifferent, as if he was used to seeing dead people. When he entered the warehouse, he simply raised his hand slightly to cover his mouth and nose. He ordered his disciples, "Search." "Understood," the 3 disciples replied, and they began checking the contents of the boxes. Lu Zhou felt even more suspicious. What are they looking for? Before Lu Zhou could ask, Ding Fanqiu suddenly said, "These are the bones of the other tribes." Other tribes? There is no place for the other tribes on Great Yan's lands. For millennia, after Great Yan conquered the lands, there have always been other tribes attempting to cause disturbances. The Measure Heaven River is fated to be drenched in blood, Ding Fanqiu said calmly. Lu Zhou asked, "These are all the remains of the other tribes?" Ding Fanqiu glanced at Lu Zhou and laughed mockingly. "Well, that's what the palace says," he replied. Little Yuan poked her head out and asked, "What are you looking for?" A bone, an extremely special bone, Ding Fanqiu replied. What special bone? Little Yuaner's curiosity was piqued. Ding Fanqiu did not answer her question directly. Instead, he said, little girl, if you become my disciple, I'll teach you everything I know. Little Yuaner frowned slightly. She glared at Ding Fanqiu, you? There are many who wish to join the evil sky pavilion, yet they don't have the chance. You should think carefully. All 9 of my disciples are experts whose names inspire awe everywhere they go. Not her, little Yuaner pointed at the girl who was searching the boxes. The young female cultivator had a baby face. Ding Fanqiu was speechless, unable to retort. It seemed that Ding Fanqiu was revealing his true intentions. Lu Zhou was not surprised. Instead, he said, I'm afraid you won't be able to teach her. Ding Fanqiu was clearly displeased by Lu Zhou's words. With his hands still behind his back, he said, there's no one under the heavens whom I can't teach. Lu Zhou did not want to waste his energy bickering with Ding Fanqiu. The reason he came here was to investigate the truth behind the Fish Dragon Village incident. I'll let him continue his act and impersonate me for the time being. After all, he still has some value. With that being said, Lu Zhou was still puzzled. How did Ding Fanqiu and his 3 disciples manage to form a connection with this place? It seemed like they had been doing this for a long time. What was Ding Fanqiu's objective? Who was backing him? After searching for some time, Ding Fanqiu's 3 disciples returned. The warehouse was now in a complete mess. Most of the boxes were overturned, and the environment was chaotic. The stench of rotting flesh permeated the air. The girl said, Master, we didn't find anything. The other 2 disciples shook their heads as well. Ding Fanqiu frowned slightly. He asked calmly, is there another warehouse? The 3 disciples shook their heads again. This warehouse was large enough that there was still some space even with all the boxes inside. Lu Zhou looked up at the sun and noticed it was already setting. At the same time, he glanced at the mission list on the system dashboard. As they were about to leave, they heard the sound of shuffling footsteps from outside. Moreover, the hurried footsteps indicated more than one person was approaching. An ambush, Ding Fanqiu said coldly, without even looking at the newcomers. Kill them. Understood. The 3 disciples shot out of the warehouse and began a killing spree. The newcomers were a group of soldiers, no match for cultivators. At that moment, Lu Zhou remembered Mingshi had encountered a witchcraft trap when he was here before. Surely, such an important place would have better security? I'm curious, Lu Zhou said suddenly. What's the special bone you mentioned earlier? Lu Zhou asked. With his hands behind his back, Ding Fanqiu replied, Old man, I'll remind you again. The more you know, the more dangerous it is. At my age, life and death matter little. Lu Zhou stroked his beard indifferently. He wasn't lying. Before he had transmigrated, he had already died once. Besides, this was nothing compared to when the 10 elites laid siege on Golden Court Mountain. Very well. Ding Fanqiu sighed. The sounds of fighting grew louder, and the number of people increased. Shortly after, groups of cultivators began showing up as well. It seemed like they had rushed here after receiving news of what had happened. The number of cultivators continued to grow. A projected voice rang out over the jetty at that moment. You've walked into a trap. Death to the intruders. Although the voice was not loud, everyone heard it clearly. It seemed like things were getting more and more complicated. Lu Zhou was not worried about this. If he wanted to leave, these people would not be able to stop him. Ding Fanqiu glanced at Lu Zhou before stepping out. Outside the warehouse, soldiers gathered in ranks on the shore, beside the jetty, wielding spears and blocking the path. Many cultivators hovered in the air above the soldiers. The 3 disciples returned to Ding Fanqiu's side after dispatching the soldiers at the warehouse's door. We're surrounded. It's a trap. Ding Fanqiu stood calmly with his hands behind his back, unaffected by the news. As an elite in the nascent divinity tribulation realm, there was no need for him to feel afraid. No number of soldiers could prevent a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator from leaving through the air. Ding Fanqiu looked at the cultivators hovering above the soldiers. Sense condensing realm, Brahman Sea realm, and a few in the divine court realm. With these numbers, they want to stop me? Little girl, don't blink. Although Ding Fanqiu did not turn around, it was clear he was speaking to little Yuan. Lu Zhou continued stroking his beard as if all this had nothing to do with him. At the same time, an imposing aura surged from Ding Fanqiu's body. With a single step, he was out of the warehouse. Buzz. A towering avatar, 50 feet tall, loomed over the others in the air. The avatar was a faint blue, looking extremely terrifying as it was surrounded by energy. The golden lotus beneath it unfurled its leaves, revealing 4 petals. The soldiers and cultivators near the jetty witnessed this, and their expressions changed dramatically, taking several steps back. However, they did not flee. Instead, they cautiously increased their distance from the avatar. Little Yuan muttered disdainfully, only 4 leaves. Ding Fanqiu's female disciple rolled her eyes and said, "What do you know? Our master's strength is unmatched. He's conserving his energy. 4 leaves are enough to deal with these people." A divine court realm cultivator's avatar can reach up to 10 worlds at most. With the 100 tribulations in sight, everyone here will have to bow down. At that moment, waves of energy rolled off Ding Fanqiu's 4-leaf avatar. Rumble. 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 The buildings near the jetty shook and rattled. The soldiers retreated further, while the cultivators raised their guards. One of the cultivators shouted, "Everyone, stay calm. Let's retreat slowly. News from the palace states that this person isn't the real GT Dao. A grand witchcraft formation was laid down here yesterday. Let's head back to the grand formation. When the elites from the palace arrive, these criminals will be dealt with swiftly. No matter who it is, death to the intruders. Death to the intruders. Death to the intruders." The soldiers began chanting loudly. The soldiers were emboldened by the cultivators' motivational words and stood their ground firmly. Lu Zhou and little Yuan had just arrived at the entrance of the warehouse and were taken aback by the sight of thousands of soldiers and hundreds of cultivators before them. It was clear that everything was a trap. Lu Zhou said calmly, "This is a trap." It seemed as if this had been planned from the start. Since the trap had been laid, it was only natural that they could not find what they were looking for in the warehouse. That thing had to be hidden, or it was still somewhere on the riverbed. Little Yuan asked in a soft voice, "What do we do now? Do we charge through their ranks?" "There's no need for that," Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said. "Since that person likes being in the spotlight, let him have it." Little Yuan pouted and said, "A 4-leaf avatar. This won't be interesting at all." She was used to grander displays of strength, after all. It was only natural that she disdained an avatar of this level. It was similar to how someone accustomed to riding legendary mounts would feel if offered a low-grade one. How could they not feel disdain? However, for the other cultivators, a 4-leaf golden lotus avatar could be considered an elite among elites. The cultivators hovering in the air swallowed hard, wary of the avatar's intimidating power. No one dared to challenge a nascent divinity tribulation realm elite at this moment. Meanwhile, Ding Fanqiu's 3 disciples wore expressions of admiration. The female disciple glanced at little Yuan and said mockingly, "Little girl, don't be arrogant just because you had a stroke of luck and managed to defeat me earlier. With your strength, you won't even be able to make a single move against my master." Little Yuan snorted. "Loser. You." The female disciple wanted to retort, but now was not the time to bicker. She had no choice but to let the matter go for now. Besides, if they fought, she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. After all, her master was not in a position to protect his disciples. The energy swirling around the 4-leaf avatar glowed faintly, forming energy seals. Then, they shot out. Lu Zhou remarked offhandedly, "Daoist Madras." He did not expect Ding Fanqiu would use Daoist madras. Unlike the Zen sect's madras, which relied on the golden body's support and the cultivator's own primal qi, Daoist madras mainly manipulated the primal qi in the area, giving them better range. Nonetheless, both madras were interconnected, and their differences were not as distinct as one might imagine. The densely packed madras shot toward the soldiers and cultivators. Pooh! 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 The soldiers were sent flying by the madras. Some of the cultivators turned to flee when they saw the situation was not in their favor. Retreat! Don't fight him. Wear him down. Prepare the witchcraft formation. Many cultivators stood far away. Their cultivation bases were barely enough to protect them from the avatar's intimidating aura, leaving them with no additional strength to fight back. Ding Fanqiu controlled his madras like a heavenly maiden scattering blossoms. In the blink of an eye, he took out several hundred soldiers, as if a flood had just washed over the area. The sound of people screaming echoed through the air. The remaining soldiers retreated further. Ding Fanqiu shouted loudly, "Who dares to stop me from leaving?" This was not his first time here. He knew there were many witchcraft traps. If this fight dragged on and the elites from the palace arrived, he would not be able to escape. Ding Fanqiu's deep voice resounded in all directions. His voice could be clearly heard in every corner of the place. The houses, buildings, and fishing boats shook from the sound waves of his voice. The soldiers retreated once more. Fall back. Everyone, fall back. Whoosh! 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 The soldiers retreated swiftly. It was better to retreat than to throw away their lives in vain. Their mission was to protect the witchcraft traps and wait for the elites from the palace to arrive. Ding Fanqiu's expression darkened. He tapped the ground with the tip of his toe and launched himself into the air. His 50-foot avatar kept him hovering in place. The reason nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivators were so terrifying was because of the 100 tribulation insight avatar. The higher the avatar rose, the wider its intimidation aura would spread. When Ding Fanqiu leaped into the air, the energy around his avatar spread in all directions with overwhelming force. Bzzzt. Bzzzt. Madras flew out like scattered flower petals. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded slightly. He slightly accomplished in madras. Is this a slight accomplishment? The Supreme Purity Jade slip was all Xiaoyuan knew. She was not familiar with the cultivation methods of other sects. Lu Zhou spoke slowly. Daoist madras mainly manipulate the primal qi in their surroundings, condensing qi into energy. For a great cultivator, even an avatar can be converted into energy. Zen madras are primarily created by the cultivator themselves. Usually, they take the form of palm prints. So, which one is more powerful? The Daoist madras or the Zen madras? Little Yuaner asked curiously. Lu Zhou nodded approvingly. Little Yuaner is interested in learning more. This is a good thing. With proper guidance, she is sure to become a great person in the future. Each has its own advantages. It's impossible to compare them, Lu Zhou said. Little Yuaner nodded. Ding. Teach Ci Yuaner. Reward, 100 merit points. When Ding Fanqiu's 3 disciples, standing to the side, heard Lu Zhou's words, they were slightly taken aback. You're quite knowledgeable, old mister. Indeed, our master is using Daoist madras. The female disciple looked at the madras that covered the sky with reverence. However, Daoist madras also have hand seals. There are 12 Daoist madras in total. The more profound one's cultivation base, the more powerful the hand seals will be, and they won't be inferior to Zen madras. Lu Zhou did not deign to look at the female cultivator. A young junior, still wet behind the ears, and too proud to seek guidance. She can continue to view the sky from the bottom of the well. Meanwhile, Ding Fanqiu's madras struck the soldiers and cultivators in the air who were not quick enough to move out of the way, like deadly butterflies, sending them flying. Those with cultivation bases below the sense-condensing realm spat out blood and died on the spot. The Brahman Sea realm cultivators fell to the ground, seemingly in excruciating pain. Even the Divine Court realm cultivators had to descend from the air to repel the Madras using their primal chi. Ding Fanqiu called out, "Elephant King." With a wave of his hand, loud thuds reverberated through the surroundings. Out of the forest, Elephant King came charging. Although its speed was not fast, it trampled the enemies like a tank. Many soldiers could not dodge in time and died on the spot. Some were impaled by Elephant King's tusks and tossed aside. "Let's go," Ding Fanqiu said, turning around. The soldiers and cultivators did not dare to approach the avatar. They could only watch helplessly. "Little girl, come to my side," Ding Fanqiu called out as he descended slowly along with his avatar. Boom! The instant Ding Fanqiu landed, the ground shook, serving as a powerful intimidation that further discouraged the soldiers and cultivators from attacking. Ding Fanqiu cast his eyes into the distance. It seemed the cultivators were growing in numbers. "The people from the palace are here. Why isn't the little girl coming over?" Initially, Ding Fanqiu thought little Yuaner would rush to his side out of fear. However, he noticed that not only did she seem unafraid, but she was observing everything with curiosity. Moreover, a hint of disdain could be seen in her eyes as she looked around. Lu Zhou said calmly, "Elephant King won't make it." Elephant King could make a great impact and was a wonderful war machine. However, it could not fly. Ding Fanqiu looked at little Yuaner with pity, as if she did not know what was good for her. He tried to persuade her again, "Little girl, let's go, before it's too late." Ding Fanqiu had never encountered a young person with such exceptional talent for cultivation as little Yuaner. She was undoubtedly more talented than his female disciple. "If she becomes my disciple, she'll certainly be a great asset to me. What a pity." He looked at little Yuaner with regret as these thoughts ran through his mind. After a moment, he raised his hand slightly, and the 50-foot-tall four-leaf golden lotus avatar disappeared. The soldiers and cultivators immediately felt the pressure lift. With a swift tap of his foot, Ding Fanqiu darted toward Elephant King, moving as swiftly as a swallow. His 3 disciples hovered above Elephant King's chariot, defending against any cultivators who might attack them. He entered the chariot and sat down gracefully. Even without acting, his presence alone kept the soldiers at bay. Lu Zhou shook his head. He wasn't interested in these matters. If he wanted to leave, he could have summoned Wizard to take them away at any time. Thump! 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 Elephant King stomped its feet, causing the ground to tremble. Each time Ding Fanqiu raised his hand, a soldier fell dead. Just as he was about to leave, faint purple circles appeared beneath the soldier's feet. The circles were strange and mysterious, and a substance resembling green smoke began to rise from them. "The Grand Witchcraft Formation," one of the cultivators shouted. "Take down these intruders. You'll be handsomely rewarded." A commander seemed to have emerged among the cultivators. When the Grand Witchcraft Formation was activated, the commander finally revealed himself, slowly rising into the air with a massive blade on his back. After all, Elephant King was an animal. Although it had absorbed primal chi in the cultivation world, making it terrifying and ferocious, its intelligence was nowhere near that of humans. When it saw the faint purple circles, it retreated. Ding Fanqiu's expression darkened. He waved his arm and forced the Elephant King forward. Toot! The Elephant King's trumpeting sent sound waves rolling across the mountain forest and beyond. However, it did not advance, instead, it seemed to be retreating. Livestock! Ding Fanqiu cursed and leaped into the air, energy surging from his body. 100 Tribulation Insight. The 100 Tribulation Insight avatar? That's an ultimate skill. It consumes a lot of primal chi. Lu Zhou struggled to understand Ding Fanqiu's action. Expending so much energy at this time was not rational, after all, these people were only small fries. What are you going to do when the elites from the palace arrive? Fanqiu did not have peak form cards that would grant him limitless energy. When the 100 Tribulation Insight avatar appeared, the cultivators who were preparing to advance retreated again. Their movements and actions seemed rehearsed. The substances that had risen were not smoke, they were part of a witchcraft. Someone had used witchcraft to turn primal chi into ironclad traps. Interestingly, the soldiers and cultivators were not affected by it. Sky Energy Seal. Similar to before, the avatar launched countless mudras into the air. Even with the relentless assault of the mudras, the light purple circles remained unaffected. They seemed to slow down, but that was it. There were no miraculous effects. At this moment, the circles had covered the ground. As they grew, they began to merge with each other, forming interlinking circles. They began to shine brightly as the Great Witchcraft formation was completely activated. The Elephant King retreated again. Toot! If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that the epic overlord of the forest, the Elephant King, could be fearful. No matter how much its master urged it forward, it refused to move and continued to retreat. The witchcraft circles kept expanding, growing at a speed unaffected by the aura of the 100 Tribulation Insight. At this moment, Fanqiu's 3 disciples wore worried expressions. It seemed the grand witchcraft formation was far more fearsome than they had anticipated. Although Fanqiu's cultivation base was in the nascent divinity tribulation realm, he could do nothing to the circles. Who was the palace elite who set up this grand witchcraft formation? Fanqiu's brows were tightly knitted as he looked at the formation that kept growing, closing in on him. The soldiers and cultivators advanced as the circles expanded. The river, Fanqiu instantly recalled his 100 Tribulation Insight avatar. He had expended too much energy maintaining his powerful form and needed to conserve his strength. The only place that seemed calmer was the surface of the Measure Heaven River. Perhaps he could escape from there. In an instant, he and his disciples turned and fled, abandoning the Elephant King. When they turned around, they saw Lu Zhou and little Yuaner watching them as if they were at a show. Lu Zhou said indifferently, "The river is already covered by the witchcraft circles. They've already spread to the bottom of the river." Fanqiu frowned slightly. He rose into the air and looked down at the river's surface near the jetty. Indeed, the river was now covered by the light purple circles that were expanding. They could not touch the witchcraft circles, otherwise, they would be shackled. Moreover, the circles would corrode their cultivation bases until nothing was left. At that time, they would be like pieces of meat on their enemies' chopping blocks. The Elephant King continued to trumpet. Its body was too huge to pass through the buildings. It did not take long for the witchcraft circles to reach it. The witchcraft circles seemed to have their own eyes. They tied down the Elephant King, and the rising green smoke now resembled vines. They looked extremely terrifying. The Elephant King struggled for a moment before it completely lost its strength to fight back. These witchcraft circles were clearly the same type of trap that Mingshi had fallen into. This was a binding grand witchcraft formation. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou remained calm. He was waiting for an opportunity and for the caster of the grand witchcraft formation to appear. Since they found nothing in the warehouse, he had no choice but to investigate this person from the palace. On the other hand, Fanqiu no longer maintained the dignified air of the master of Evil Sky Pavilion. He frowned, and no one knew what he was thinking. He had a feeling that the old man before him had a plan. "Old householder, you seem calm. Do you have a plan?" Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "I don't." "Forget it." Fanqiu turned around with his hands behind his back, staring intently at the witchcraft circles. The cultivators did not leave the witchcraft circles. They awaited the circles to close in on Fanqiu and the others. A short while later, the witchcraft circles were only dozens of meters away. At this moment, the commander of the cultivators flew toward them and called out from above, "Hey, isn't this the fiend past Patriarch whose name shocks the heavens? Where did your arrogance go?" When Ding Fanqiu unleashed his 100 Tribulation Insight avatar, the commander had hidden himself. He only revealed himself when the Grand Witchcraft formation was activated. We were told that you were coming. The palace has ordered the Grand Witchcraft formation to be set up. We were waiting for you to take the bait, the commander said. I've never seen a Grand Witchcraft formation as magnificent as this one in all my life. What do you think? How does it compare to the barrier around Golden Court Mountain? When he heard the middle-aged man's mocking words, Ding Fanqiu said in his deep voice, preposterous. 100 Tribulation Insight. His 50-foot-tall 100 Tribulation Insight 4-leaf avatar appeared again and sprouted another leaf. Boom! Waves of energy rolled off the avatar. The soldiers and cultivators who had thought victory was in the bag were sent flying at this moment. At this moment, Ding Fanqiu's 3 disciples looked at him reverently. This is my master's true strength. Lu Zhou's brows twitched slightly, but his expression turned indifferent again. Lu Zhou already knew that Ding Fanqiu was holding back earlier. However, to him, regardless of how many leaves Ding Fanqiu had, he was still just a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator. When the 5th leaf sprouted, the witchcraft circles stopped growing. Waves of energy swept out forcefully from Ding Fanqiu's 100 Insight Tribulation avatar, leaving ripples in its wake. Boom! I've been waiting for this. Several hundred soldiers were sent flying by the energy waves. The others were forced to retreat, they did not dare to advance. Ding Fanqiu moved at lightning speed. His 5-leaf avatar's energy covered a much wider area than before. Many cultivators cried out in pain as they were sent flying and died. Soldiers who could not dodge in time were drowned by the waves of energy and fell to the ground. The 5-leaf avatar left a trail of dead soldiers in its wake. Ding Fanqiu had taken the lives of several hundred men with just one strike. The soldiers and cultivators retreated again. Someone shouted, "Calm down. They're restricted by the Grand Witchcraft formation. They can't escape even if they sprout wings. Let's just wait until they're too exhausted to fight back." The soldiers and cultivators retreated a few hundred meters away and looked at them hungrily, like a tiger eyeing its prey. They were not stupid, there was no need for them to directly clash with Ding Fanqiu at this point. The Grand Witchcraft formation was growing stronger. Damn it, one of Ding Fanqiu's disciples cursed. Despite managing to kill so many people, Ding Fanqiu did not let his guard down. He finally decided to descend and recall his avatar. The 100 Insight Tribulation avatar consumed too much of his primal chi, and he needed to conserve his strength. The Grand Witchcraft formation continued to grow. Although its speed was much slower now, if this continued, they would be bound sooner or later. Little Yuan looked at the Grand Witchcraft formation that was drawing closer and closer to them as she asked in a slightly trembling voice, "Master, what now?" "Master?" Ding Fanqiu turned to look at Lu Zhou and little Yuan. He was certain he had not heard wrong. He had planned to forcefully take little Yuan away in the midst of the chaos. At that time, there would be nothing she could do about the old man's life or death. He asked, "The old householder is your master?" Little Yuan rolled her eyes and said, "You're annoying, you know? What's it to you? If you keep rambling, I'll ask my master to beat you to death." For some reason, Ding Fanqiu did not lose his temper when he heard little Yuan's provocative words. He only remained silent, thinking to himself, "What a shame if I can't make her my disciple." Lu Zhou stroked his beard, his expression aloof. He was prepared to use an item card to take Ding Fanqiu's life if he made any sudden move. An item card would undoubtedly be able to kill a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator. Ding Fanqiu looked at Lu Zhou again. He noticed that Lu Zhou was still as calm as ever. Suspicion arose in his heart, and he probed Lu Zhou's aura and cultivation base once more. He's weak. Truly weak. At most, he has connected 3 meridians in the Brahman Sea realm. He doesn't seem to be hiding his true cultivation base. Once the Grand Witchcraft formation reaches him and takes effect, he'll have to defend himself with his primal chi. At that time, he won't have a way to conceal his strength. I wonder who he is? How did he become the little girl's master? At this moment, the speed of the witchcraft circles increased. In just a blink, it covered the entire jetty, as though a giant, translucent bowl had fallen from the sky. The grand witchcraft formation was officially completed. The witchcraft's light, even the sight of it, and its primal chi affected the target's judgment, consciousness, and could even corrode the target's cultivation base. At this moment, the world seemed to have plunged into darkness. Run! Ding Fanqiu's expression changed slightly. Before the witchcraft spell completely entered his extraordinary 8 meridians and blocked his Dantian sea of qi, he had to leave this place as quickly as possible. He turned around and saw his 3 disciples, drenched in sweat. As the only one at the nascent divinity tribulation realm, he could not bring so many people to escape with him. He looked at Lu Zhou again and said, "Old householder, I don't care what kind of elite you are, but if we want to leave, we must work together now. The grand witchcraft formation will render us powerless in no time at all." Lu Zhou shook his head. His current cultivation base was only in the Brahman C8 meridians realm, and he couldn't even be considered an 8 meridians expert yet. Moreover, his avatar was the lowly mighty 4 quadrants. If he manifested it, it would only be slightly larger than a monkey, and it would be of no use at all. He stroked his beard and said indifferently, "You're not worth it." When Ding Fanqiu heard this, he said haughtily, "If I hadn't summoned my 100 tribulation insight avatar earlier, you'd be dead by now. The palace has laid down this grand formation to guard this place. Now that the trap has been triggered, we won't be able to leave if we don't act now. Currently, I'm the only one capable of escaping from here." Then, he turned to little Yuaner, who seemed to be in a daze. "Little girl, I'm giving you one last chance. Come with me, and I'll bring you away from this dangerous situation. Get lost." Little Yuaner said angrily. A regretful expression appeared on Ding Fanqiu's face. He shook his head and said, "If that's the case, I'll leave on my own and leave you to your fate." After he finished speaking, he moved at lightning speed, and energy surged out of his body once more. The witchcraft was already invading his meridians. "If I don't leave now, I'll be stuck here forever." Just a few moments ago, Ding Fanqiu had been hesitant about leaving his disciples behind. However, he did not hesitate now. He couldn't afford to hesitate at this moment. He fully unleashed his power at the nascent divinity tribulation realm. He shot into the air domineeringly, attempting to break free from the grand witchcraft formation's bind. The seemingly toxic green smoke rising from the purple circles obstructed Ding Fanqiu's vision. "Master, don't leave us here," his 3 disciples cried out when they saw their master almost escape the formation's boundary. Their cultivation bases were only in the divine court realm. Moreover, they were already weakened by the witchcraft trap. How could they possibly leave the grand formation? The 3 of them together could not even compare to little Yuaner. He merely felt a minor effect. After all, the supreme purity jade slip was much better than other cultivation methods. Lu Zhou looked around. Nobody approached him. He looked up and saw Ding Fanqiu rising higher and higher into the sky. Although Ding Fanqiu's vision was blurry, he continued to unleash another wave of energy. Lu Zhou shook his head. What a shame. If only he was bold enough to take a gamble. If he had used his 100 tribulations avatar, he might have a chance. Without it, he will certainly fail. This grand witchcraft formation was on another level compared to ordinary grand formations. Even the grand formation he laid out when he captured Yi Tianqi near Blue Sun Mountain could not compare to this one. A mere nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator trying to break free without using his avatar was like building castles in the sky. Lu Zhou shook his head. How can you underestimate such a formation? Suddenly. Whoosh! In the distant sky, a streak of energy with a color distinctly different from the witchcraft circle shot toward Ding Fanqiu. It was a feathered arrow wrapped in robust energy. Due to its speed, it seemed to create sparks from its friction with the air. The feathered arrow flew into the range of the grand witchcraft formation at lightning speed and struck Ding Fanqiu. Caught off guard, he fell rapidly from the sky. The arrow pierced through his layer of protective energy, causing it to burst like a balloon. His primal chi leaked into the surroundings, rolling out in majestic waves, leaving ripples in its wake. It was a spectacular sight to behold. Pooh! Ding Fanqiu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood into the sky. Bam! He crashed through a building, destroying it in the process. The moment he hit the building, the energy around him instantly dissipated. It was an archer. A nascent divinity tribulation realm archer. An elite had arrived. Only a nascent divinity tribulation realm archer could hit Ding Fanqiu from such a distance under these circumstances. Moreover, the archer must have a certain level of skill. Who could that person be? Under the skies of Great Yan, only one person could achieve such a shocking feat, easily piercing through a five-leaf avatar elite's protective energy layer. It must have been the most powerful of the three godly archers. He was here. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the arrow. Master! Ding Fanqiu's three disciples exclaimed in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Their master, a respected five-leaf golden lotus avatar elite, had been felled by an arrow. Such a high-level archery skill. Is an elite from the palace here? Everyone glanced around, trying to catch a glimpse of the newcomer. Lu Zhou looked in the direction the arrow had come from. Though his vision was obscured, he could vaguely see a flying chariot hovering at the edge of the horizon. The boxy, bright red chariot was not large, resembling a palanquin. Each corner of the chariot was supported by a girl dressed in red robes, their faces painted with heavy makeup. So, reinforcements from the palace have arrived. It seems there is more than one. What if one deadly strike card isn't enough? Meanwhile, the archer could be seen next to the flying chariot, wearing a cape and a bamboo hat. At this moment, he was descending to the ground at an extremely fast speed, landing effortlessly. The archer possessed at least a six-leaf cultivation base. He was Qinzhu, the most powerful of the divine capital's three godly archers. Upon seeing Qinzhu, the soldiers fell to their knees in unison. Greetings, Lord Chen. The nascent divinity tribulation realm archer fixed his gaze on Lu Zhou and the others, ignoring the soldiers. He walked toward Lu Zhou and the others at a steady pace. As he drew closer, his figure became increasingly clear. He finally stopped about a dozen meters away from them, removed his bamboo hat, and tossed it aside. His entire presence exuded a chilling aura. Name, Qinzhu. Race, Triverso. Realm, nascent divinity tribulation. Triverso? Lu Zhou was slightly surprised, but his expression remained neutral. He glanced at the bright red flying chariot and the four girls supporting it. Perhaps they were too far away, as he could only see the outlines of their figures. However, based on their auras, he determined that at least two of them were in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. However, a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator without any leaves was not a genuine cultivator in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. I think I might have underestimated the situation. Should I use an impeccable card to escape? Lu Zhou was still contemplating his options when Qinzhu's cold voice rang out. The Lord has ordered these people from the evil sky pavilion to be captured and handed over to the palace. The soldiers and cultivators bowed and responded in unison, understood. Ding Fanqiu's three disciples immediately paled. They cried out one after another, "We're not disciples from the evil sky pavilion. You've made a mistake. We're fakes." However, Qinzhu, holding a bow and arrow, said indifferently, "Since they're fakes, we'll execute them here." If they were from the evil sky pavilion, the palace might have given them some consideration. However, since they were fakes, there was no need to be considerate toward impostors. Upon hearing this, Ding Fanqiu's three disciples fell to the ground. Qinzhu played with his bow, which seemed to be an earth-grade weapon, similar to Li Qing's bow. He did not nock an arrow. Instead, he smiled, placed his right hand on the bowstring, and drew it back. At this moment, he transformed his chi into an energy arrow. Bzzzt. A buzz filled the air as Qinzhu pulled the bowstring back. The sound was ominous. Target, Ding Fanqiu's only female disciple. Twang. The arrow took flight immediately. The female disciple had no time to plead or resist before the arrow pierced her chest. Her eyes widened and she fell dead. Her aura had completely vanished. Junior sister. Junior sister. The other two disciples cried out, unable to believe their eyes. How could a divine court realm cultivator, restrained by the grand witchcraft formation, possibly defend against Qinzhu, one of the divine capital's 3 godly archers? Ding Fanqiu's expression changed drastically. You, Qinzhu sneered, raising his right arm again. Bzzzt. Another energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. Everyone understood Qinzhu's plan. He intended to kill them one by one with his arrows. He looked at Ding Fanqiu coldly and said, "Jitian Dao?" His arrow was aimed at Ding Fanqiu. Ding Fanqiu coughed violently as he sat up. He lifted his hand and broke the arrow embedded in his body. Then, with a tone tinged with incredulity, he asked, "You are Qinzhu, one of the 3 godly archers whose arrows never miss?" Qinzhu chuckled. "My reputation precedes me." He then added slowly, "Indeed, I am Qinzhu." "You have trespassed where you should not have." Ding Fanqiu pushed his white hair aside and said, "This is how the evil sky pavilion has always operated." Qinzhu shook his head. "That's enough. It's one thing for you to fool others with your act, but you can drop it in front of my lord. Your strength and cultivation are too weak." Ding Fanqiu was stunned. He glanced at the bright red flying chariot in the sky, and an expression of surprise appeared on his face, quickly replaced by a stiff, unnatural look. Qinzhu said confidently, "Even the real patriarch of the evil sky pavilion would have to admit defeat today, let alone an impostor like you. This grand witchcraft formation was prepared specifically for blind and arrogant cultivators like yourself." He did not release the bowstring but looked left and right, searching for other targets. He appeared flippant, as though his opponents were just a herd of sheep waiting to be slaughtered. It was only natural that Qinzhu took the situation lightly. After all, he was a nascent divinity tribulation realm godly archer, capable of shooting 3 energy arrows at once. No one could predict who his next target would be, and the naked eye could not follow the movements of a godly archer when shooting. At that moment, Lu Zhou finally spoke, 3 godly archers of the divine capital? His ancient voice was deep and commanding. Eh? Qinzhu's gaze shifted from Ding Fanqiu to Lu Zhou. He frowned slightly, having not noticed the old man before. Lu Zhou's expression remained calm. His right hand rested on his back, and his left hand stroked his beard, as if the grand witchcraft formation had no effect on him. Qinzhu was shocked and asked skeptically, "You're not affected by the grand formation?" Lu Zhou responded indifferently, "Are you talking to me?" Qinzhu waved the hand holding the bow. "Do you know who you're talking to?" Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "I applaud you for your bravery." "Old man, who are you?" Qinzhu asked, arrogance in his tone. Little Yuaner could not hold back any longer. Before Lu Zhou could reply, she retorted in a clear voice, "The person standing before you is the true master of the evil sky pavilion." Her voice was infused with primal qi. Ding Fanqiu was speechless. The 2 disciples. Qinzhu. Ding Fanqiu trembled inwardly. Realization dawned on him as he pieced together the puzzle. An awkward expression appeared on his face. "No wonder. I thought this little girl resembled the 9th disciple of the evil sky pavilion." He did not know whether to laugh or cry at that moment. He was in a lot of pain, having tried to take her under his wing several times. Who knew the old man he had brought with him was the very villain he had been impersonating? "I'm dead. I'm dead." However, Qinzhu guffawed, as if he had just heard the best joke of the day. "My lord was informed that this Jitian Dao is an impostor." I am to kill him on the spot. Qin Zhu raised his right arm, condensing an energy arrow. It was a moment when he could not afford to let his guard down. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "If you answer 3 of my questions, I'll turn a blind eye to today's event." Qin Zhu was about to erupt in anger, but bells began to ring in the air, as if conveying an order. Hearing this, he frowned slightly. With a tinge of annoyance, he asked, "What are they? First, who is your lord? Second, what is the purpose of fishing the corpses out of the river? Third, who is the mastermind behind the destruction of Fish Dragon Village? If you answer these 3 questions, no one will die today." Lu Zhou's tone, attitude, and expression convinced Ding Fanqiu that Lu Zhou was the real Jitian Dao, the true master of the evil sky pavilion, before he even made a move. There was no doubt that Lu Zhou was the patriarch of the Fiend Path who had 9 great villains as his disciples. Was there anyone under the heavens, apart from Jitian Dao, who could stand, unaffected, in a grand witchcraft formation? Ding Fanqiu's 2 remaining disciples' jaws dropped. They stood still as statues, their bodies trembling in fear at this revelation. Meanwhile, Qin Zhu frowned when he heard the 3 questions. It seemed he was waiting for an order from the flying chariot. Silence permeated the place, so thick it seemed almost tangible. At this moment, the grand witchcraft formation was fully activated. The soldiers standing outside the formation raised their spears, ready to strike at the command. The cultivators also prepared to attack their targets. This is a sure-win situation. What is my lord thinking about? Qin Zhu thought to himself. Ring. 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 The bells rang again. As soon as Qin Zhu heard the sound, his frown eased immediately. A knowing smile appeared on his face. He had never met anyone who dared to speak to him in such a manner. His expression was cold as he said, "My apologies, it's meaningless for someone who's about to die to speak. Death was the best outcome for these people." A shot arrow could not be recalled. Buzz, Qin Zhu drew the bowstring back, transforming his chi into several energy arrows. His eyes glinted coldly as he asked pointedly, "Any last words?" A nascent divinity tribulation realm archer was truly skilled at turning chi into energy arrows. Indeed, the godly archer could be considered an expert in his own right. As expected of the divine capital's 3 godly archers. From his movements alone, Lu Zhou could clearly see that Qin Zhu was much more powerful than Li Qing, one of the 4 dark knights. As Qin Zhu observed Lu Zhou's indifferent expression and lack of reply, his arrows hummed again. At this moment, Lu Zhou scoffed softly, shaking his head. He said, "There's a price to be paid for being stupid." Not 1, but 5 item cards suddenly appeared in his right hand. He had bought 4 cards earlier with just a thought. Lu Zhou waved his arm lightly, and 5 glowing vortexes appeared in his hand. They rotated in a counterclockwise direction. In a short moment, the 5 vortexes shot out. Twang! 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 Qin Zhu released his energy arrows simultaneously. Unfortunately, they were devoured by the vortexes. The vortexes, churning counterclockwise, appeared stunning under the light purple glow of the witchcraft formation. They were linked together, like 5 interlocked rings, continuing to shoot forward. What the? Qin Zhu furrowed his eyebrows. At this moment, a golden light enveloped everyone. Everything seemed to spin at this instant. This was a Daoist mudra. When the Daoist mudra was launched, everything paled in comparison. This is dangerous. Qin Zhu, taken aback, quickly retreated. He had never seen a skill like this before. At that moment, when he was distracted, the 5 vortexes suddenly grew in size. The golden light intensified, and the area it illuminated expanded. They looked like countless Taiji golden circles. Daoist mudras. How is this possible? Qin Zhu could not retreat in time. His eyes filled with shock as he pulled back the bowstring and shot 3 energy arrows. Bang! 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 Qin Zhu did not hesitate, firing another 3 energy arrows. However, the golden Taiji Madra remained unaffected, devouring all of Qin Zhu's arrows. Upon seeing this, Qin Zhu's eyes widened in fear. A hint of nervousness was evident on his face, and his hand holding the bow trembled slightly as he began to shoot many arrows. Unfortunately, the arrows were completely ineffective against the golden Taiji. Unique golden symbols could be seen everywhere, covering everything. Qin Zhu was too close to the golden symbols to escape. He thought to himself, frightened, how can there be such a huge Madra? Are Daoist Madras this big to begin with? The golden circles formed a round wall, 10 feet tall. Boom! An explosion echoed through the air as one of the golden circles burst and vanished. The area where Qin Zhu had stood was now silent and empty, with no trace of him left behind. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 Taiji golden Madras shot toward the horizon. The female cultivators around the red chariot were stunned. It took them a moment to regain their senses and realize they had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Frowning, they shouted, "The audacity!" 4 of them instantly began making hand seals to deal with the 4 approaching golden circles. The Taiji golden symbols spread in all directions for 10 meters from the spot where Qin Zhu had stood. The witchcraft formation under everyone's feet was also engulfed by the golden light. Ding Fanqiu's gaze remained calm. In the cultivation world, a cultivator would need at least a cultivation base in the 7-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm to cast these Daoist Madras. Additionally, they were ensnared in a witchcraft formation, which meant they had to fight against the spell's corrosion as well. How powerful was this strongest expert under the heavens? Compared to the colossal energy seal, Ding Fanqiu's Daoist Madras were as insignificant as ants. He had never seen such astounding Daoist Madras in his entire life. Based on his knowledge, only Daoist grandmasters could cast such Madras. He wanted to laugh at himself for impersonating someone of such caliber. Meanwhile, the 4 female cultivators hovering in the air had determined expressions on their faces. They were confident they could dispel these Taiji golden Madras. However, when they launched their energy blasts, all they did was create faint ripples on the Madras, which seemed as vast as the ocean. It was futile. A Daoist grandmaster, they exclaimed in shock, looking at the shining golden Taiji symbols flying toward them. Bang! 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 The moment the 4 golden circles caught them, they exploded and disappeared like fireworks. After the brilliant display, they turned into clouds of smoke and vanished with the wind. An incredulous expression could be seen on everyone's faces at this moment. Ding! Killed 3 nascent divinity tribulation targets and 2 divine court realm targets. Rewarded with 3,700 merit points. Fortunately, I didn't suffer any loss. After making the calculations, Lu Zhou realized Qin Zhu alone was worth 1,500 points. However, he hadn't earned much, considering he had spent 2,000 merit points earlier. He stroked his beard as he surveyed his surroundings. I didn't want to attack him, but it was easy for a nascent divinity tribulation realm elite archer like Qin Zhu to fire 3 arrows per second. Lu Zhou could not parry them all with critical block cards. Moreover, he would probably have to waste his impeccable cards as well. Rather than squandering his precious resources, it was easier to do things this way. Besides, there was no place for the other tribes under Great Yan's skies. Unlike the Triverso, the Bai people branched off from the Great Yan citizens over generations. After surviving for several millennia, they settled here, becoming the Aboriginals. The Triverso, however, has always been another tribe. Dear Emperor, what kind of people do you keep around you? Do you know that a person from the other tribe has infiltrated the palace? If only more of them would come here as well. Unfortunately, elites of this caliber are not raised like livestock. For some unknown reason, after Qin Zhu's death, the Grand Witchcraft formation began to weaken. The bright red flying chariot, no longer supported by the 4 female cultivators, started to fall. The situation on the ground was chaotic as the soldiers frantically tried to escape. An elite from the palace is so easily killed? The soldiers felt as though they were dreaming, finding it hard to accept. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou continued to watch the flying chariot. For an elite like Qin Zhu, one of the 3 godly archers, to recognize someone as his master, the master would certainly not be weak. Boom! The flying chariot crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. As the grand witchcraft formation weakened, their vision cleared. Now, everyone's attention was focused on the bright red flying chariot. The red flying chariot was now in pieces. If there had been an elite inside, it would not have crashed to the ground. This meant there was no one in the bright red flying chariot to begin with. There was no so-called expert in there at all. After waiting for a moment, nobody emerged from the rubble. Lu Zhou nodded, stroking his beard. Empty? Fortunately, he had anticipated this when he used his 5 cards. The situation was still within his control. If a group of divine court realm cultivators had charged at him, he would have had a hard time dealing with it. Little Yuan appeared, breaking the silence. She giggled and said, "You're amazing, master." Lu Zhou stroked his beard calmly. "How are you feeling?" "I'm alright. I felt a bit dizzy earlier, but I feel much better now," Little Yuan said as she walked toward Lu Zhou. "Is the Supreme Purity Jade slip capable of repelling witchcraft?" Lu Zhou wondered. The light purple glow from the witchcraft formation had almost disappeared. There were still soldiers and cultivators around them, ready to attack. Lu Zhou was not worried, however. After all, the remaining people were powerless to make him stay. He shifted his attention to Ding Fanqiu. At this moment, Ding Fanqiu was coughing violently. Lu Zhou continued to stare at him. Initially, he had planned to buy a deadly strike card to deal with Ding Fanqiu immediately. However, when he saw that Ding Fanqiu was injured and afflicted by the witchcraft spell, which greatly weakened his cultivation base, he changed his mind. With his hands on his back, he approached Ding Fanqiu. With Qin Zhu dead, he had no choice but to try to get information from Ding Fanqiu. Whether he had to resort to torture or intimidation, he was certain he would get something out of Ding Fanqiu. Upon seeing Lu Zhou walking toward him, Ding Fanqiu struggled to sit up with great difficulty. He endured the pain from the arrow in his chest and kneeled, pleading, "This junior has eyes, but couldn't see clearly. Please forgive me, senior." As soon as he finished speaking, he was in a coughing fit again. The air of confidence he had when impersonating Ji Tiandao was now gone. "Senior?" Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. His expression was indifferent as he said, "I find it strange that you address me as senior." Ding Fanqiu endured the pain in his chest and replied, "It's unforgivable for me to impersonate you. However, I must still thank you for killing Qin Zhu, thus avenging my disciple." He then shot his 2 disciples a meaningful look. Seeing this, Ding Fanqiu's 2 disciples quickly got on their knees and kowtowed to Lu Zhou. "Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior." Ding. You have been kowtowed at. Reward, 2 merit points. Insincere and petty hypocrites. There was no change in Lu Zhou's expression. He showed no happiness or anger as he stroked his beard and said, "I have some questions for you, and you'll answer them truthfully." "I will tell you anything and everything I know." "Very good." Lu Zhou thought for a moment before asking, "Tell me your true identity." Ding Fanqiu no longer dared to continue acting. He replied, "I am Ding Fanqiu, from the Yun sect of Great Yin. These 3 are truly my disciples." Little Yuan scoffed and said, "Aren't you ashamed of yourselves for impersonating the evil Sky Pavilion when you're so weak?" Ding Fanqiu was rendered speechless. A 5-leaf avatar was not weak. "Why did you impersonate the evil Sky Pavilion?" Lu Zhou asked, stroking his beard. Ding Fanqiu hesitated slightly before finally saying, "In response to your question, senior, many disciples of the Yun, Tian, and Luo sects were killed by the evil Sky Pavilion. Centuries ago, the evil Sky Pavilion destroyed several thousand weapons of the 3 sects, dealing a heavy blow to our foundations. Since then, we have never been able to truly recover. I was ordered to He paused at this moment. Say it, Lu Zhou barked. I was ordered to impersonate the master of the evil sky pavilion and commit crimes everywhere, Ding Fanqiu reluctantly replied. Lu Zhou shook his head and sighed softly. The Yun sect is the head of the 3 sections, a grand sect of the noble path, resorting to such despicable methods? The evil sky pavilion has committed so many evil deeds. I was only ordered to give them a taste of their own medicine. Whoosh, a wave of energy sailed toward Ding Fanqiu at this moment. Smack, it hit Ding Fanqiu on the face. 5 fingerprints appeared on his cheek, accompanied by a burning and stinging pain. Senior, you. Ding Fanqiu stumbled back, not knowing what to do. However, he knew he did not dare to retaliate even if he had the chance. I'll ask you again, what's the secret behind that bone? After receiving a slap, Ding Fanqiu became much more subservient. He cradled his cheek as he said, there's a bone from the Bai people that can help a cultivator overcome the great limitation of 1,000 years. A confused expression crossed his face as he ventured softly, Senior, with your knowledge and experience, you must have heard of this before. A bone from the Bai people that can overcome the life limit of the cultivation world? Lu Zhou searched his memories again. Since Ji Tiandao lived for 1,000 years and traveled across the lands, it was impossible for him to have no recollection of this matter. He fumbled through his memories for a while, but found nothing. He decided to give up and continued interrogating Ding Fanqiu. Has this bone been found? Ding Fanqiu shook his head and said, the palace has searched for a decade and has not found it. The chances of us finding it are even slimmer. Little Yuan snorted and said, fools. Nobody can overcome the life limit. The owner of the bone died, and yet, you hope the bone can help you overcome your life limit. What a joke. Ding Fanqiu was rendered speechless again by Little Yuan's words. Lu Zhou was reminded of Emperor Qin from Earth. The emperor scoured the lands for a way to extend his lifespan. The people of the cultivation world had never lived past the limit. However, there were bound to be those who were unwilling to bow down to fate and wanted to try. Could it be that the Emperor of Great Yin is also unwilling to submit to the limit of his lifespan? While Lu Zhou was lost in his thoughts, the soldiers and low-ranked cultivators on the jetty began to close in. There were several thousand soldiers and hundreds of cultivators in the sense-condensing, Brahman Sea, and Divine Court realms. They'd been affected by the Witchcraft formation. They're powerless now. Don't be afraid. Trespassers will be executed on the spot. Lu Zhou's expression remained indifferent as he watched the approaching soldiers and cultivators. Little Yuan flexed her limbs and said, Master, let me handle them. Lu Zhou waved his hand and replied, there's no need for that. Huh? A confused expression appeared on Little Yuan's face. Buy-in. 2 fists were no match for 4 limbs, after all. Although Little Yuan was powerful, it would be asking too much of her to defeat thousands of soldiers and hundreds of cultivators. Bai-in emerged from the forest at Lu Zhou's call. The soldiers and cultivators turned back when they heard the growling behind them. What's that? A tiger? How can a tiger be here? The soldiers and cultivators were still puzzled as Bai-in approached, its figure becoming increasingly clear. As expected, Bai-in was unaffected by the witchcraft. This, a beast? Bai-in roared loudly, the sound echoing through the forest. The soldiers' knees knocked together in fear and shock. It was clear that what they had initially thought was an ordinary beast was actually an extremely powerful one. Only a powerful human cultivator could tame such a fierce beast and turn it into a mount. At that moment, Bai-in charged at the crowd. The contrast between might and meekness was stark. For a moment, severed limbs flew everywhere. Run! Retreat! Divine Court Realm cultivators, assemble! The cultivators with bases in the Brahman Sea realm and below had no choice but to retreat. Meanwhile, the soldiers couldn't withstand a single blow and were all sent flying. Bai-in's formidable combat strength was on full display before these insignificant humans. The Divine Court Realm cultivators launched their madras and flying swords. Bang! 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 The attacks from the Divine Court Realm cultivators did not affect Bayan, instead, they only served to enrage him. Rarg! Bayan went berserk. He leaped into the air and pounced at the cultivators. One should not forget that, unlike Elephant King, Bayan could fly. No way. A flying beast. Crack. The cultivator who had spoken did not even have time to react before his bones were shattered with a single strike from Bayan. Bayan continued to rampage through the crowd, causing chaos. Without a leader and discipline, the soldiers and cultivators were like a tray of loose pearls. In the end, the thousands of soldiers could only retreat in fear. Fall back. It's not affected by witchcraft. How's that possible? Bang! 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 Bayan took out a soldier with every swipe of its claw. It was extremely ferocious. The soldiers would not have been so afraid of a human. After all, they could wear down a human's strength. However, they were facing a beast at this moment. Moreover, this beast seemed like it did not even know what exhaustion meant. The mortals are truly pitiful. With this thought, Lu Zhou gestured for Bayan to attack the cultivators. I've always been merciful. Leave the mortals alone. Deal with the cultivators. Ding Fanqiu? His two disciples? Lu Zhou's words sounded insincere. However, if the old senior wanted to say that, there was nothing Ding Fanqiu could do but nod along. Meanwhile, little Yuan was applauding and cheering. Bayan's combat prowess truly exceeded everyone's expectations. Many of the mortal soldiers were firing arrows from below, but the arrows could only scratch Bayan's hide. After Lu Zhou gave his order, Bayan no longer pursued the soldiers and launched itself into the sky. This scene seemed like a recording from the game Snakes. Ding! Killed a Brahmin Sea Realm target. Reward, 20 merit points. Ding! Killed a Sense Condensing Realm target. Reward, 5 merit points. Ding! Killed an early stage Divine Court Realm target. Reward, 100 merit points. Lu Zhou nodded, pleased. Bayan's combat strength was truly impressive. With Bayan's help, he knew it would be easier for him to earn merit points in the future. Ding Fanqiu stared at the scene with his mouth agape. This is a legendary mount? Compared to it, Elephant King was like trash. At this moment, Elephant King was lying weakly on the ground, making several meek attempts to struggle. It was not in the same league as Bayan at all. Ding Fanqiu could only shake his head helplessly. Bayan cleared away the low-ranked cultivators in a short time. Most of the soldiers and cultivators had retreated. When Lu Zhou saw it was almost over, he waved his arm and commanded Bayan to return. He had earned 800 merit points from this, which was not a lot. After all, these were only weak cultivators. Bayan obeyed Lu Zhou's order. When it passed by Elephant King near the jetty, it looked down at him disdainfully from the corners of its eyes. Elephant King shrank back slightly in fear, his body trembling. He was meek and subservient in front of Bayan. This was the difference between a legendary mount and an epic mount. Without comparison, the difference might not be so apparent. However, once compared, the contrast was as vast as heaven and earth. Bayan sat majestically on its hind legs next to Lu Zhou and little Yuan. From time to time it would bare its fangs, preventing the cultivators from coming closer. Meanwhile, the effects of the grand witchcraft formation continued to fade. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. He did not understand why these soldiers and cultivators were still hanging around. Aren't they afraid of dying? Just as he was about to continue interrogating Ding Fanqiu, two individuals flew toward him at breakneck speed. The auras of these two people caught everyone's attention. Did the palace send so many elites? Lu Zhou was baffled by this new development. The two figures continued to move at top speed before they came to a halt, hovering above the grand witchcraft formation. When little Yuan had a clear look at the two newcomers, she jumped with joy and called out, "Third senior brother! Fourth senior brother!" Lu Zhou looked up. Indeed, it was Duanmu Xing and Mingshi. Duanmu Xing wielded his overlord spear. He appeared majestic with his muscular body and sharp eyes, looking like a god who had descended on earth. Meanwhile, Mingshi, dressed in grey robes, looked strangely at ease and confident. He was smiling broadly at this moment. Master. Both of them descended at the same time. As soon as they descended, a mighty shockwave rippled out. The remnants of the witchcraft formation were instantly dispelled by Lu Zhou's two disciples, who were in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. With the disappearance of the formation, the air cleared, and their visions returned. Duanmu Xing and Mingshi hurried over and fell to their knees, greeting Lu Zhou, Master. Fanqiu was stunned speechless by their impressive entrance. When he regained his senses, he turned to look at his two fake disciples. There's too great a difference between the real deal and the counterfeits. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and asked, Why did both of you come? Mingshi bowed and said, Master, I've obtained some information from Fan Xiuwen. He said there's a grand witchcraft formation here, personally maintained by the elites from the palace. Therefore, I went to look for third senior brother and came here as reinforcements. Duanmu Xing chimed in, There are many elites within the palace. I know your strength is peerless, Master, and those people are not worthy of being in your presence. However, there's no need for you to waste your energy on small fries, Master. Please forgive us for taking matters into our own hands, Mingshi added. Lu Zhou glanced at Mingshi. Ever since this fellow has seen the separation hook, he has become much more motivated. He's also more cautious compared to before. If he had known they were coming, he would have saved the 5-item cards. Alas, there was no use crying over spilled milk. In the end, he only stroked his beard and said indifferently, It doesn't matter. Mingshi and Duanmu Xing finally rose to their feet and surveyed their surroundings. The effects of the grand witchcraft formation were nearly gone. The jetty, post-battle, was a complete mess, with bodies strewn about haphazardly. Mingshi felt awkward. I think we were late, he thought. Little Yuan ran over, giggling, and said, Third senior brother, fourth senior brother, look at these 2 counterfeits. Counterfeits? Mingshi was confused for a moment. When he understood what little Yuan meant, he was displeased. He strode over to the young man who resembled him and was lying limply on the ground. Buzz, Mingshi Yin's 100 Tribulations Insight avatar appeared. The young man was dumbfounded. Mingshi said, How dare you impersonate me? At that moment, Duanmu Xing walked over as well. He was about to unleash his own 100 Tribulations Insight avatar when Mingshi raised a hand to stop him. Senior brother, the Overlord Spear is enough. There's no need for you to. If his senior brother unleashed his one-leaf avatar, his own leafless avatar would pale in comparison. Fanqiu's disciple shuddered and hastily begged for mercy. The one who impersonated Duanmu Xing was too weak to even beg for mercy, he only prostrated himself on the ground, trembling violently. Enough, Lu Zhou said calmly. As soon as Lu Zhou spoke, Mingshi obediently recalled his avatar. Fanqiu was inwardly shocked. Indeed, the counterfeits levels were too low. With how talented the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion were, how could they not have made any progress after such a long time? Don't worry, Master, Mingshi reassured him. When I left Golden Court Mountain, I gave Fan Xiuwen another round of beating. I'm sure he'll be very cooperative from now on. Golden Court Mountain is protected by the barrier anyway. Outsiders can't possibly get in. He's really overdoing it. However, Lu Zhou did not reprimand Mingshi. Without the interference from the Grand Witchcraft Formation, the soldiers, and the cultivators, Lu Zhou approached Fanqiu again. Fanqiu looked up at Lu Zhou and asked, Is Fan Xiuwen in the Evil Sky Pavilion? It's not your place to ask questions, Mingshi growled. Fanqiu's wizened face flushed red. Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back and asked, Since you're from the Yun sect, who sent you? Ding Fanqiu stammered, seeming reluctant to divulge the truth. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, after this incident, you'll likely be silenced to ensure your silence. You're bringing disaster upon yourself. Ding Fanqiu muttered to himself for a moment. Indeed, at this point, he had gone past the point of no return. Moreover, Lu Zhou had avenged his female disciple. In the end, he said, Wudao, the elder of the Yun sect's enforcement hall. Wudao. Mingshi Yin's eyes widened. That old fart still alive? Ding Fanqiu said, Elder Hua has held a grudge against Senior since Senior defeated him. It has become an obsession and a knot in his heart, causing him to be unable to make any progress in his cultivation base, so. What a shameless prick. He only has himself to blame for being weak. How dare he blame someone else for being too powerful? Mingshi cursed. Only someone from the evil sky pavilion would say something like that. Back then, Wudao was a 6-leaf golden lotus avatar elite, specializing in defense. Even the 10 grade elites did not dare to underestimate him. He prided himself on his defensive skills. 20 years ago, he declared that he had the best defense under the heavens. At that time, the evil sky pavilion seemed to be losing its power, and Wudao wanted to seize the opportunity to defeat Tiandao and advance to a 7-leaf avatar. However, on the plains of Jing province, Wudao and Tiandao exchanged only one blow, resulting in Wudao's humiliating defeat. After all, at that time, Tiandao was already an 8-leaf cultivator. Since that day, Wudao became a laughingstock among the people on the noble path. This incident became a knot in Wudao's heart, causing his cultivation to stagnate for the past 20 years. Lu Zhou asked, where is Wudao now? Elder Hua went to the Green Jade altar 3 days ago. Ding Fanqiu hesitated slightly before continuing. It's said that he has gone there to discuss an alliance to defeat the evil sky pavilion. He knows more about the matter regarding the palace fishing up bones from the river than I do. Lu Zhou remembered Jiang Aijin's letter. The Fiend Temple Master also seemed to have gone to the Green Jade altar. These people are planning to gang up on the evil sky pavilion? Xuexinchan of the Fiend Temple was killed by Lu Zhou. It was only natural that Ren Buping wanted to avenge Xuexinchan. However, Lu Zhou did not expect Ren Buping to collaborate with the righteous sect for the sake of revenge. The noble and fiend paths had never worked together since ancient times. After all, the Fiend Temple was not far behind the evil sky pavilion in terms of committing crimes. Xuexinchan alone was ranked 3rd on the blacklist. Over the years, the Fiend Temple had absorbed many smaller factions and had become a formidable force. When their elite, whom they had gone to great lengths to train, died at the hands of the evil sky pavilion, it was only natural that they felt discontented. Lu Zhou said in a flat tone, since they want to deal with me, I should just head to the Green Jade altar directly. Upon hearing Lu Zhou's words, Mingshi said uncertainly, Master, the Green Jade altar is the righteous sect's territory. I'm afraid. Lu Zhou glanced at Mingshi and said, Mingshi. Yes, Master, Mingshi replied, his heart pounding. Being called by his full name was not a pleasant feeling. Are you afraid? Lu Zhou asked. Many years ago, when Mingshi had not yet entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm, he encountered Zhang Qiuqiu, an elite from the righteous sect, while roaming and causing trouble. Mingshi was defeated and had been traumatized by that incident ever since. However, his trauma was not as severe as the heart knot that Wudao of the Yun sect suffered, which caused his cultivation to stagnate. Why would I be afraid? Mingshi asked. That's good, then, Lu Zhou nodded indifferently. Based on their perception of cultivation, Mingshi was, in fact, more talented than Duanmu. Despite joining the pavilion much later, Mingshi strength was not far behind Duanmu. Mingshi had too many distracting thoughts, and his intentions were not pure, which is why his avatar had not sprouted any leaves since entering the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Although they were both in the nascent divinity tribulation realm, a cultivator with no leaves on their avatar was not considered a true nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator. Each additional leaf dramatically increased a cultivator's strength. Junior brother, this is a great opportunity. Your 20 feet avatar is truly embarrassing, Duan Muxing patted Mingshi Yin's shoulder. Mingshi Yin seemed to wither instantly. He muttered, that's unfair. Little Yuaner waved her fist and said, Master, there's also that Zhang Yuanshan. You should kill him. I can't stand that man cursing you every single day. Lu Zhou glanced at little Yuaner. He wanted to reprimand her, but when he recalled Zhang Yuanshan's face, he indeed found it despicable. Ji Tiandao's battle with the 10 grade elites had ended in a draw, and he had returned to the evil sky pavilion, wounded. The second attack on Golden Court Mountain was led by Zhang Yuanshan, a person extremely cunning. If Luo Changfeng, the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect, had not been so ostentatious, the one who would have died would have been Zhang Yuanshan. When Luo Changfeng died, Zhang Yuanshan was the first to flee. Once the incident blew over, he re-emerged and publicly slandered Ji Tiandao. Lu Zhou was certain that Zhang Yuanshan was somehow involved in the secret meeting at the Green Jade altar. After a while, he turned his attention back to Ding Fanqiu. Do you know who was behind the destruction of Fish Dragon Village? Ding Fanqiu was puzzled. Didn't you destroy the village, old senior? This information came from the Yun sect. He had even sent someone to investigate the palace, confirming that the culprit behind the Fish Dragon Village's destruction was the old man standing before him. Therefore, he was confused when he heard Lu Zhou's question and did not know how to reply. Lu Zhou said, Do you think I'm the culprit as well? I don't dare. At this point, Lu Zhou knew there was nothing more to learn from Ding Fanqiu. It was clear that Ding Fanqiu did not know who the mastermind of this plot was. If they can keep these things secret for a decade, they must be very skilled. They are definitely not ordinary people. After a moment, Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, Take him away. Yes, master. Mingshi Yin was the first to respond. What about them? Little Yuaner pointed at the 2 impersonators lying limply on the ground. They were the 2 young men who had pretended to be Mingshi Yin and Duan Muxing. When she pointed at them, they were once again frightened. They shrank backward immediately. Mingshi Yin's lips curled upward as he said, It's all right to impersonate me, but it'll be difficult for you to escape death after defaming my master. So, do we kill them? Little Yuaner asked. I agree to have them killed. Cut them in half, that's the best way. Duan Muxing chimed in with a nod. I don't think that's enough. Let's cut them into 8 pieces. Some elite cultivators are especially cunning. They'll only die when you've cut them up thoroughly. Ding Fanqiu was rendered speechless from the shock. These are the real villains. After all these years, they had only been impersonating their appearances. They had failed to master the essence of these villains. Every word that came out of the devil's mouths made them shudder in fear. Ding Fanqiu's expression was grim as he mustered up his courage to say, Impersonating the evil sky pavilion is my sin and mine alone. Please let them go, senior. Mingshi Yin said with a smile, I see that you're willing to own up to your actions. Alas. Even if my master spares them, do you think they can continue living? They've been afflicted by the witchcraft trap. Their cultivation bases will deteriorate sooner or later. This spell is very difficult to break, unless you're thinking of begging my master for help. Ding Fanqiu's heart sank. There was no way he would be bold enough to beg this grand patriarch of the fiend path. Lu Zhou did not concern himself with these 2 small fries. His 4th disciple, Mingshi Yin, was right. These 2 counterfeits would most likely die. He glanced at the sky. It's almost time. Lu Zhou was about to call out to Bai En when he saw a messenger bird flying toward him from the horizon. Little Yuaner recognized it right away. She raised her hand, and the messenger bird obediently placed a letter in her hand. She said, Master, it's a letter from that shameless guy again. Lu Zhou, naturally, knew who little Yuaner was referring to by that shameless guy. He said, "Read it." Little Yuaner opened the letter and read aloud, "Old Senior, you told me to investigate the fish dragon village, but this will take time. However, I can provide you with the latest information. It's best if you don't go to the Green Jade altar. The evil king, your 8th disciple, is lying in wait outside the Green Jade altar. Finally, how amazing is the sword you promised me." After little Yuaner finished reading the letter, Mingshi and Duanmu Xing's expressions turned sour. "I think old 8th hasn't had enough from the last time. How dare he lie in wait to attack Master with his cultivation base? That Master deceiving, Patriarch destroying, scum. I'll head over there and skin him alive right now." Lu Zhou raised a hand, interrupting his 2 disciples' tirade. He said calmly, "Old 8th has always been one to bully the weak and fear the strong. With his abilities, I don't think he's bold enough to try and ambush me." Mingshi asked in confusion, "Then, what's he doing, lying in wait at the Green Jade altar?" The righteous sect has always regarded itself as a member of the noble path. Although old 8th has left the evil sky pavilion, the noble path won't share the same opinion. Nether sect, the Crouching Dragon Darknet, and even old 8th's Tiger Ridge gang are their targets. I reckon old 8th is trying to get revenge with this opportunity. Duanmu Xing analyzed the matter confidently. "You have a point, but I still think that old 8th doesn't have the guts for this. 7th junior brother must be the one behind it," Mingshi said. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and asked, "How powerful is old 8th's organization?" Mingshi nodded and said, "Old 8th's personal strength is nothing much to speak of, but he has a group of trusted subordinates who listen to him. They're everywhere in the streets. The truly terrifying thing in this world isn't the cultivators with profound cultivation bases, but the hearts of the people. War is what is truly terrifying." This had been the case since ancient times. Although fights between cultivators resulted in casualties, the lives lost were a far cry from the pain that war brought to civilians. Little Yuaner interjected, 8th senior brother is trying to start a war?" Lu Zhou shook his head, waved his arm, and said, "All of you, come with me to the Green Jade altar." "Yes, master." Duanmu Xing, Mingshi and little Yuaner answered in unison. Lu Zhou waved at Baiyan. The ferocious and terrifying Baiyan instantly became docile. It retracted its fangs and lowered its body. Lu Zhou leaped onto Baiyan's back with ease. "Yuaner. Coming." Little Yuaner thought she wouldn't be allowed on the mount. She hastily leaped onto Baiyan as well. At this moment, Mingshi remembered the legendary mount, Wizard. He said tentatively, "Master, what about us?" "Take him with you and fly on your own," Lu Zhou said indifferently, pointing at Ding Fanqiu. While Mingshi was still stunned by his master's answer, Lu Zhou instructed Baiyan to leave. Baiyan leaped into the air and soon disappeared into the horizon like a gust of wind. Mingshi, a beat too late, bowed and replied, "Yes, master. I'll fly with all my." Duanmu Xing shook his head and said, "Don't look at me. I'm flying on my own as well." "3rd senior brother, that's not what I meant. Your strength and cultivation base are better than mine, and you're faster. So, you should take this fellow along. That way, we won't be a burden to master," Mingshi said with a smile. Duanmu Xing stroked his chin and said, "You have a point. In that case, carry my overlord spear." He tossed the overlord spear to Mingshi and then strode over to Ding Fanqiu, lifting him with one hand before leaping into the sky. "Eh? Junior brother, what are you standing around for?" "It's nothing. I'm coming right away." Mingshi circulated his primal chi and leaped into the air. He muttered under his breath, "I think I still ended up with the shorter end of the stick." The overlord spear weighed at least 100 catties. Once it acknowledged its master and its weapon grade was activated, its quality improved, and its weight increased several times over. Mingshi sighed to himself, "It would have been better if I had carried Ding Fanqiu." At this moment, the jetty was completely silent. Elephant King only managed to get back on its feet after Bian left. It walked toward Ding Fanqiu's two disciples. However, as soon as it took a step forward, a witchcraft trap suddenly shot up from the Measure Heaven River. It froze for a moment, then turned and ran into the forest. Thump! 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 It ran at an unprecedented speed and vanished into the forest in record time. The witchcraft trap on the river's surface grew at an alarming rate. It didn't take long before it covered the entire jetty and Ding Fanqiu's two disciples. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou and little Yuaner were speeding toward the green jade altar on Bai An's back. Master, should we wait for the senior brothers? Little Yuaner asked. No need. With Bai An's speed, they would reach the green jade altar in no more than 4 hours. Lu Zhou wanted some time to organize his thoughts and prepare for any unforeseen scenarios. He opened the system dashboard and saw he had 4,812 merit points now. Items, Lu Zhou called inwardly. When the interface appeared, he frowned slightly. Deadly Strike, now, cost 600 points. Damn it. Lu Zhou couldn't help but curse upon seeing this. What's wrong, master? Did someone make you angry again? I'll go capture him and cut him into 8 pieces. When little Yuaner turned around, she saw Lu Zhou bristling with anger. Lu Zhou regained his composure and waved his hand dismissively. He continued to think to himself, the price of Deadly Strike has gone up, but impeccable cards are still 500 points. The price fluctuation must be related to the frequency of purchase. Perhaps the system thinks the cards are too powerful, so the price is increased as a restriction? Previously, Lu Zhou had not used Deadly Strike cards frequently, so he did not trigger the price increase. As expected, such powerful cards came with a catch. After all, if the price had remained at 500 points, he could have used the Deadly Strike cards to eliminate all nascent divinity Tribulation Realm elites under the heavens, leaving him as the sole survivor and earning twice the merit points he had spent. As expected, the system won't allow me to exploit this loophole. Fortunately, the price increase isn't too steep. I can still accept it. Lu Zhou resolved not to rely too heavily on item cards and to improve his strength as soon as possible. Nonetheless, he bought another Deadly Strike card as a backup. I'll have to be more mindful of using Deadly Strike cards from now on. Perhaps I should start using defensive item cards in the future. Lu Zhou scrolled down. New cards appeared in the item card section. Critical Heal, heals 30% of wounds. Price, 300 merit points. Thunderblast, activates Thunder Energy Primal Chi. Hit rate, 50%, damage rate, 30%, critical damage rate, 10%, kill rate, 1%. Price, 100 merit points. These are practically useless. With my current skills, who could harm me now? Useless cards. As for the second card, it's even more useless. With a 1% kill rate, it's being sold for 100 merit points. How can it compare to Deadly Strike? Useless. Lu Zhou discovered that the newer item cards were getting more and more useless. After some research, he also realized that, apart from purchasing avatars, the lucky draws seemed to be a more worthwhile way to spend his merit points. However, this was not the time to try the lucky draw. Master, we're almost at the green jade altar, little Yuaner pointed at the huge building up ahead. The round green jade altar sat atop the building, resembling an incense furnace standing between heaven and earth. The righteous sect worshipped the heavens and respected the earth. Every time they opened their doors to recruit disciples or teach them cultivation methods and skills, they would do it on the green jade altar. The green jade altar was surrounded by dense forests on all sides. Head east, Lu Zhou ordered. Master, why are we heading east? Little Yuaner asked curiously. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, since the rascal, Zhu Honggong, is lying in wait here, I'll use this opportunity to capture him. Little Yuaner nodded as if she were a chick pecking for grain. I'll help you teach that traitor a lesson, master. by and moved at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in the forest on the eastern side of the green jade altar. Old Eight's followers were mostly low-ranked cultivators and mortals. If they wanted to take down the green jade altar, they would have to use their wits. However, it might be speaking too highly of Old Eighth to think he could outwit anyone. For this reason, Lu Zhou was certain Si Wuhua was giving instructions from behind the scenes. The green jade altar was elevated and isolated. In that case, fire is the best course of action. The eastern part of the forest was an ideal place to start a fire. As soon as Lu Zhou made up his mind, he urged Bian to the most suitable spot. Bang! 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 Sounds of intense fighting filled the forest at that moment. Lu Zhou stopped, feeling suspicious. Master, they've started fighting. Little Yuaner pointed at the cultivators among the trees. They were all low-ranked, and their capacity for harm was limited. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, I think the rascal's plans have been seen through. Little Yuaner's voice now sounded impatient. Master, quick, let's go down. I want to fight as well. Impudent. Lu Zhou raised his voice. I might be spoiling this young girl too much lately. She's getting unruly. Only when Lu Zhou raised his voice did little Yuaner's shoulders droop, and she said obediently, I was wrong. Bang! 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 The battle was chaotic. More and more cultivators joined in the fray. The disciples of the green jade altar appeared in small groups, wearing navy blue robes. The opposition was being pushed back, and their casualties were rising. Just as Lu Zhou was about to descend, two figures shot past him at breakneck speed from below. One was faster than the other. Lu Zhou recognized one of the figures immediately. The one in the lead was none other than the Evil Sky Pavilion's eighth disciple, Zhu Honggong. He had traveled far and wide to find Zhu Honggong, but here he was, delivering himself right into Lu Zhou's hands. Rascal! Without hesitation, Lu Zhou flicked a binding cage card. A golden cage shot out of his palm and dropped down instantly. At the same time, Old Eighth, Zhu Honggong, suddenly felt a strange and dangerous energy approaching. He instinctively looked up, and his mind went blank. No way. Master? I'm dead. If a person had bad luck, even the gaps between their teeth would be clogged if they were only drinking cold water. Zhu Honggong felt that he was especially unlucky at the moment. He did not expect to run into his master at the green jade altar, so it was only natural that he was shocked and frightened. At the same time, the cultivator who was chasing Zhu Honggong came to a halt and looked up. A square cage fell from the air and sailed toward Zhu Honggong. I think it's going to hit. My luck is good right now, Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He mumbled, I should have tried the lucky draw. Master, what are you trying to draw? Little Yuaner asked. Lu Zhou ignored Little Yuaner. His attention was completely focused on the binding cage card. A small frown appeared on his face when he saw the cage, which had grown alarmingly big, suddenly take a nosedive and disappear completely. Yes, it vanished. The cultivators who witnessed this were dumbfounded. Lu Zhou's expression was dark. The card had cost him 200 merit points, and it was wasted just like that. Should I use another one? What if I miss again? This card only has a 30% chance of hitting. If I keep missing, I'll be wasting too many of my merit points, Lu Zhou thought to himself. While Lu Zhou was deliberating his options, Old Eighth, Zhu Honggong, was elated. He muttered to himself, it seems like Master intends to let me go. I'd better run, quick. Zhu Honggong dove deeper into the forest at lightning speed. His speed was comparable to that of a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator. Lu Zhou had the legendary mount, Bian. If he gave chase, he would be able to catch up to Zhu Honggong. The problem was that he needed to use item cards if he wanted to capture Old Eighth. Little Yuaner was powerful, but not powerful enough to deal with Old Eighth. Moreover, he was wary of the current situation and needed little Yuan by his side for protection. The psychological trauma from the luck draw left him with a bad feeling about this. Forget it. I'll capture him next time. That rascal is lucky. I should try to capture him first before trying my luck at the luck draw. It wouldn't be difficult for Lu Zhou to capture Zhu Honggong. He had all the time and opportunities in the world. He would leave Zhu Honggong alone for now, since he had more important matters to attend to. Master! Master! Quick! The traitor is getting away. Little Yuan began shouting. It's fine, Lu Zhou waved his hand. I have something else to attend to. Oh, little Yuan looked at Zhu Honggong's vanishing figure in the forest regretfully. Just as Lu Zhou was about to head to the green jade altar, the cultivator who had been chasing Zhu Honggong earlier called out, Grandmaster. Lu Zhou turned to look. It's you? A man stood near the battle, exuding an air of arrogance. Unmoved by the chaos around him, the man was none other than Duanxing, the third seat of the Fiend Temple. Lu Zhou had previously met him at Renan's holy altar. It was truly strange to see two individuals from the Fiend Path at the Green Jade altar, as they seemed out of place. Greetings, Grandmaster. It is I, Junior Duanxing, said Duanxing. When chasing Zhu Honggong, Duanxing had seen Bian and the flashing golden cage in the air. He instantly recognized the old man. With the Buddhist Grandmaster around, he had no choice but to give up his pursuit. Lu Zhou stroked his beard calmly. Fiend Temple has always been at odds with the Noble Path, they are like fire and water. Why are you here? Duanxing replied respectfully, my temple master has ordered us to come here because he and Sect Master Zhang are discussing ways to take down the villains. I am only here to accompany him. After he finished speaking, he looked to the left and right before continuing, I didn't expect to see you here, Grandmaster. Lu Zhou waved his hand. He looked at the ongoing battle, which seemed to be almost over. The opposition was being pushed back. What happened here? Lu Zhou asked. Duanxing chuckled. The Fiend Temple was trying to keep this a secret since they did not want people to find out. They had been careful during their journey, but their movements were still discovered. With Zhu Honggong's attack, it was almost as good as announcing the secret to the world. At this point, it was futile to keep it a secret. For this reason, he bowed and said, the Fiend Temple's movements have been exposed. The evil king tried to sow discord by bringing many Noble Path cultivators here to take down the Fiend Temple. The evil king even deliberately revealed his whereabouts to attract more Noble Path cultivators. That's why the situation is so chaotic, and the losses are heavy. Lu Zhou nodded. There's no way Old Eighth could have come up with a plan like this. There's no need to guess. Old Seventh, Wuhua, must be behind this. Lu Zhou looked at the cultivators who were still fighting. Based on their auras and cultivation methods, indeed, there seemed to be many Noble Path cultivators fighting among themselves. Duanxing spoke up again, why didn't you take the evil king down in one strike, Grandmaster? If we can capture him, my temple's name will be cleared. Clear your name? Lu Zhou asked indifferently. The Fiend Temple belongs to the Fiend Path. Now that we're colluding with the righteous sect, we're sure to become a laughingstock to others. If we can capture the evil king, it'll be a great achievement. The Noble Path's attention will also be on the evil king at that time. Lu Zhou's expression was neutral, his emotions unreadable. He stroked his beard and said, good plan. A member of the Fiend Path catching another member of the Fiend Path. The thief crying, thief. Interesting. Duanxing felt slightly embarrassed when he heard Lu Zhou's words. He scratched his head and said, Grandmaster, the evil Sky Pavilion has killed our second seat in the past. We're only getting even by capturing the evil king. I don't think we're like a thief crying, thief, ... Little Yuan placed her hands on her hips and said, you're a thief. If any other cultivator had humiliated Duanxing in this manner, he would have jumped in anger. However, with the Grandmaster here, it was not wise for him to behave that way. The only thing he could do was laugh awkwardly and say, "You're right, you're right." He was a tactful person and not as detestable as those hypocrites. After a while, he asked, "What brings you to the Green Jade altar, Grandmaster?" "Where's Wudao?" Lu Zhou asked calmly. "Wudao? Yunsek's elder? He's here?" Duan Xing appeared surprised. "The Fiend Temple doesn't know about this?" "I'm only accompanying my temple master." "I wasn't informed about this," Duan Xing replied. Lu Zhou looked at the top of the Green Jade altar and said, "Are they all up there?" Duan Xing shook his head and said, "When the evil king caused the disturbance, my temple master left." Lu Zhou shook his head. "That rascal has ruined my plans." He waved his hand, and flew toward the Green Jade altar. Meanwhile, in a corner of the forest surrounding the Green Jade altar, Zhu Honggong, old 8th, slumped to the ground. He kept wiping the sweat from his face, panting heavily as fear lingered in his heart. A gloomy expression appeared on his face as he finally calmed down. He wondered aloud, "Why is Master here? I didn't sign up for this." "Seventh senior brother, show yourself." Old 7th, Wuhua, slowly walked out from the dense forest. He shook his head and said, "This is unexpected. I didn't think Master would appear at the Green Jade altar as well." "I don't care. This is your plan. I want compensation." Zhu Honggong straightened his arm and held out his hands as if demanding something. Wuhua smiled. He put his palms together and said, all right. It's all my fault. The dark net will cover the Tiger Ridge's expenses for a year." "That's more like it." Zhu Honggong felt much better now. He scratched his head and said, "Seventh senior brother, we've gone through a lot of trouble to come up with this plan, but what is it for?" Wuhua said slowly, "The Fiend Temple intends to work with the righteous sect. We can't let that happen. Nobody knows how powerful Renbuping is now. There aren't many who can suppress him. Eldest senior brother has always kept a low profile and rarely leaves his mountain. Second senior brother's whereabouts are unknown. As for the other elites, we can't place our hopes in them. Second senior brother likes to challenge elites. Why don't we speak to him?" Zhu Honggong asked tentatively. "The people I sent there ran out of fear in less than 3 days. I'm afraid second senior brother is slightly angry about what happened with Fan Xiuwen," Wuhua said, shaking his head. "Second senior brother has always been the amiable one. If he's angry, forget it, then." Zhu Honggong shuddered and shook his head. Wuhua started pacing with his hands on his back. He walked to a spot in the forest where his view was relatively unobstructed and looked in the direction of the Green Jade altar. "It's unexpected that Master would show up here. In any case, our plan is almost completed. Tell your men to retreat." "Alrighty." Also, Wuhua paused to smile before he said, "Master deliberately let you go." "That's what I think as well. I had the shock of my life." Zhu Honggong shook his head, not wanting to revisit that memory. "Given Master's usual disposition, I don't think he would let you go for no reason. I suspect someone is helping him." Wuhua recalled that the Evil Sky Pavilion had recruited several new members. Perhaps there were some intelligent ones among them. "There's no one else but little junior sister there. She's as fierce as ever. She was this close to jumping down and biting me," Zhu Honggong said bitterly. Wuhua rolled his eyes and ignored him. "I can't communicate with this dimwit." After a while, he said, "Let's go." He raised his hand slightly, and a peacock plume appeared, shining with golden radiance at the ends and purple in between. Its exterior seemed to be a cylinder forged from pure gold. Wuhua gave it a light wave. Whoosh! The hidden weapons inside the cylinder shot toward a huge tree. The hidden weapons were dazzling, as stunning as a peacock unfurling its tail feathers. Bang! 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 The hidden weapons embedded themselves in the huge tree like nails. Si Wuya and Zhu Honggong did not even look back. With swift movements, they disappeared into the forest. The dazzling hidden weapons were golden energy seals condensed from primal chi, as beautiful as golden feathers. While the onlooker was mesmerized by their shocking beauty, they had already claimed a life. Crack! After the huge tree fell, a sneaky cultivator's eyes widened in fear as he stared at the hidden weapon embedded in his chest. When the peacock unfurled its feathers, the cultivator lost his last breath and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou steered Bayan toward the top of the green jade altar. He looked down and saw many people gathered on the green jade altar's spacious plaza. The green jade altar was the righteous sect's territory, but it was only a place where the sect's members practiced swordplay and cultivated. "Master, over there," Bayan said, diving down on Lu Zhou's order. When the cultivators on the green jade altar saw Bayan, their faces showed shock. "Who's that?" "Everyone, be careful." The audacity. Bursting into the green jade altar like this. Dozens of cultivators in navy blue robes stood in neat rows, unsheathing their swords to face the newcomer. Meanwhile, some of the cultivators in black robes looked at the sky in confusion. Lu Zhou said clearly, "Where's Wudao?" Wudao. On the green jade altar, the cultivators exchanged looks among themselves. The green jade altar is the holy land of cultivation for the righteous sect. "My old friend, don't you think it's inappropriate for you to come here uninvited?" Little Yuaner could not stifle her laughter. Lu Zhou looked at her coldly, and she quickly stopped, turning docile and solemn. She pointed at the cultivators and said, "We'll come as we please. Why should we wait for an invitation?" Ridiculous. Lu Zhou did not descend immediately. This was the righteous sect's territory, after all. If they knew he was the great villain, danger might rain down on him from every direction. "If possible, I want to use as few item cards as possible. The cultivation path is long. If my frequent purchase of the cards causes the price to increase beyond what's affordable while my cultivation base remains stagnant, I'm as good as dead." At this moment, Duanxing appeared. He landed on the green jade altar and cupped his hands into fists at everyone. "Everyone, this is the Buddhist Grandmaster I've mentioned before. On Runan's holy altar, he's the Grandmaster who killed the monk, Kong Xian, with a single strike." He quickly changed his words midway through his sentence, as he was used to referring to monks as bald donkeys. It would not be appropriate for him to use this term in front of the Grandmaster. Grandmaster? Everyone was shocked. The righteous sect's disciples shifted uneasily. In contrast, the Fiend Temple's disciples cupped their fists together. "Greetings, Grandmaster." Lu Zhou ordered Bai-En to descend on the green jade altar. After it descended, it did not leave but sat on its haunches obediently, baring its fangs from time to time. The righteous sect's disciples gulped, unsure whether to feel frightened or envious. At this moment, Zhang Chu stepped forward and said, "My name is Zhang Chu, the fifth elder of the righteous sect." "Greetings, Grandmaster." Following Zhang Chu's example, the other disciples cupped their fists to greet Lu Zhou as well. Lu Zhou merely stroked his beard and nodded. In a neutral tone, he said, "Where is Zhang Yuanshan?" The righteous sect's fifth elder, Zhang Chu, bowed and said, "We are receiving important guests on the green jade altar today." However, the Evil Sky Pavilion's evil king unexpectedly showed up to cause trouble. For this reason, Zhang Yuanshan left with the other guests prematurely. "Grandmaster, if you like, you can lodge in the green jade altar and wait for our sect master's return." Duanxing sighed before adding, "It's all because of that villain. What a shame. If the Grandmaster had captured the evil king earlier, today's matter would have been settled." What a shame. Lu Zhou felt it was a shame as well. If only Old Eighth and Old Seventh had not spoiled his plans, he might have been able to meet Zhang Yuanshan and Wudao. He regretted that his binding cage card failed to hit its target. However, the green jade altar was the righteous sect's territory, after all. There was also a grand formation around the altar. If Lu Zhou wanted to act against Zhang Yuanshan, he would have to spend a fortune on buying cards. He felt it was not worth wasting too many cards on a single person. Let's play it safe for now. If I go overboard, I might lose my life. At that time, I can forget about investigating the truth behind the Fish Dragon Village's incident. Lu Zhou did not have time to chat with these people. He glanced at the disciples standing on the green jade altars plaza. Some were in the body-tempering realm, while most had recently entered the mystic and lightning realm. There were also a few in the sense-condensing, Brahman Sea, and Divine Court realms, who were the leaders. It would truly be a waste of my item cards if I used them against these people. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and asked, Wudao has returned to the Yun sect. Elder Hua has been cultivating in seclusion in the Yun sect all these years. He's finally emerged. I don't think he'll be returning to the Yun sect anytime soon, someone from the crowd said. Duan Xing cupped his fists and said, Wudao was defeated by the evil Sky Pavilion's Jitian Dao 20 years ago. This has become a knot in his heart. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to improve if he doesn't resolve this knot. I won't be surprised if he has gone to the evil Sky Pavilion to resolve this problem. Everyone was shocked. Some of the disciples who knew about this began discussing among themselves. Elder Hua's cultivation base has barely improved over the last 20 years. He's asking for trouble. To each his own. It's been 20 years, perhaps Elder Hua has some tricks up his sleeve. I think the outcome will be grim. Recently, the 4 Dark Knights from the Divine Capital's secret forces went to the evil Sky Pavilion, but they didn't return. Knowing the old villain, it can't be anything good. The 4 Dark Knights? Didn't an elder mention that their leader is Fan Xiuwen, who was at the top of the blacklist 300 years ago? The more they discussed it, the more uncertain they felt. If the fate of someone who was once at the top of the blacklist was unknown after visiting the evil Sky Pavilion, how could Wudao, whose cultivation base remained stagnant over the last 20 years, stand a chance? Silence, the 5th elder barked. Look at you, incompetent fools. Scared out of your wits after a few words of discussion. If the old villain stands before you now, won't you be peeing your pants? Little Yuaner did not laugh. Perhaps her funny bone had become immune to these situations. She walked to Lu Zhou and said in a soft voice, Master. They're terribly afraid of you. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked in the direction of Measure Heaven River. Based on his calculations, Mingshi and Duanmu Xing were supposed to arrive by now. As for Wudao, from what he heard, it seemed he would be seeing Wudao sooner or later. If that was the case, all he had to do was guard the tree stump while waiting for the rabbit. There was no need to look for Wudao everywhere. If Wudao knew who the mastermind behind the fish dragon incident was, it would be even better. At this moment, the best person for him to get information from was Wudao. The witchcraft elite from the palace was extremely cunning. He was capable of setting up the grand witchcraft formation at Measure Heaven River, observing the situation through the red flying chariot, and giving orders simultaneously. It was clear that he was highly skilled in witchcraft. Moreover, he was powerful enough to command Qinzhu, one of the 3 godly archers. He must enjoy a high status and have great influence as well. After the battle at Measure Heaven River, this elite would surely be more cautious and cunning. Jiang Lijian had connections in the palace, but even he could not approach that person, let alone someone like Lu Zhou, who was an outsider. Wudao, Lu Zhou murmured to himself. Our sect master is indeed preoccupied right now. I should be beheaded for making you wait, Grandmaster. Zhang Chu, the 5th elder, said with a bow. Lu Zhou merely glanced at him indifferently before ignoring him. He's only a divine court realm cultivator, and yet, he's already an elder of the sect. It seems like the righteous sect isn't what it used to be. Duan Xing walked out and said, Everyone, the battle below the green jade altar is over for now. Since our plans have been disrupted, why don't we continue this discussion another time? Good suggestion. Zhang Chu said with a nod. Well, then, I'll be taking my leave. Duanxing ignored the other disciples on the green jade altar and merely cupped his fists toward Zhangqiu. Lu Zhou gave this man another glance. Strange. There's nothing special about him. Duanxing turned around and walked up to Lu Zhou, speaking reverently, Grandmaster, I have something that I have to attend to. I'll be taking my leave. Wait, Lu Zhou said calmly. Do you have any instructions for me, Grandmaster? Duanxing did not dare slight Lu Zhou and immediately came to a halt. I have a piece of advice for Ren Buping. I shall pass on your words of wisdom to the temple master, Grandmaster, Duanxing said, appearing to listen respectfully. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. Protect the fiend temple, and mind your own business. Otherwise, you'll bring about your own demise. Duanxing was taken aback by these words. He did not understand what the Grandmaster meant, but he did not dare to question it. He bowed and said, Thank you, Grandmaster. Farewell, then. He waved his arm, and with the Fiend Temple's disciples in tow, he left the green jade altar. Lu Zhou checked the time again and felt that it was about time for him to leave. With Mingshi and Duanmu Xing's speed, they should not be hindered by carrying another person. Moreover, both had recently entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm, so their speed had likely improved even more. Just as Lu Zhou was about to leave, a voice rang out from behind the green jade altar disciples. Which Grandmaster has come to visit the green jade altar? Let me have a look at him. The green jade altar disciples moved backward, clearing a path. Zhangqiu? Zhangqiu approached the speaker, who was none other than the righteous sect's Zhangqiu. Lu Zhou faintly remembered this person. A few years ago, he had defeated Mingshi, leaving him badly bruised. That defeat had left Mingshi depressed, leading him to retreat to the mountains for intense cultivation. Now, after a few years, Zhangqiu's strength and cultivation base must have improved as well. Zhangqiu was polite. When he saw Bian sitting near Lu Zhou, he was slightly taken aback but quickly regained his composure and said, Greetings, Grandmaster. Lu Zhou ignored him, looking at little Yuaner and saying, Let's go. Grandmaster? Zhangqiu was puzzled by Lu Zhou's cold treatment. Suddenly, the green jade altar disciples exclaimed in surprise. Someone's coming. Everyone, including Zhangqiu, looked up. Zhangqiu's inability to recognize Lu Zhou was understandable, given the significant change in his appearance. However, he would certainly recognize the Evil Sky Pavilion's fourth disciple, Mingshi. In recent years, one of the biggest factors that contributed to Zhangqiu's meteoric rise was his victory over the Evil Sky Pavilion's fourth disciple, Mingshi. He became excited when he saw Mingshi flying toward him. Mingshi? He's coming to the green jade altar? It's Mingshi? The Evil Sky Pavilion's fourth villain, Mingshi. The disciples on the green jade altar were shocked. Since their cultivation bases were low, they did not dare to recklessly charge at Mingshi. Moreover, the sect master and other elders were not around. Fortunately, they had Zhangqiu, who was a match for Mingshi, and who had defeated him before. This was like a golden opportunity granted to them by the heavens. Lu Zhou's expression remained indifferent when he saw Mingshi. However, inwardly he felt suspicious. Duanmu should be with him. Where is he? At this moment, Zhangqiu leaped into the air. He laughed and said, The heavens are on my side. I'll capture this villain alive today. We'll see who dares to look down on the righteous sect after this. With Elder Zhang here, there won't be any problem with capturing the villain. We're willing to cheer the elder on. Zhangqiu nodded. He said to Lu Zhou, who was next to him, Grandmaster, I'll place them in your care. Lu Zhou waved his hand and said nothing. Many disciples on the green jade altar also leaped into the air. Those with weaker cultivation bases could only stay on the green jade altar and watch. A hint of excitement could be seen in Zhangqiu's eyes as he flew toward Mingshi. Lu Zhou leaped onto Bai An's back. He stroked his beard calmly. Everything is predestined. Little Yuaner leaped onto Bayan. What's predestined? It's Zhang Yuanshan and Huawu destinies. It's also your fourth senior brother's destiny. Bayan growled and leaped into the air. At the same time, Mingshi sailed through the air. The green jade peak was already in sight. Then, he suddenly turned in another direction. This was the righteous sect's territory, after all. Where's Master? Mingshi scratched his head as he surveyed his surroundings. He slowed down, preparing to descend. He looked behind him and muttered to himself, third senior brother should be here soon. Although he doesn't have the Overlord spear, I'm still faster than he is. He laughed gleefully. Mingshi was still feeling pleased with himself when a shrill cry rang from the direction of the green jade altar. Mingshi! Mingshi turned around. He frowned, recognizing the person immediately. Zhang Qiuqi? It's you? There are paths to heaven, and yet, you abandoned them. There are no doors to hell, and yet, you barged right in. Zhang Qiuqi hovered in the air with his hands behind his back, looking at Mingshi with a burning gaze as though he was looking at his prey. Mingshi waved his hand and said, I'm in no mood to fight you today. Have you seen my master? Zhang Qiuqi was momentarily stunned. Then, he said in a deep voice, do you think you can frighten me with your master's name? I'll mete out justice on behalf of the heavens today. Wait. Mingshi waved his hand again. I'm serious, have you seen my master? Zhang Qiuqi was provoked by Mingshi seemingly flippant behavior. He said harshly, if I see him, I'll kill him as well. Buzz, primal chi converged from the surroundings. Zhang Qiuqi made a few hand seals, and Daoist mudras began circling him. Primal chi continued to surge. Nascent divinity tribulation realm. At this moment, the disciples from the green jade altar, who had finally caught up, landed on the ground and surrounded them. Mingshi looked up and saw no sign of his master. I've fallen for master's tricks again. Everyone witnessed Zhang Qiuqi's nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivation. The disciples on the green jade altar were excited, but Mingshi frowned. Seeing the increasing number of Daoist mudras, he shook his head and said, I told you I don't want to fight, yet you're forcing me. Zhang Qiuqi scoffed and charged at Mingshi, you don't have a say in this. Primal chi surged from Mingshi body, and his protective energy parried the mudras. Then, he said, it's been a few years. Have your mudras gotten weaker? You're a loser who can only rely on your glib tongue, Zhang Qiuqi retorted, attacking at lightning speed. Bang! 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 The two instantly engaged in battle, leaving afterimages in the air. Energy waves intertwined and collided. Mingshi fought while retreating, conjuring energy waves to parry Zhang Qiuqi's attacks. Bang! 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 Many of the disciples had cultivation bases below the Brahman sea realm. It was rare for them to witness a battle between nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivators. They looked suitably impressed. The elders' mudras are excellent. I'm sure the villain will lose very soon, one disciple said. To be honest, I'm quite confused. It's said that Ji Tiandao intentionally suppresses his remaining disciples. Even so, they're a match for Elder Zhang, who's at the nascent divinity tribulation realm, another remarked. There's nothing strange about it. Elder Zhang isn't using his full strength yet. Let's watch for a while longer, another disciple added. Even without Elder Zhang, we still have the Grandmaster. There's no need to worry, a fourth disciple reassured the crowd. Satisfied with the discussion, the crowd calmed down and continued watching the battle. Daoist mudras were similar to Zen mudras. Mingshi knew how to handle these mudras. He kept using his energy to parry the incoming mudras. This way, Zhang Qiuqi became the attacker while Mingshi became the passive defender. Old geezer, don't make me do this. Mingshi waved his arms, conjuring waves of energy to block the attacks. Bang! 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 Mingshi continued to retreat as he defended himself. Zhang Qiuqu bellowed, too weak. He did not think highly of Mingshi at all. The energy around him erupted again. Mingshi sensed something amiss, and the look in his eyes changed. This old geezer seemed stronger than before. He looked around, wary of this place. After all, this area was not far from the green jade altar. If Zhang Yuanshan and the other elders appeared, he would be at a disadvantage. At this moment, Mingshi saw Zhang Qiuqu spread his palms, sending dozens of mudras his way. A burst of primal qi surged from his body as he quickly retreated. Bang! 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 Mingshi was forced to keep retreating. Zhang Qiuqu was delighted to gain the upper hand. He crowed, as expected, "You're as weak as before." Mingshi turned and fled. He did it on purpose? Zhang Qiuqu was taken aback. Mingshi was several meters away in an instant, indeed relying on the impact of Zhang Qiuqu's attacks to flee. "Come catch me if you dare. My third senior brother and master will be here soon." Zhang Qiuqu thought nothing of this. He called out coldly, running away. "You're too late." He quickly unleashed his 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. 100 Tribulations Insight. Grand Technique. With these two ultimate skills active, Zhang Qiuqu moved at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Mingshi and struck with his palm. Boom! "I knew you'd do this, you old geezer." Mingshi instantly activated his 100 Tribulations Insight avatar and parried Zhang Qiuqu's powerful strike. However, Zhang Qiuqu had a two-leaf golden lotus avatar. Mingshi leafless avatar was much smaller compared to a two-leaf avatar. It was like a child facing an adult. When their avatars' energies collided, Mingshi fell to the ground with a loud rumble. At this moment, the disciples from the green jade altar had rushed over and witnessed this majestic scene. With Elder Zhang's two-leaf avatar, Mingshi will surely lose. However, we shouldn't underestimate Mingshi. I didn't expect him to have an avatar. He's already a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator. He has rotten luck. Elder Zhang is the only one here, and he ran into him. Elder Zhang is destined to be Mingshi's nemesis. The disciples from the green jade altar felt excited and proud as they watched this scene. Meanwhile, Bian hovered in the horizon. Lu Zhou sat on its back, stroking his beard and calmly observing the scene. "Master, aren't we going to help fourth senior brother?" Little Yuaner asked. Mingshi has been in the divine court realm for a long time. He's not any less talented than Duanmu Sheng. If I help him, how will he train himself in actual combat? Lu Zhou replied. "You're really wise, master. I want to fight as well, with them." Little Yuaner pointed at the disciples on the green jade altar. "Just watch." "Don't interfere," Lu Zhou chided. Oh. The disciples on the green jade altar were low-ranked cultivators. Fighting them would be meaningless. When Zhang Qiuqu's attack struck, he stared smugly at the ground. With this, Mingshi will surely be injured, if not dead. Mingshi crashed to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. He was temporarily out of sight. When the dust settled, creaking sounds could be heard. Creak. 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 Vines began to grow from the ground, reaching out like tentacles towards Zhang Qiuqu. Bluewood Heart Technique? As Mingshi's former opponent, Zhang Qiuqu immediately recognized the technique. It was the essence of the Bluewood Heart Technique, using primal qi to promote plant growth. In the forest, Mingshi's cultivation base and strength would greatly improve. Was that intentional, too? You sly fox. Do you think I haven't thought of a way to deal with your Bluewood Heart Technique all these years? Zhang Qiuqu roared, suddenly recalling his 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. Instead of retreating, he flew toward the dense growth of vines. Elder. The disciples of the green jade altar were shocked. At that moment, energy surged through the vines. Bang! 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 Fire erupted, and the vines retreated immediately. You old geezer. Forget it. I won't fight you today. Mingshi coughed a few times before turning to flee. Lu Zhou's expression remained unchanged as he watched. However, he felt extremely speechless inwardly. His disciple, Mingshi, had a much stronger will to survive than he had expected. The disciple only thought about escaping, completely forgetting about facing and defeating his enemies. Mingshi continued to run. Zhang Qiuqi called out, "So, this is all the villains in the evil sky pavilion have to offer," his voice echoed throughout the area. Upon hearing this, the disciples on the green jade altar laughed. It seemed the villains of the evil sky pavilion were not as terrifying as they had imagined. Who would have thought a villain would flee out of fear? Zhang Qiuqi spoke in a deep voice, "With my two-leaf avatar, I would be utterly embarrassed if I let you and your leafless avatar escape." 100 Tribulations Insight. Grand Technique. Zhang Qiuqi unleashed his powers once more. He moved swiftly, recreating the scene from before as he appeared next to Mingshi again. A powerful wave of energy spread outward, centered on Zhang Qiuqi's avatar. Boom! This time, Mingshi couldn't activate his avatar in time to defend himself. He was like a lone boat caught in a storm, flying out of control. He suddenly flipped in the air before landing on the ground. He tried to suppress his boiling qi and blood, taunting, "Come on. You can't kill your grandfather, me, with this." Zhang Qiuqi spoke haughtily from the air, "Do you think you can provoke me into continuously using my grand technique? You're overthinking it. Your death is near." As he finished speaking, he raised his right hand. A gray weapon materialized and hovered above his palm, spinning for a moment before dropping into his hand. It was a saber, half gray and half dark crimson. When the disciples on the green jade altar saw it, they were abuzz. Life cutter. It's Elder Zhang's life cutter. 3 years ago, Elder Zhang brought this heaven-grade weapon back from Rongbei. This is why Elder Zhang is so confident, using his ultimate skills 4 times in a row. He has a heaven-grade weapon with him. Mingshi is dead meat. Every time this saber appears, a life is surely taken. BZZT. 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 Life cutter began to vibrate, and wave after wave of pure energy shrouded the saber. Mingshi, die. Mingshi did not expect Zhang Qiuqi to possess a heaven-grade weapon. Zhang Qiuqi wasn't one of the 4 Dark Knights, but he knew the Bluewood Heart technique's weakness. With Life Cutter, there was no way Mingshi could win. Zhang Qiuqi raised his Life Cutter. Just before he slashed it down, a voice rang out from afar. Catch! Whoosh! The separation hook and scabbard sailed through the air toward Mingshi. Everyone's attention was focused on the object sailing through the air before they turned to look at the person who had spoken. The Grandmaster? Why is he helping the villain? Lu Zhou, who had spoken, stood next to Baiyan. He continued stroking his beard with one hand while resting the other on his back. The disciples from the green jade altar, who were watching the battle, were dumbfounded. Grandmaster? What's happening? Did the Grandmaster intend to kill the villain? Did the weapon slip from his hand and end up in the villain's hands instead? At this moment, the separation hook and scabbard had already reached the spot before Zhang Qiuqi. A desperate struggle. Zhang Qiuqi had already raised his life cutter, deciding to deal with this latest development after he killed his opponent. Bam! Zhang Qiuqi's saber landed on the separation hook and scabbard. The separation hook and scabbard spun wildly from the impact of the heaven-grade weapon and continued falling downward. Zhang Qiuqi was shocked when he saw this. This object can withstand a slash from Life Cutter? He frowned as he stared intently at the peculiar weapon. The weapon that had been sent flying by Zhang Qiuqi continued on its trajectory toward Mingshi hands as though it was searching for its owner. Ding! Separation hook and scabbard has successfully acknowledged its master. Activated grade, heaven grade. Reward, 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. If Mingshi did not have the separation hook, he would not stand a chance of defeating Zhang Qiuqi, who wielded Life Cutter. Initially, he intended to temper Mingshi personality first before giving him the separation hook and scabbard. After all, Mingshi was too reckless and stood out too much. However, this seemed like a good opportunity as well. The moment the weapon acknowledged its master, Mingshi eyes lit up with excitement. Before he thanked his master, he leaped into the air at lightning speed. In the next moment, he unsheathed the separation hook. He seemed like a tiger that had sprouted wings as he charged at Zhang Qiuqi. Bang! 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 A wave of energy, much more majestic than before, surged from Mingshi body. His speed and movements were at their fastest. When he wielded the separation hook and scabbard, they flashed like fireworks in the sky. It seemed as though the sky was his playground at that moment. Bang! 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 Mingshi struck with a backhand hook and a forehand saber, switching between the two modes of attack. All his blows landed on Zhang Qiuqi's Life Cutter. At this moment, his voice echoed through the sky. Zhang Qiuqi, you've unleashed your grand technique 4 times in a row. If it weren't for Life Cutter, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Zhang Qiuqi realized at this moment that the so-called Grandmaster was the master of the evil Sky Pavilion. This revelation put immense pressure on him. His power continued to wane while Mingshi grew. It didn't take long before Mingshi gained the upper hand. Zhang Qiuqi, naturally, had no intention of throwing his life away. In a split second, he decided to retreat until he was within the green Jade altar's grand formation. He quickly raised Life Cutter, intending to mirror Mingshi. However, at this moment, Mingshi solemnly said, 100 tribulations in sight. His 20-foot avatar appeared, increasing his speed. The separation hook and scabbard continued to rain down blows on Zhang Qiuqi like a tempest. Damn it! Zhang Qiuqi kept retreating. Bang! 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 The collision between the two heaven-grade weapons sent sparks flying through the air. However, Mingshi confidence in his separation hook and scabbard far exceeded Zhang Qiuqi's confidence in Life Cutter. Mingshi suddenly said, farewell. Zhang Qiuqi barely registered what Mingshi had said when countless vines began to grow around him, cutting off his path of retreat. 100 tribulations in sight, Mingshi said coldly. This time, his avatar was no longer 20 feet. It was now 30 feet. Moreover, a leaf could be seen on the golden lotus under the avatar. What? When did you sprout a leaf? Zhang Qiuqi's eyes widened in disbelief. Pooh! Mingshi pierced Zhang Qiuqi's chest with the separation hook and scabbard. From the moment he obtained the heaven-grade weapon, he had been constantly pushing Zhang Qiuqi back, never stopping to rest for a single second. I'm sorry. I've always had a leaf. The battle ended just like that. Zhang Qiuqi's remaining primal qi kept his body afloat in midair. Mingshi straightened his back as he hovered in the air, wiping the separation hook with his sleeve and returning it to its scabbard. Thud. Zhang Qiuqi finally dropped to the ground. Ding. Killed a nascent divinity tribulation realm target. Reward, 1,000 merit points. Ding. Recovered the heaven-grade weapon, Life Cutter. Re-refining is needed before use. When Lu Zhou raised his hand, Life Cutter shot into his sleeve in the blink of an eye. Mingshi hastily descended and rushed over to Bayan. Since the vines obstructed their view, the green Jade altar disciples were unaware of what had happened. However, they could still see Bayan hovering high in the sky. When the vine finally disappeared, they saw Mingshi kneeling and cupping his hands together. Thank you, Master. I'm glad I didn't let you down. Loyalty +2. Lu Zhou stroked his beard calmly. He merely glanced at Mingshi and nodded in response. He hadn't expected Mingshi to have concealed his strength. It seemed Mingshi had also sprouted a leaf during his battle with one of the 4 dark knights. Mingshi stood up and said to little Yuan, little junior sister, did I look like second senior brother when I took out Zhang Chochi with a single strike earlier? Little Yuan rolled her eyes at him. How would I know? If there were any who were still confused, the conversation between these two confirmed the old man's identity. He's the old villain? Jitian Dao? Impossible. The Grandmaster Duan Xing introduced to us is the master of Evil Sky Pavilion? Run. The disciples with weaker cultivation bases dared not linger. Their lives were more important than watching the battle. In the blink of an eye, only one green jade altar disciple remained on the scene. Little Yuan turned to look and said, there's someone who isn't afraid of you, master. Lu Zhou looked at the person and discovered it was Zhang Chu, the righteous sect's 5th elder. He asked calmly, you're not afraid of me? Zhang Chu remained silent. Lu Zhou nodded slightly and praised Zhang Chu. I thought the righteous sect was only filled with cowardly mice. Master, I haven't had enough yet. Can I kill this man, too? Mingshi asked excitedly. I promise it won't cause too big of a ruckus. He'll die even faster than Zhang Chochi. Lu Zhou shook his head. He glanced at Zhang Chu and said, there's no need for that. Killing Zhang Chu was meaningless. He was only a small fry. His death would have no significant impact on the righteous sect. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve and said, I like people with guts. I'll spare your life. Then, he said to his disciples, let's return to the Evil Sky Pavilion. By and flew toward the clouds. Have a safe journey, master. I'll go look for 3rd senior brother, Mingshi said. Lu Zhou ignored him and rose into the skies on Baiyan's back. Mingshi shot into the forest at lightning speed. Why is senior brother taking so long for a trip to the toilet? Soon after, he vanished, disappearing from the area. After a long while, Zhang Chu slumped to the ground. A hot stream of liquid trickled down his legs at that moment. That was fucking scary. It's too terrifying. The old villain was standing right in front of me. Zhang Chu was nearly in tears. In the quiet forest, a man in green robes walked out unobtrusively. He looked in the direction where Baiyan had flown off and muttered to himself, Master, you seem to have changed a lot. He walked slowly toward Zhang Chu, who was sitting limply on the ground. Hello. Hello, Zhang Chu nodded, still trembling with fear. I don't think they intended to frighten you. It's not intentional? Zhang Chu almost cried. This is ridiculous. The Fiend Temple is trying to ruin my righteous sect. The green-clad swordsman smiled. I don't think the old man did this on purpose. Really? Zhang Chu, realizing the shameful position he was in, quickly tidied his robes and stood up. The green-clad swordsman nodded. If you're offended, I'll apologize on his behalf. A frown appeared on Zhang Chu's face. He said irritably, who are you to apologize on his behalf? Just who do you think you are? Zhang Chu's words had barely died down when the sword on the swordsman's back began to vibrate. In the blink of an eye, it flew out and returned to its sheath. No one saw it, but Zhang Chu's thumb was already severed from his hand. The speed was so great that he didn't even feel the pain. My name is Yu Shengrong, the green-clad swordsman said with an affable smile. There's no need to be afraid. I never kill without a reason. I'm sorry for intruding upon your hospitality. Farewell. Yu Shengrong turned and left, disappearing into the forest in the blink of an eye. Zhang Chu hissed in pain, pressing the stump where his thumb once was. At the same time, another hot stream of liquid trickled down his legs. 4 hours later. In the Evil Sky Pavilion's great hall, Ding Fanqiu shivered as he knelt on the floor, glancing around nervously. The great hall wasn't very impressive, but this was the real Evil Sky Pavilion. He was so frightened that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Duan Muxing and Mingshi stood respectfully by the side. Lu Zhou looked at Ding Fanqiu. Although this man had impersonated him, he was a five-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator from the Yun sect. If Wudao acted as Duan Xing had predicted, it meant Wudao would soon be here to resolve the knot in his heart. Therefore, as someone from the Yun sect, Ding Fanqiu still had his uses. Lu Zhou waved his hand. Lock him up. Understood. Duan Xing lifted Ding Fanqiu and left the Great Hall. Also, if you see Wudao, tell him to come and meet me at once. Yes, master. Lu Zhou glanced at the female cultivator from the derived moon palace standing by the side. He stroked his beard and asked, "How is Yi Tianxin doing these days?" The female cultivator immediately fell to her knees, so frightened that she could barely speak coherently. Pan Zhong, seeing this, cupped his hands and said, "In response to your question, Pavilion Master, apart from being weak, she seems fine." Lu Zhou nodded. With the base constitution, this ailment was nothing. Until the truth of the Fish Dragon Village incident was revealed, he had no plans to do anything to Yi Tianxin. Finally, he said curtly, "I'm tired." "Rest well, master." Lu Zhou rose to his feet and entered the hidden chamber. He had not had time to read the heavenly writing over the past 2 days, and his mental state had slightly deteriorated. Name, Lu Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation base, Brahman C8 meridians. Merit points, 6,212. Avatar, Mighty 4 quadrants. Remaining life, 5,800 days. Items, Deadly Strike card X1, Impeccable card X2, Critical Block card X7, Passive, Binding Cage card X4, Wizard, Buy-in. Weapon, Unnamed, Amorous Hoop, Owner, Yi Tianxin. Requires re-refining to use, Life Cutter, Owner, Zhang Qiuqi. Requires re-refining to use. Cultivation Method, 3 Scrolls of Heavenly Writing. 6,000, I'm still about 1,000 short. Lu Zhou frowned. He could not afford an avatar yet, they were too expensive. Looks like I'll have to think of a way to earn more merit points after this. Since he had not completed the investigation of the Fish Dragon Village incident, he naturally had not received his handsome reward yet. Lucky draw. Beep. Spent 50 merit points on a lucky draw. Thanks for participating. Luck +1. I wonder if I'll still miss if I choose a lucky draw again. Lu Zhou decisively spent his merit points on another lucky draw. Beep. Spent 50 merit points on a lucky draw. Luck 8, obtained avatar, 5 energies universe. Really? The actual avatar would have cost him more than 8,000 merit points, and yet, he had somehow obtained it for 50 merit points? However, just like the logic of, if only I had known, I would have gone for the 7th jar, he knew he would not have this stroke of good luck if he had not experienced the setbacks from before. Use. The 4 Mighty Quadrants avatar was immediately replaced by the 5 Energies Universe avatar. This was a state in which one's 5 energies returned to the Dantian Sea of Qi after connecting the Ren and Du meridians. However, Lu Zhou had connected the meridians a long time ago. Thus, when he obtained the 5 Energies Universe avatar, primal qi surged and flowed into his body like an incoming tide, feeling extremely comfortable. After that, Lu Zhou spent some time getting used to his new avatar. He noticed a profound improvement in his cultivation base. Stretching his limbs, he sighed, I need some reversal cards. Indeed, he had received more thanks for participating than actual items from his past lucky draws. However, he could tell that he generally made a profit. Lucky draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points on a lucky draw. Thanks for participating. Luck +1. He did 5 consecutive draws, and the outcomes were the same. After obtaining the 5 Energies Universe avatar, Lu Zhou was not affected by the 5 failures. He could increase his luck points regardless. As long as it was not some useless item, he could accept anything. Lu Zhou made no further attempts at the lucky draw. Instead, he opened the items column to see if there were any newly available item cards. What's this? At the bottom of the list, Lu Zhou noticed a purple box where he had expected to see an item card. There was a note that read, "A mysterious box." Mysterious box? Price, 2,000 merit points. Available for 1 day. A limited time offer? Lu Zhou frowned. This reminded him of certain games on Earth. It was a classic tactic of unscrupulous merchants. However, could the system be this senseless? Lu Zhou's gut told him there was something valuable inside the mysterious box. Purchase. There was a flash of light, and a box appeared in the center of the hidden chamber. The purple box was an exact replica of the one displayed on the system dashboard. After observing it for some time, Lu Zhou realized there was no way to open this box. It was completely sealed. Bam! Lu Zhou waved his arm casually, sending an energy wave toward the box. Nothing happened. Bam! 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 Lu Zhou continued waving his arm, launching a barrage of attacks on the mysterious box. Outside the hidden chamber, little Yuaner and Mingshi heard the commotion. Don't go. Master isn't satisfied with what happened at Fish Dragon Village. He's at the peak of his rage right now. Mingshi quickly stopped little Yuaner, who was about to enter the hidden chamber. Oh. Little junior sister, are you free? Why? Spar with me. Look at my separation hook and scabbard. Master gave it to me. Little junior sister, why are you crying? Mingshi raised his hand, and the separation hook and scabbard materialized in the air, then slowly dropped into his hand. Before Mingshi could inquire further, he heard Duanmuxing's voice from outside the great hall. Old Fourth, I heard the good news. Master has given you a weapon, right? Come now. I can hardly wait. Now that you have such a great weapon, you'll last longer than before. Quickly, Duanmuxing carried his overlord spear in his left hand and dragged Mingshi out of the hall with his right hand. Mingshi was speechless. Little Yuaner scoffed. Serves you right for picking on me. Inside the hidden chamber, Lu Zhou continued bombarding the mysterious box with his energy blasts. The box remained unaffected, with not even a scratch visible on it. A box that can't be opened. What's the point of this? I spent 2,000 merit points for nothing? Lu Zhou bent down and studied the box carefully. Aside from the grooves on it, there was nothing special about it. Lu Zhou remembered his weapon, unnamed. What will happen to this sturdy box if I use unnamed on it? He raised his right hand slightly. The exquisite and refined sword, unnamed, materialized in his hand. He waved it casually. Bang! Unnamed collided with the mysterious box. Sparks flew everywhere. Lu Zhou's first reaction was to inspect unnamed. There were no scratches on it. Then, he examined the box. Just like unnamed, it was untouched. The only change was a fine scratch on its surface. When Lu Zhou blinked, the scratch mark was gone, as though it had melted away. It was clear that unnamed was superior. However, this box's material was extremely peculiar, capable of restoring itself. Unnamed could even break the Dark Knight's peak Earth-grade weapon, which meant the material of this box was tougher than a Heaven-grade material. Lu Zhou stood up and decided to give up on studying the box. Since the system had sold him this box, it would certainly have its use. It was pointless to be too anxious about it. When the boat reaches the head of the pier, it will straighten itself. He was certain he would eventually find a way. Heavenly writing. Lu Zhou sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the heavenly writing. During this time, he discovered it was extremely easy to immerse himself in understanding the heavenly writing. Additionally, he noticed that he no longer had to call up the scrolls. Once he calmed down, the words of the heavenly writing would appear in his mind. The scripts and symbols would move and repeat as necessary, as though he were watching a movie. Meanwhile, in a meeting hall on the green jade altar in the righteous sect, the fifth elder, Zhang Chu, recounted in great detail everything that had happened to Zhang Yuanshan, the sect master of the righteous sect. His face was wet with tears and snot as he recounted the events. The other elders could not help but shake their heads as they listened. Sect Master, the Fiend Temple's Renbuping deliberately took you away. This is clearly a plot to lure the tiger from its mountain. Ji Tiandao seized the opportunity and killed Elder Zhang. I've said before that the people from the Fiend Path are not to be trusted. Zhang Chu, are you sure it was the evil Sky Pavilion's Ji Tiandao and Sword Devil Yu Shangro? Zhang Yuanshan asked, his hands resting on his back. I'm absolutely sure. Even if I'm lying, there were many disciples on the green jade altar at that time. They can all bear witness to this. Zhang Chu raised his hand. Look. My thumb was severed by the Sword Devil. The others were shocked. How did you survive an encounter with the Sword Devil? I. Enough, Zhang Yuanshan snapped. The meeting hall fell silent. The others did not dare to speak, they could only look at their sect master. Zhang Yuanshan frowned and said loudly, there are many flaws in this matter. We shouldn't jump to conclusions before we gain a better understanding. We'll set aside Zhang Qiuqi's death for now. Did Elder Zhang die in vain? Why? Are you going to avenge him? Zhang Yuanshan retorted. The meeting hall fell silent once more. Who would dare provoke the evil Sky Pavilion? Even the fate of the Divine Capital's special forces, the Four Dark Knights, remained uncertain since they entered the evil Sky Pavilion. The Fiend Temple's Washinchan, the only elite who reached the nascent divinity tribulation realm through the Fiend Zen, died in the evil Sky Pavilion. Who would dare go there now? All they could do was wait. They could only wait for Ji Tiandao's life to run out. When that day arrived, the evil Sky Pavilion would crumble. In Tongzi town, dozens of miles from Golden Court Mountain, an old man and a middle-aged man were resting at a table with a pot of tea. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before saying, Master, are we really going to the evil Sky Pavilion? I heard they're all villains who are wicked and crazy. If anything happens to you. The old man sighed and shook his head. I've hesitated many times over the past 20 years. Sometimes I'm afraid, sometimes I worry I might disgrace the Yun sect's name. But there are also times when I worry Ji Tiandao will be too old to fight. Then, I'd have to carry this knot in my heart to the grave. If that happens, I won't die in peace, even if I do die. But the noble and fiend paths do not tolerate each other. If it weren't for my status as a Yun sect elder, why would I have delayed this matter until today, the old man said. Seeing the middle-aged man had nothing more to say, the old man sighed and added, You're still young. There's no need for you to dwell on complicated matters. When you're at my age, you'll come to understand everything. I truly don't understand any of this, and I don't think I want to. Evil creature. I've made up my mind. Don't bring this up ever again, the old man said as he set his cup down on the table. The middle-aged man kept his thoughts to himself. 2 days passed in a blink. During this time, Lu Zhou continued to comprehend the heavenly writing in the evil Sky Pavilion. The familiar and comfortable mental state was restored. He opened his eyes slowly and looked at his remaining merit points on the system dashboard. He had 3,862 points left. Relying on missions to earn merit points seems too slow. Lu Zhou suddenly remembered he could earn merit points if someone devoutly worshipped him. He thought it was high time he gave his disciples something to do. Just as Lu Zhou was about to get up, he heard little Yuaner's voice. Master, someone's at the foot of the mountain, asking to see you. Who is it? Wudao. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Wudao to show up so soon. If he's here at the evil Sky Pavilion, despite being afraid of people stronger than him, he's quite brave. Creak. Lu Zhou pushed open the hidden chamber's door and emerged with his hands on his back. Master, you've become younger again, little Yuaner said with a smile. Lu Zhou chided her, if you have time to flatter me, you should spend it on cultivation. Follow your fourth senior brother's example. Oh, alright, little Yuan nodded obediently. The two entered the Evil Sky Pavilion's great hall. Zhou Jifeng, Pan Zhong, and the female cultivators of the derived Moon Palace were present in the great hall. Duanmu Sheng and Mingshi stood to the side. Pavilion Master, Wudao will arrive soon, a female cultivator said, bowing. Lu Zhou stroked his beard calmly. He suddenly remembered that Zhao Yu was still inside the cave of reflection. How is Zhao Yu's repentance coming along? He asked. Mingshi bowed and replied, Fifth junior sister reflects on her past conduct daily. Has the witchcraft spell worsened? Lu Zhou was more interested in this. Not yet, Mingshi responded. Lu Zhou nodded. The power of witchcraft was peculiar. For now, it seemed to be suppressing Zhao Yu's cultivation base, but the palace's elite might have planted something else. Keep a close eye on her. Understood. At that moment, a female cultivator led an old cultivator and a middle-aged cultivator into the great hall, immediately catching everyone's attention. The elderly man, who looked to be in his 70s, had a slight hunch and an extremely ordinary appearance. The man standing next to him was only slightly younger and carried a large blade with him. The middle-aged man appeared nervous, glancing around the great hall as soon as he entered. The elderly man, however, remained unperturbed, moving neither slowly nor hurriedly with a solemn expression. Is this Wudao, who fought the Patriarch of the Evil Sky Pavilion many years ago? As they approached the center of the great hall, the elderly man did not kneel. Instead, he cupped his hands and said, We meet again. The other disciples frowned at this. Lu Zhou looked at the old man. You may sit. Wudao accepted the offer and sat down. I should have visited you earlier, but other matters kept me occupied, delaying my visit until today. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, speaking slowly and indifferently, Wudao, you are from the Yun sect. The noble and fiend paths have never tolerated each other since ancient times. Aren't you afraid that I might kill you for coming to the Evil Sky Pavilion at a time like this? Wudao replied calmly, I might have been afraid in the past. But I am not the same person anymore. I have faced life and death. If I were afraid, I wouldn't be here today. Little Yuan said with a smile, You're a brave one. After she finished speaking, she snorted at the middle-aged man next to Wudao, causing him to stumble back in fright. When Wudao saw this, he glanced at the middle-aged man from the corners of his eyes and reprimanded him, Good for nothing. You've utterly disgraced me. The middle-aged man blushed with embarrassment. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, I commend you for your bravery. Wudao cupped his hands together and said, I've been obsessed with cultivation in my pursuit of Dao. The quarrels between the fiend and noble paths have nothing to do with me. Mingshi smiled and said, That's nice, but since you're an elder of Yun sect. Wudao waved his hand and said, Before I traveled north, I resigned from my post as an elder. Everyone was taken aback. Humans usually placed great importance on fame and power. The Yun sect was one of the powerful Yun, Tian, and Luo sects. Many coveted the position of an elder, and yet, this old man claimed he had given it up. When Wudao spoke, his expression was earnest. I'm advanced in age, and I'll return to dust soon. I came to the Evil Sky Pavilion today only to resolve the knot in my heart. The knot in your heart? Little Yuan asked, playing with a few strands of her hair. Wudao said slowly, 20 years ago, I was defeated by Brother Ji. Since then, my cultivation base hasn't improved. This has made me a laughingstock in the Yun, Tian, and Luo sects. Even ordinary cultivators ridicule me for it. This led to a knot forming in my heart. What does the knot in your heart have to do with my master? Mingshi asked, rolling his eyes. Since the knot formed due to Brother Ji, it's only natural that only Brother Ji can remove it. Over the past 20 years, I've been mulling over the few skills Brother Ji used to defeat me, Wudao said. Bullshit. Mingshi cursed. Who are you to call my master Brother Ji? Besides, your cultivation base hasn't improved in the past 20 years. Are you here to ask for a beating? Wudao was taken aback. This was the evil sky pavilion, a place where cultivators feared to tread. At this moment, he was facing the greatest villain the world had ever known. Indeed, it was slightly inappropriate for him to refer to the great villain as Brother Ji. I have been rude, Wudao said sincerely. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, this disciple of mine has always been uncouth, but he has spoken my mind. When Mingshi heard this, he rejoiced inwardly. He even wore a threatening expression because of his master's words. Wudao was unfazed by Mingshi attitude. Instead, he said, I've come to the evil sky pavilion with a single goal in mind, to undo the knot in my heart. I wasn't your opponent 20 years ago, and I admit that I won't be a match for you today. You've lost, and that's all there is to it. Your cultivation base has stagnated ever since, and you have a knot in your heart. What does that have to do with me? Do you think the evil sky pavilion is full of merciful Buddhas? Lu Zhou asked in a deep voice as he stroked his beard. Wudao was rendered speechless by these words. Mingshi spoke again, you can't blame anyone else for your lackluster skills. Resenting the evil sky pavilion won't change anything. At this point, the middle-aged man, who had remained silent from the beginning, interjected with a slight hint of defiance, my master came here with sincerity in his heart, and yet, you've been humiliating him non-stop. You're all insufferable bullies. Speaking the truth counts as bullying? Mingshi said with a chuckle as he rolled his eyes. You. Stop it. Wudao chided the middle-aged man, I'm completely disgraced by you. Stand down. The middle-aged man was unwilling, but when Wudao reprimanded him, he retreated to the back obediently and kept quiet. Wudao cupped his fists and said, my obstinate disciple has behaved rudely. Please forgive him. Enough with this meaningless chatter. Get to the point, Mingshi urged. Wudao spoke, I'll repeat myself. I have only one objective, coming to the evil sky pavilion today, it's to undo the knot in my heart. 3 moves. 3 moves are all I ask for. Realization dawned on Lu Zhou. He nodded and stroked his beard before he said, the 3 skills I used 20 years ago? To be honest, even if he had not lost this part of his memories, he still would not remember it. He had defeated countless opponents throughout the years. He had given Wudao enough consideration by remembering his name. There was no way he could remember the skills he had used during their battle 20 years ago. Back then, I had the greatest defense and protective energy in the Daoist societies, yet I couldn't defend against your attack. Over these 2 decades, I've studied this matter meticulously while continuously tempering and improving myself. Brother Ji, you may use any skills you like. I'll only defend and not attack. If I can withstand them, the knot in my heart will be resolved. If I can't, I'll cripple my cultivation base and live out my days in seclusion. Wudao declared boldly. Upon hearing this, Mingshi began to laugh uproariously. When he stopped laughing, he said, what a shameless man. You've only been studying your tortoiseshell technique for 20 years, and you dare come here to ask my master to beat you up. You even claim that the knot in your heart will be undone if you manage to withstand the attacks. Honestly, you're the most shameless man I've ever met. The middle-aged man was enraged. He was about to speak up again when Wudao stopped him. It could not be denied that Mingshi had a point. Wudao knew that his approach was completely nonsensical. No one studied defensive cultivation methods for 20 years, showed up before their opponent, and asked to be hit. Wudao, you are indeed shameless. Why don't you give me 10 years, and I'll study your defensive technique. If I can't stab you to death 10 years from now, I'll live with my name pronounced backward, Duanmuxing said, brandishing his overlord spear. The overlord spear hummed and vibrated under the surge of primal qi, showcasing its might as a heaven-grade weapon. Wudao frowned, feeling a lump in his throat when he heard this. Duanmuxing continued, you've studied for 20 years, and I'm only asking for 10 years. No, 5 will do. The middle-aged man said to Wudao, Master, let's leave. There's no need for you to do this. I've told you the evil sky pavilion won't take you seriously. Silence. Wudao glared at his disciple. He took a step forward, fell to one knee, and cupped his fists respectfully. I ask for nothing else. I know I'm no match for you. However, if this knot in my heart remains unresolved, I'll live with regret for the rest of my life. Please help me undo this knot, Brother Ji. His voice was clear, resounding, and forceful. The others were slightly taken aback by this. Some had come to taunt, some to lay siege to this mountain, and some to launch sneak attacks. However, this was the first time someone had come here, knelt down, and asked to be beaten. A silence settled over the evil sky pavilion's great hall. After all, it was a rare sight for a stately elder of the Yun sect to kneel. Who would have expected things to turn out this way? Please grant me this wish, Pavilion Master. Wudao said loudly. He won't. Now, get lost. Little Yuaner leaped down from the steps. At this moment, Lu Zhou spoke. Wudao, do you really want to untie that knot in your heart? Of course. It's my life's wish. I hope you won't hold back, Pavilion Master, Wudao said earnestly. The noble and fiend paths don't tolerate each other, yet you're pleading with me. Aren't you afraid people will ridicule you for this? Lu Zhou asked indifferently. In the past, there was no distinction between the noble and fiend paths in Great Yin. The different paths only formed because some intended to ostracize others based on their ideologies, Wudao calmly replied. Lu Zhou nodded lightly. He stroked his beard and said, in that case, I'll grant you your wish. When Wudao heard this, he was overjoyed. He cupped his hands respectfully and said, thank you for your help. But, Lu Zhou suddenly said in a deep voice, there's something I must make clear to you beforehand. Please speak, Pavilion Master, Wudao said respectfully. The middle-aged man was pained to see this. His master had to bow and kneel, just for a chance to fight his opponent. Years ago, Wudao held awe-inspiring authority in the Yun sect and commanded the respect of many. However, today, his master was humiliated in the evil sky pavilion. Worst of all, he, as a disciple, was helpless. What could he do against so many elites and the overwhelming situation? He could only lower his head at this moment. Lu Zhou rose to his feet, slowly. He placed one hand on his back and the other stroked his beard. He said, first, you have no right to fight me. Mingshi and Duanmu Xing will fight in my stead. You can try to block their attacks. Second, my time is precious. If you lose, you'll have to agree to one condition of mine. The middle-aged man's face turned red, his temper clearly about to erupt. Lu Zhou's voice rang in the air again. Naturally, you can choose to decline. You, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth, a furious expression on his face. He was clearly a middle-aged man, but he was the perfect example of the saying, the young are fearless. He appeared defiant. Bam! Wudao suddenly kicked the middle-aged man so hard that he fell to his knees. He berated him, I brought you here, to broaden your horizons. Now, look at you. Are you trying to meddle in my affairs? I dare not. If you butt in again, I'll sever our ties as master and disciple. The middle-aged man was stunned by his master's words. He could only nod. Yes. Yes, master. Wudao strode forward, his hands clasped behind his back, seeming very confident. He looked at Duanmu Xing and Mingshi and said, I can agree to any one of your conditions, as long as it doesn't involve the Yun sect. Very well, Lu Zhou said, stroking his beard calmly. Mingshi stepped forward, scrutinizing Wudao with interest. On my master's behalf, I'll see just how great this tortoise technique of yours is. He was speaking truthfully when he said that a defensive technique studied for 20 years was a tortoise technique. Wudao was not offended. Instead, he raised his right hand slowly and said, my pleasure. As he spoke, Daoist seals appeared on his body, heaven, earth, life, death, water, and fire. 6 seal scripts appeared in sequence, revolving around Wudao at a uniform speed. 6 compatible seal. The 6 compatible seal was an extremely complex Daoist seal. Cultivators capable of cultivating this Daoist seal to its peak were rare. The term 6 compatible was a cultivation method jargon, consisting of the 3 inner compatibilities of essence, qi, and spirit, and the 3 outer compatibilities of hands, eyes, and body. Wudao's 6 compatible seal was even more unique. A circle about 2 meters in diameter had appeared under his feet, resembling a Taiji diagram brimming with vitality. If he had cultivated his energy to this state, he had not wasted the past 20 years. His dedication to cultivation was evident. When Mingshi saw the 6 compatible seal, he stopped looking down on Wudao. Adjusting his stance, he condensed his qi into energy. Energy seals filled the air around him. There were so many that they almost covered the sky. When Wudao saw this, he said, "If this is all you've got, I suggest that both of you come at me at once." Mingshi frowned. He leaped and launched his energy seals at Wudao, shouting, "Arrogant!" Thousands upon thousands of energy seals rained down on him. In just a blink, the 6 scripts suddenly enlarged. The circle of light under Wudao's feet grew to twice its size. Buzz! Wudao's primal qi and the Daoist seal resonated loudly. Bang! Mingshi energy seals bombarded the 6 compatible seal. However, contrary to expectations, not only did Mingshi fail to break the 6 compatible seal, but his attacks were also reflected back. Everyone was shocked. Mingshi flipped in the air, stumbling back 3 steps before he finally steadied himself. His arms felt slightly numb. It was no wonder Wudao had confidently agreed to Lu Zhou's conditions. He did not even regard Mingshi and Duanmuxing as worthy opponents. In this round, the defense was successful. Wudao had won. Again. Mingshi was used to defeating his opponents through scare tactics and catching them off guard. This method had served him well. However, his usual fighting style could not be applied in the current situation. Separation hook and scabbard. Mingshi summoned his heaven-grade weapon. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the separation hook and scabbard flickered in the air. Wudao frowned slightly, but his tone remained calm. A heaven-grade weapon. One of the reasons why heaven-grade weapons were so valuable was that they could be used to break through energy barriers. Since they could break through energy, it was only natural for them to be able to pierce through protective energy and avatars. The separation hook and scabbard left trails in the air as Mingshi waved them around. Bang! 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 Mingshi focused his attacks on a single point. The 6 compatible seal seemed prepared for the attack of a heaven-grade weapon. The 6 scripts suddenly shone with brilliant light before merging into one to defend the spot Mingshi aimed at. Bang! The energy reflected the attacks. The more ferociously Mingshi attacked, the more powerful the rebound was. With this strike, he was thrown back and nearly crashed into a pillar in the Evil Sky Pavilion's Great Hall. Before his feet even touched the ground, he said in a deep voice, "Again." Mingshi was truly unwilling to accept this outcome. He flipped in the air and prepared to attack again. However, Duanmuxing's voice rang out at that moment. "Stand down. I'll give it a try this time." The Overlord spear was raised before Mingshi, blocking his way. Mingshi wasn't the berserker type, after all. He was skilled in speed and agility. If his opponent hid behind the 6 compatible seal, Mingshi would be at a serious disadvantage. Duanmuxing brandished his Overlord spear. BZZT. 100 Tribulations Insight. Duanmuxing's 30-foot avatar towered above the others in the Great Hall. He kept his avatar in energy form so the Great Hall wasn't affected. Duanmuxing was clearly more powerful. 1,000 waves. The Overlord spear immediately left thousands of clones in the air. When he saw this, Wudao exclaimed, as expected from the impressive Evil Sky Pavilion. It seems that everyone here has a heaven-grade weapon. As he spoke, the 6 scripts around him converged once more, forming an energy shield as large as the scripts themselves. Boom! 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 The thousands of spear clones stabbed at the shield. The 6 compatible seal rippled and dimmed for an instant, but it quickly regained its shine. Daoist 6 compatible seal has all the blessings of nature. I've never seen someone use the 6 compatible seal like this, Zhou Jifeng praised. Me neither. I'm from the Clarity sect, and I've heard about the 6 compatible seal. We were only focused on methods of attack, but we've neglected our defenses. This battle has truly broadened my horizons. Pan Zhong said. Only Duanmu Xing snorted at this moment. Defending alone will get you nowhere. Again. He swung the Overlord spear once more, and clones that were clearly more powerful than before appeared. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. With his hands behind his back, he said, since you understand the importance of focusing on a single point, you should thoroughly implement it. Aerial attacks were not very effective against the best defense. Duanmu Xing nodded. Thank you for the instruction, Master. With the support of the 100 tribulations inside Avatar, the spear's clones moved so quickly they looked like a blur. Imperfect divine intervention. The ultimate skill of the Divine One technique was unleashed. Wudao exclaimed in surprise, I didn't expect an Evil Sky Pavilion disciple to be this powerful. Alas, this isn't enough. He lunged forward, and the circle morphed. The exterior of the Taiji diagram expanded. The 8 trigrams now surrounded the circle. The 8 trigrams, combined with the 6 compatible seal. Lu Zhou was surprised. Wudao had integrated the 8 trigrams with his 6 compatible seal. Regardless of its power, the fact that he had even attempted this was commendable. It was only natural that he would not have come to the Evil Sky Pavilion without testing the might of his 6 compatible seal beforehand. The imperfect divine intervention was the ultimate skill of the Divine One technique. Duanmu Xing planned to cast this ultimate skill using his heaven-grade weapon and 100 tribulations inside Avatar. For this reason, everyone had confidence in Duanmu Xing's move. Countless spear clones converged and attacked a single point on the 6 compatible seal. The 6 compatible seal, combined with the 8 trigrams, formed a peculiar energy barrier. The collision of their energies released waves of primal chi that spread through the Evil Sky Pavilion. The 6 compatible seal is so powerful. Mr. Third has unleashed several ultimate skills, yet it seems unaffected. Wudao is quite amazing. Pan Zhong was from the Claire sect, which shared the same root as the Yun sect. Thus, he knew a thing or two about Daoist seals. However, Wudao's 6 compatible seal had overturned his previous understanding of it. Given that Wudao had spent 20 years studying and perfecting this move, this was only natural. Wudao had come prepared. His objective was to have the Evil Sky Pavilion attack him. If they were fighting to the death, Wudao might not be able to defeat Duanmu Xing. It's not over yet. Duanmu Xing yelled suddenly. When the Overlord spear was repelled by the 6 compatible seal and rebound, he spun around and launched another attack. The tip of the spear flashed with fiery red radiance. Wudao said in a deep voice, it's still not enough. The 6 massive script symbols overlapped, and at the same time, the 8 trigrams rose, merging with the 6 scripts once more. It was evident that he had anticipated his opponent would focus their attack on a single point to break his defenses. Bzzzt. A buzzing noise filled the air when the Overlord spear struck the 6 compatible seal. Everyone frowned. This was like a clash of primal chi. When Duanmu Xing and Wudao's powers collided, the chaotic flow of primal chi created a loud noise as it spread outward. The sound was peculiar, almost like a hybrid sound technique. Everyone quickly circulated their primal chi to defend against the strange sound waves. Only Lu Zhou remained calm and indifferent, his heart void and untainted. It seemed the sound waves had no effect on him as he watched the battle, appearing at ease. Bang! The peculiar sound waves vanished after a few seconds. With a thrust of the Overlord spear, the 6 scripts of the 6 compatible seal suddenly dispersed. Wudao staggered backward as the circle of light under his feet faded. Duanmu, similarly affected by the recoil of the collision, did a backflip in the air and stumbled 3 steps backward before regaining his footing. He looked at Wudao with an incredulous expression, not expecting him to withstand that hit. Wudao only staggered a few steps back, suggesting Duanmu was at a disadvantage. However, Wudao was even more surprised. He hadn't thought anyone could break through his defenses. Before he came to the Evil Sky Pavilion, he had tested his technique against more than one nascent divinity Tribulation Realm cultivator. None of them had succeeded in breaching his defenses. He did not expect to be beaten back by Duanmu. If Duanmu had been slightly stronger, he would have broken the 6 compatible seal in one go with that technique. He said sincerely, "Nice moves." However, Duanmu was in no mood to hear praise from his opponent. He raised his Overlord spear and said, "3 more moves." Duanmu was the type of person who would fight more valiantly as the battle dragged on. Wudao placed his hands on his back and said, "I admit that you're powerful, but you've used up 3 moves. According to our previous agreement, the Pavilion Master should be next." Everyone turned to look at Lu Zhou at this moment. After all, he was the one who laid out the conditions. Duanmu shook his head and said, "I didn't use my full strength. Allow me 1 more move, and I'm sure I'll break your 6 compatible seal." Wudao looked at Duanmu indifferently and said, "If I hadn't been careless earlier, I don't think you would have been able to push me back. I've only used half of my strength on the 6 compatible seal." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They couldn't help but wonder if he was bluffing or mocking Duanmu. In any case, he sounded arrogant. Half? The 6 compatible seal can block Mr. Third's ultimate skill, and yet, it's only at half strength. Panzhong was shocked. "I've never seen such a powerful Daoist seal." Wudao kept his eyes trained on Lu Zhou. He was waiting for Lu Zhou's reply. Eventually, Lu Zhou descended the steps slowly. "Is this the Daoist seal you've been painstakingly cultivating for the past 20 years? The 6 compatible seal?" "That's right. If I attack, you'll most probably die," Lu Zhou said in an even-keeled voice. Wudao was stunned by Lu Zhou's claim, especially since Lu Zhou had witnessed the might of his 6 compatible seal. Just how confident was he? Life was precious, and few would take it lightly. After muttering to himself for a while, Wudao cupped his fists and said, "Please show me your guidance, Pavilion Master. In the unfortunate event that I lose my life, then so be it." "Very well." Lu Zhou continued walking toward the most spacious part of the Great Hall. At the same time an item card appeared in his hand. Wudao did not sense any aura fluctuations or movements of primal chi from Lu Zhou, but he did not let his guard down. He moved forward and slowly raised his hand. The 8 trigrams and the 6 script symbols of heaven, earth, life, death, water, and fire shone with golden radiance, circling around him. They were much more powerful and impressive than before. That was not all. Words appeared on Wudao's palms, being and non-being. There were 8 shining scripts in total. When his primal chi surged, the Daoist seals orbited around these 8 scripts. No one expected Wudao to be able to conceal his strength when he faced Duanmu earlier. He had transformed the 6 compatible seal into an 8 compatible seal, incorporating the 8 trigrams. He was not bluffing. Indeed, he had only used half of his powers earlier. Wudao stared at Lu Zhou with a keen gaze and made an inviting gesture. "I'm ready." The 8 scripts hovered in the air, shining with a dazzling light. Everyone's attention shifted to Lu Zhou, wondering if the old man would be able to break through Wudao's seal. After all, Wudao was not Zhuaxinchan, he was much more powerful. By this technique alone, Wudao's 6 compatible seal was 1,000 times stronger than Zhuaxinchan's Dhyana Mudra. Could Lu Zhou break through this skill? Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Lu Zhou raised his right hand, and the light blue card shattered in his palm. This time, there was no vortex, instead, a symbol of a lightning bolt appeared. He condensed his qi into energy, and suddenly, a bolt of lightning, shrouded in energy, struck from the sky. Thunderblast? How is this possible? Zhou Jifeng and Pan Xiuwen gaped in shock. Duanmu Sheng, Mingshi, and Little Yuaner were also stunned by this unfamiliar technique. Throughout their years as Lu Zhou's disciples, they had never seen their master use this skill. Moreover, it was Thunderblast. Boom! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the bolt of lightning, wrapped in energy, struck the 6 compatible seal. Sparks flew everywhere, and clouds of smoke filled the air. Whoosh! Wudao was rapidly pushed back by the powerful impact. The 6 compatible seal, the 8 trigrams, and the 8 scripts were all helpless. In an instant, they dispersed, vanishing without a trace. What was even more terrifying was that Wudao's great tortoise technique was completely useless. The thunderblast hit him square in the chest, sending him flying backward. His eyes widened and turned red as he forcibly planted his feet on the ground to steady himself. As he steadied himself, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The battle had ended, and the outcome was clear. Lu Zhou shook his head. The item card, Thunderblast, has a 10% damage rate. I'm not sure if you're lucky or not, but at least you escaped the 1% sure kill rate. Being hit and seriously injured is better than dying. A blanket of silence fell over the hall. One could hear a pin drop at that moment. Duanmuxing's grip tightened around the shaft of the Overlord's spear. He did not feel relieved or relaxed, instead, he was both in awe and sullen. The powerful 6 compatible seal could not withstand a single blow from his master, yet he himself could not even damage it earlier. Mingshi thoughts were simple. He believed his master had been concealing his strength all these years. Ever since his master had driven away the 10 great elites, he knew his master had many hidden talents. However, no one knew the extent of his strength. Little Yuaner's face was filled with admiration. Zhou Jifeng and Pan Xiuwen, on the other hand, felt like frogs at the bottom of a well. They gulped as they stared in disbelief at Wudao, who had been sent flying back. They were not shocked by Wudao's defeat, they were shocked by Lu Zhou's Thunderblast. Thunderblast is a move that condenses qi into a dense cluster of energy, releasing a force as powerful as a lightning strike. It is an extremely rare and terrifying skill. Thunderblast had long been considered a lost technique, existing only in history books. No one had seen the technique, let alone mastered it. TTH. Thunderblast. Wudao could not endure it anymore. He fell to one knee, supporting himself with his hands. He spoke with great reluctance, clearly unable to accept his defeat. Who would have thought he would be defeated by Thunderblast? If he had known Ji Tiandao had mastered such a technique, he would not have come to the evil sky pavilion to humiliate himself. The irony. Master. Wudao's disciples rushed to his side, intending to support him. However, Wudao waved his hand, signaling his disciples not to come. A person like him was not afraid of losing, but of losing without dignity. One must pay for the gamble. Lu Zhou shook his head helplessly. If they wanted to call it Thunderblast, so be it. Since so little was known about Thunderblast and no one had seen it before, perhaps that was why everyone was convinced Lu Zhou had unleashed it. Wudao began to cough as he struggled to rise to his feet. He cupped his fists together, shook his head, and said, I thought, after 20 years of cultivating this skill, I'd be able to withstand 3 moves from you. Alas, I was mistaken. I was greatly mistaken. He laughed, a self-mocking laugh. His shield had been shattered with just 1 strike. To think I would be able to withstand 3 strikes. Wudao chuckled bitterly, then spat out another mouthful of blood. Master. I'm alright. However, Wudao was clearly not alright. His expression told the others that the knot in his heart had only grown more complicated. After a while, he cupped his fists and said, I accept defeat. Lu Zhou nodded. He climbed the stairs and sat down slowly. Wudao continued, as long as it doesn't involve the Yun sect, I'll agree to any request. I see you are a frank person, Lu Zhou said. I have a question for you, and all you need to do is answer honestly. I'm all ears. Who's the mastermind behind the Fish Dragon Village incident? Lu Zhou asked directly, without beating around the bush. When Wudao heard the question, his heart skipped a beat, and his eyes widened. He stammered, seeming reluctant to reply. What? You're unwilling to answer my question? Wudao looked troubled. It's not that I'm unwilling. It's just that the answer will implicate numerous parties. What's your problem? Since you've lost, you should obediently pay up. Little Yuan said indignantly, pointing at Wudao. Wudao, you're a Yun sect elder. Even if your words aren't the golden rule, each one should be worth 9 sacred tripods, right? Trying to go back on your word and still claiming to be a member of the noble path. Mingshi said contemptuously. Zhou Jifeng took a gentler approach. Cupping his fists, he said, Senior Hua, I have a proposal. The answer to this question is clearly important to you. In that case, you only need to give the answer to the pavilion master alone. He's right. Or are you trying to tell me that the world will be plunged into chaos if the pavilion master learns about this? You know about this, so why isn't the world in chaos right now? Little Yuan said heatedly. Wudao felt caught between a rock and a hard place. Stop being king coward, and say what you must. If you're not willing to say it, you can leave your life right here. Mingshi raised his overlord spear, and a cold aura instantly surged from his body. His dissatisfaction over his earlier defeat made him sullen and fueled his anger. Everyone in the Great Hall seemed to look down on Wudao at this moment. Wudao took a step back and said sincerely, I made a promise to keep this a secret and not reveal it to anyone. If it's possible, I implore you to make another request, Pavilion Master. Everyone exchanged a glance. Mingshi spat. Bulsh *T. You can't even honor your agreement with my master, and you have the audacity to ask for this? Mingshi had a point. If he could disregard a promise made with the greatest villain under the heavens, he had no right to use this as an excuse. His expression turned ugly. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, It doesn't matter. The others were taken aback, looking at Lu Zhou with surprised expressions. I'll give you 2 choices. First, you can tell me who the mastermind behind Fish Dragon Village is. Second, join the evil Sky Pavilion as an elder. Lu Zhou said, thinking to himself, he was able to withstand Mingshi and Mingshi attacks. His mastery of the 6 compatible seal is clearly high. Although it's a tortoise technique, when used well, it can be both offensive and defensive. Throughout the fight, Wudao did not use his 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. He wanted to conserve some strength to face Lu Zhou's second and third strikes. However, he lost after the first strike and got himself injured. More importantly, this man did not seem to distinguish between the noble and fiend paths in his heart. When he heard these 2 choices, Wudao's eyes widened, and his body trembled. He was from the Yun sect. If he joined the fiend path, he did not care if it would ruin his reputation, but he was worried it would turn the Yun sect into a laughingstock. On the other hand, he could not bring himself to divulge the secret. He was truly tormented by this dilemma. This is the greatest compromise I can offer, Lu Zhou said calmly. Wudao's expression soured. You've already left the Yun sect. What's there to be apprehensive about? Mingshi asked. Wudao stammered, in a tight bind. This was worse than taking his life. Lu Zhou was in no rush. He waited silently for Wudao to make a decision. Regardless of the choice Wudao made, it would be beneficial for the evil Sky Pavilion. Although Duan Muxing and Mingshi disdained this tortoise technique, they would not dispute their master's words. Moreover, the evil Sky Pavilion was waning. With the injection of new blood, it might be restored to its former glory. Mingshi turned and looked at his master furtively. He doesn't look like his life is nearing its limit at all. In fact, he looks livelier day by day and is filled with vitality. Wudao pondered this, but still could not make up his mind. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, "You have two choices, and you can only pick one. You're the first person under the heavens to be given such a treatment by the evil Sky Pavilion. My patience is limited. I want an answer after a count of 10. And if I don't have an answer?" Wudao's heart raced. Before Lu Zhou could reply, Mingshi said, "Then you'll suffer the same fate as Fan Xiuwen. You'll be imprisoned in the evil Sky Pavilion until you've thought things through. However, since you've seen through life and death, I'm sure this won't matter to you. Also, the evil Sky Pavilion doesn't have much, but we have a lot of rooms for lodging. We have the north, south, east, and west pavilions. We have many dilapidated residences halfway up the mountain. We have the Cave of Reflection behind the mountain, which is quite cold. Don't think you'll be able to escape. Even if the 10 great elites show up together, they won't be able to break the Golden Court Mountain's barrier." Mingshi prattled on with a smile. His words made Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong's hearts race. Fourth Master's words are truly devastating. This is even more terrifying than killing a person. Wudao was a distinguished and accomplished individual who would never cling abjectly to life. Otherwise, he would not have shown up here. However, someone like him would care about his pride and dignity. At that time, I'll make sure every cultivator under the heavens knows that Yunsek's Wudao is an untrustworthy person. He came to the evil Sky Pavilion, lost a wager, but would not pay up. Wudao felt even more speechless. Many knew about his visit to the evil Sky Pavilion. Otherwise, he would not have had to resign from his position as Yunsek's elder. Everything started and ended with this knot in his heart. He would not have any regrets. Little Yuaner giggled and said, "I'll start counting, then." She was worried that Wudao did not hear her, so she repeated, "I'll start counting. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Time's up. What's your decision? Who counts this fast?" Before Wudao even had time to think, the countdown had ended. Everyone in the evil Sky Pavilion's great hall, including Lu Zhou, looked at Wudao. Silence descended on the great hall once again. Finally, Wudao shook his head and heaved a long sigh. "Forget it." Upon seeing this, Wudao's disciples immediately fell to their knees. "Master, you shouldn't." Wudao looked at his disciples, but did not chide them as he had before. Instead, he said, "You should return to Yun sect." "Huh? From this day onward, you are no longer my disciples. There are many elders in the Yun sect. I'm sure one of them will be willing to teach you. When you return, tell them that Wudao is dead." "Master." "Get lost." The middle-aged man wanted to say something, but Wudao raised his leg and kicked him. "I said, get lost." His shout created a sound wave that pushed the middle-aged man away. Helpless, the man got to his feet and respectfully saluted Wudao. Mingshi smiled and said, "I'll see you down the mountain. However, if you want to stay, I'm sure my master won't object. After all, Golden Court Mountain is vast. We don't mind having another person here." The middle-aged man shuddered. "I want to leave the mountain. I want to leave now." Mingshi clicked his tongue at the middle-aged man and motioned for him to follow, before leaving the great hall. The two of them departed from the great hall. Wudao cupped his fists. "My disciple is a bit foolish. I hope you won't hold it against him, Pavilion Master, and spare his life. Lu Zhou, stroking his beard, sat down and said, we choose different paths. Please sit. Lu Zhou said, please. This had never happened in the Evil Sky Pavilion. It was clear he valued Wudao. Wudao took a seat. Lu Zhou looked at him curiously before speaking calmly, you'd rather join the Evil Sky Pavilion than tell me who orchestrated the Fish Dragon Village incident. Please forgive me, Pavilion Master. Aren't you afraid I'll use torture to interrogate you in the future? Lu Zhou asked calmly. This was the Evil Sky Pavilion, after all. They were all great villains. No matter how evil an act was, it wouldn't be surprising to see it here. Wudao shook his head and sighed. If it comes to that, I can only ask for death. You're different from Fan Xiuwen. He was controlled and didn't fear death. You're much luckier than him, Lu Zhou said. Wudao remained silent. At this point, his choice was clear. Ding. Recruited a subordinate. Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm Cultivator, Wudao. Loyalty, 5%. Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong were courteous. They cupped their fists toward Wudao and said, greetings, Elder Hua. Wudao's old face turned red. He didn't know if he should respond to the greeting or not, feeling quite awkward. At this moment, Mingshi had returned from the foot of the mountain. Seeing the extremely awkward Wudao, he said, you're just worried about ridicule from the world. That's an easy problem to solve. You should change your name. The old Wudao has died in the Evil Sky Pavilion. The others nodded. Mingshi had a point. How about the name Huawu or Wuhua? Mingshi teased. Wudao's name slightly conflicted with Jitiandao's. It's just a name. I won't mind being called anything. Wudao's mind was a mess right now. All he wanted was to be left alone in a corner. He wasn't in the mood to worry about such matters at the moment. Little Yuan walked over and said, Master, a letter from Jian. Bring it here, Lu Zhou replied, with a feeling that this letter contained important messages that should not be read aloud. Little Yuan passed him the letter respectfully. Lu Zhou opened it casually and began to read. The mastermind behind the Fish Dragon Village incident is the second prince. The main culprit of the battle at Measure Heaven River is General Wei Zhuyan of Chongning. His accomplice is the leader of the Black Knights, Fan Xiuwen. Old Senior, I paid a huge price to obtain this piece of information. To be honest, if you don't compensate me with a nice sword, I'll be very sad. With this information, everything became clear. However, Lu Zhou's face remained expressionless. He had his guesses about what Fan Xiuwen and Wudao wouldn't discuss. Jiang Lijian's letter merely confirmed his suspicions. With a wave of his hand, the letter turned to dust. Master, what did it say? Little Yuan asked. The mastermind behind the battle at Measure Heaven River, Lu Zhou answered truthfully. Upon hearing this, Wudao fell from his seat, his face ghastly pale and his eyes wide open. Lu Zhou said indifferently, take Elder Hua away and let him rest. Understood, Little Yuan replied, puzzled. It's just the mastermind. Why are you so nervous? Are you being too dramatic? Lu Zhou nodded. If it had been a mortal or even a great cultivator, things would have been simple, and he could have handled it according to the rules of the cultivation world. However, he did not expect a prince to be involved. The prince's disputes should not have involved the civilians. Lu Zhou would not underestimate the imperial family's power. After all, the imperial family was what had kept Great Yin stable for all these years. The soldiers and officers who guarded the empire's borders and the great cultivators who operated in the open and in the shadows formed the foundation of Great Yin's stability. It was no wonder Wudao was reluctant to divulge that information. Lu Zhou finally said, tell Jiang Lijian that I prepared a fine sword for him. He's to come here and collect it. When the nice sword was mentioned, Little Yuan felt wronged. She mumbled, Master, you're giving him a good weapon just because he gave you 2 pieces of worthless information, and I, your disciple, have nothing. Impudent. Lu Zhou deliberately raised his voice. This was not the first time he had said this. This disciple knows that she's wrong. Little Yuan immediately lowered her head. That weapon belongs to the imperial family, to begin with. There's no use for me in keeping it, Lu Zhou said. Oh. Little Yuan nodded. Lu Zhou stood up slowly and headed to the hidden chamber. Rest well, master. After Lu Zhou disappeared from sight, Mingshi said, Little junior sister, why are you so anxious about this? You know master loves you the most. Even I was given a weapon, so there's no way he'll forget about you. My separation hook and scabbard is a fine weapon, so I'm sure he'll give you a nice weapon as well. Old Fourth has a point. Moreover, with your talent, entering the nascent divinity tribulation realm is only a matter of time. When that time comes, Master will surely give you a weapon that's even better than my overlord's spear. Humph. Goodbye. Little Yuan turned around and left in a huff. Mingshi and Duanmu Xing exchanged glances. Pan Zhong cupped his fists and said, I think Miss Ninth is angered by the sight of the separation hook and scabbard and the overlord spear. Third sir, fourth sir, I suddenly remember that my 6-yang technique isn't initiated yet. I'll be taking my leave now. When he noticed the odd looks Mingshi and Duanmu Xing were giving him, he quickly came up with an excuse and hurriedly left the great hall. Zhou Jifeng, who had taken Wudao to his lodge to rest, was thus spared from this situation. Old Fourth, let's go. Lu Zhou entered the hidden chamber and gazed at the mysterious box. He then shook his head. This thing can even withstand a blow from unnamed. It's clear that heaven-grade weapons are useless against it. I think this box can only be opened with a special key. He nodded calmly. Old Fourth has many ideas. Maybe I should leave this box to him. Since Lu Zhou had bought the box from the systems shop, he wasn't worried about others coveting it. After a while, his attention turned to his remaining merit points on the system dashboard, 4,762 points. Lu Zhou had obtained the 5 Energies Universe avatar through the lucky draw. The 6 recombinant trigram lines was priced at 12,000 points, which he couldn't afford at the moment. If he earned merit points through conventional means, he didn't think he would be able to afford it anytime soon. Several ideas came to Lu Zhou's mind, and he nodded in approval. Then, he called up the interface for the heavenly writing and began to comprehend it. 6 hours later, Lu Zhou finally stopped comprehending the heavenly writing. Compared to his previous sessions, he now felt as if he had entered a state of deep, immersive emptiness. The unfamiliar scripts were now embedded in his mind. With a mere thought, the scripts would appear. It's fine not to understand them as long as the feeling is right. At that moment, little Yuan's voice echoed from outside the hidden chamber. Master, there's a reply from Jiang Jin, little Yuan said. What did he say? He said he won't be coming. He thinks the evil sky pavilion is too dangerous to visit and asked if the nice sword could be delivered to him, little Yuan replied. Lu Zhou nodded calmly. He had expected this. Little Yuan grumbled, he doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Should I go to Runan and drag him here? There's no need for that, Lu Zhou said, walking out of the hidden chamber with his hands behind his back. He loves his life very much. It's only natural that he doesn't want to come here. He thinks too highly of himself, little Yuan scoffed. Jiang Jin isn't an ordinary person, Lu Zhou said in an even tone. This piqued little Yuan's curiosity. Not an ordinary person? Since he can access the palace archives, he can't be an ordinary person, Lu Zhou said calmly. Who is he, then? One who follows his heart is not an ordinary person, Lu Zhou smiled faintly. With a wave of his sleeve, he left the hidden chamber and made his way to the north pavilion where the prisoners were held. Little Yuan, naturally, followed her master when she saw him leaving. In no time, Lu Zhou arrived outside the room where Fan Xiuwen was imprisoned. 2 female cultivators were guarding the door. Though their cultivation bases were not impressive, they still managed to look intimidating. Pavilion Master, the 2 cultivators bowed. Open the door. Understood. The door opened, and Lu Zhou walked into the gloomy room. Miscellaneous objects were strewn everywhere. This room had once been the Evil Sky Pavilion's storeroom. It had been hastily converted into a lockup and suited the purpose well. Fan Xiuwen was bound in the center of the room. His hair was disheveled, and he no longer looked like the majestic leader of the Black Knights. When the door opened, the faint light from outside shone on his face, allowing him to see only Lu Zhou's silhouette. He chuckled weakly and struggled to speak. Is this all there is to the Evil Sky Pavilion? I'm afraid it's not enough to make me talk. Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back and nodded. I know the truth. Fan Xiuwen was visibly shocked. All his listlessness seemed to vanish at that moment. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, Impossible. Great General of Chongning, Lu Zhou said, not mentioning the second prince. Fan Xiuwen shuddered when he heard these words. They proved that this formidable old man had discovered the truth. After a moment of silence, he said calmly, I'm impressed. Lu Zhou shook his head and replied, Wei Zhuyan isn't enough to make you bow. Besides, the second prince isn't capable of earning your unwavering loyalty. There must be someone else strong enough to manipulate the Grand Leader of the Black Knights. You. Fan Xiuwen, who had calmed down, began to shake again. He was so agitated that his face and ears turned red. His voice was subdued as he asked, How did you manage this? Even as the leader of the Black Knights, he had to lower his pride. Do I need to tell my prisoner how I accomplished this? Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back and stared at Fan Xiuwen. I'd like to know whose orders you are following, said Lu Zhou. I don't know, Fan Xiuwen replied. Do you think I won't be able to find out just because you refuse to tell me? Lu Zhou stroked his beard calmly and continued, regardless of who it is, they must be a trusted aide of the second prince. Fan Xiuwen's eyes widened. Lu Zhou continued slowly, It's a woman, isn't it? A woman skilled in witchcraft, Lu Zhou added. Enough. Fan Xiuwen's mental defenses crumbled completely. A furious and stubborn expression flashed across his face for a moment. However, in the next moment, he seemed to wilt, pleading, Please spare her, I beg you. Lu Zhou regarded Fan Xiuwen with a complex expression. Who would have thought that the former top name on the blacklist, the current watchdog of the imperial family, who did not fear death or torture, was doing all this for a woman? Lu Zhou shook his head and said, Fan Xiuwen. Tell me, who is she? Fan Xiuwen shook his head desperately, his face fierce and determined. I can't tell you, I won't tell you. I won't say anything even if I have to die. Lu Zhou found this strange. The target's identity was now clear. Even if Fan Xiuwen revealed her name, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Why was Fan Xiuwen so fiercely protecting this secret with his life? He noticed that Fan Xiuwen's eyes suddenly glowed with a faint blue light for a moment, before quickly returning to normal. Suddenly, the voice of the derived Moon Palace's female cultivators could be heard from outside. Pavilion Master, something's happening to Miss Fifth.